please, the organizers, please request the guests to be seated. We need to start the opening session. Thank you. So may I request Sri APM Mohammad Anish, IAS Principal Secretary Industries, to deliver the opening address. Thank you.
Chairman of the Restructuring and Internal Audit Board, Dr. Ashok. Mr. Roy Kurian, Advisor, Master Plans of the Riab. The heads and the senior functionaries of the Central Public Sector Enterprises, the CEOs, Managing Directors, General Managers, and senior functionaries of the Kerala State-run public sector undertakings, my colleagues from the Riab, officers from the Industries Department, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed the start of an interesting journey. For almost 1.5 years, we had actually been doing a great deal of in-depth analysis of the various factors that are required so that the 50-odd public sector undertakings that come under the Industries and Commerce Department are taken to greater heights in the state of Kerala. As all of us know, and also we candidly admit that, there have been ever so many public sector undertakings that have really been in the red for years together. But may I also hasten to add that with the kind of professionalism that has been injected into these institutions, which have been really covered by these institutions, many of them have come out of the red and actually gone to make good profits as well. Along with it, the financial status, the audit status have all been corrected, rectified to a great extent. Therefore, we finally become eligible for not just the good ratings that are given by the credit rating agencies, but also beyond that, to access market finance in a much more effective manner. In this context, after the new government came in May 2021, the Honorable Minister, Mr. P. Rajiv, started this exercise, a very lengthy exercise of identifying the present status of the PSUs and also as to how much of distance can be covered by these PSUs in the years to come. I would remember that the swearing-in ceremony of the ministry took place on 20th of May 2021, and the first meeting of the review of the PSUs began on 25th of May, if I'm right, 5 days after he became the Industries Minister. Layer after layer of work was carried out. Short-term, long-term, medium-term plans were presented. Thorough analysis was carried out. A great deal of discussion with the stakeholders concerned, including the workers' unions and others, had also taken place. After that, the Riab stepped in with the kind of expertise that it could provide in the various sectors of industry. The clear analysis was carried out with the help of those experts. And Mr. Roy Kurian and his team came in so as to streamline, monitor, streamline, and see to it that realizable targets are made in terms of the short-term plans, the medium-term plans, and the long-term plans. So we decided that the whole of 2021, the latter half of 2021 and 22 were taken in by this exercise. Quite a few of the projects have actually been taken to the governmental process. Administrative sanctions have been provided, and some of them have started getting implemented. Now, when we looked at the whole sector, which was divided into 7 sectors altogether, we found that it is in the three core sectors of engineering, electrical, and electronic sector that we can really go in for a greater deal of innovation, a greater deal of partnership. We would also certainly, dovetail along with it the fact that huge expanses of land actually lie with the public sector undertakings across the state, a bit unutilized, underutilized as well. So how to monetize these lands as well? That's wherein I thought the oil companies also have an answer to it. Lots of land remains available across the state for the public sector undertakings. So with the core focus on the electrical sector, electronic sector, and the engineering sector, we had actually done a great deal of, thorough research on it. Just a few statistics to understand as to what exactly is happening. For instance, the total number of projects across, the short term, medium term, and long term together would be 403, if I'm right? 403, isn't it? Number of projects? 403 or 405? 405. And the total sum, the amount that's covered by these plans, the three types of plans together, would come to 9,467 crores. We can as well understand that based on the governmental finance, based on the government supported finance itself, we will never be able to do even a quarter of that. That requires a great deal of outreach to the market, the financial markets, based on the sound financials that can be provided by the various organizations. Along with it, strategic partnerships between similarly situated, similarly placed central public sector undertakings and public sector undertakings in the state of Kerala are also welcome. We would always try to find the right match. In that sense, I would state that right from morning till evening, it's a kind of a matchmaking process that goes on here. I think the best suitors are found, brides and bridegrooms are determined. So that's the kind of process which we intend to initiate in this way. In the engineering sector, 845 crore rupees, projects are showcased. Electronic sector would have 483 crores and electrical sector would have 381 crores as well. And we have quite a number of, central public sector undertakings that are taking part today in this program, starting off from Garden Reach to HPCL, HAL, Golden Rock, Heavy Vehicle Avadi, VSSC, BrahMos, BHEL, BEML, MTPF, BPCL, Cochin Shipyard, Mazagon Dock, BARC, Indian Oil Corporation, MDNL, and that's it, and quite a few others also whom we are expecting over here. From the Government of Kerala sector, the engineering, electrical, and electronic sectors are being represented in ample measure. We had also invited one or two other managing directors of companies, various companies as well that are situated here in Cochin itself in other sectors, but are quite critical for the state as a matter of industry and enterprise, like the Travancore Cochin Chemicals, and for the expanse of land that's available for the forest industries Travancore as well. They have been invited to this process. Now finally the question is this: how do we really understand the pros and cons, the pluses and minuses of the various institutions that are placed in similarly situated terrain, and see to it that ultimately it becomes a win-win situation for the Government of India enterprise as well as the Government of Kerala enterprise? That's the major question which needs to be answered over here. Here, these master plans, of course, Mr. Roy Kurian would have greater deal of presentation over here, and he would really be pinpointing on the pluses and the minuses of every public sector undertaking that is being showcased today, not just here, but also across those counters that have been placed there where we can continue with our networking as well as discussions. That is being done under the aegis of the Riab and the master plan team over here. We have our moderators who come in from the various expertise that's provided to Riab, and we also see to it that the senior officials who are coming from various central public sector enterprises have certainly got the right connection and the right contact established with those institutions wherein some deal of enterprise, some kind of an aspect of some kind of a project can be promoted. It's actually a long distance to be traveled, I know for sure. At the same time, may I assure you that from the side of Government of Kerala, we are very much for any kind of flexible arrangement as far as this system is concerned. We can certainly have discussions at the highest level. The Honorable Minister would be arriving here by 11:30, and we would have the formal inaugural session at the time. But before that, as we say, let's start off with the business and see to it that the morning starts off in a bright sunny note. And by the time it's evening, we should be able to see to it that a great deal of matchmaking is carried out. Let us not part as, people who came in to discuss many things, but at the same time did not find a suitable match. Instead of that, if you have to find the right fix, the right person, the right contact, and the right company, we will be absolutely delighted, we will be absolutely gratified. With that sense of gratification for having come out in large numbers from across the country, I would congratulate the organizers for that. I would profusely thank the central public sector undertakings, the heads of CPSUs, as well as the Kerala public sector undertakings for having taken the time out of the absolutely, jam-packed schedule to come over here at the end of the year. To conduct a meeting at the fag end of the year, especially after December 25, is a tough task, especially since most of the continents have really shut down after December 21 or December 22. Myself looking after the education department as well, when I contact our colleagues, the partnership colleagues in Finland or in UK, wherein we had been there along with the Honorable Chief Minister, they give us a very polite reply that, sir, Mr. Hanish, we would certainly talk to you in good measure, but then after January 10. So that being the case, of course, in India, we try to make it 365 days a year and 24/7 as well. We haven't really been going the European way as well. Therefore, we will strive to see to it that today is made an absolutely proactive day. A great deal of proposals come about, a great deal of innovations are carried out, good deal of contacts and deals are carried out. Whatever ways, we are here to support you for the government of Kerala. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And I would invite Mr. Roy Kurian to make an absolutely precise, succinct presentation on the strengths of the various PSUs over here and also to kickstart the process. Thanks a lot. Good luck and good day.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roy Kurian is currently the advisor of the Public Sector Restructuring and Internal Audit Board, guiding the implementation of master plans. Now, formerly he was head of the Binani Singh and had various stints in Birla Group before taking over as the Managing Director of Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, the highest profit-making company in Kerala. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Mohammed Sanish, Principal Secretary Industries, Dr. Ashok, Chairman Riab, all the senior officials of various CPSEs who have come here accepting our invitation, senior officials of our state-owned enterprises, Secretary and staff of Riab, members of our PMU team, the Project Management Unit team, and each and everyone here. Very good morning to all of you. Today I must say that I'm extremely glad to stand before you today. It is not every day that you find yourself in the midst of such an elite company, to be very frank, because every day is different. The main responsibility entrusted with me today is to showcase our state-owned enterprises. SOEs, we call it state PSUs, we call it state-owned enterprises, because we have several of our companies, and the time obviously would not permit each and we would have wished all the state-owned enterprise to come forward and make the presentation here, but that would be time-consuming, and we would wish more to listen to the central PSC officials here. Obviously, in our efforts to garner more business for our SOEs. So that is how it has been structured this manner. So there is a main responsibility interest with me today is to showcase our SOEs, their products and services to you. But apart from this, I would also like to make a few minutes to touch upon some very general aspects concerning our state-owned enterprises. Sri Mohammed Anish has very enthusiastically and very precisely laid out the tone, that set the tone for today. We have all heard him, and I'm only adding and supplementing to that. The purpose of today's event, from our point of view, we started thinking not in this scale, we started thinking at a much smaller scale initially, to have all our engineering companies, companies engaged in mechanical, electrical, and electronics engineering in the state, and invite some central PSUs who are located within the state as well as outside the state, nearby states, and have a summit together to explore possibilities for enhancing your business for mutual benefit. So this was the thought process initially was at a very small scale, but then gradually it evolved and it became what it is today. And so that is where we are today. Here we see, as Sri Mohammed Anish was saying, the enabling environment today, in today's situation in Kerala, I need to dwell upon that for a minute. See, it is not the, of course, PSUs, public sector, state PSUs have their own image, but today I would like to tell you emphatically that what we witness today in Kerala is little different. I must say that it's a very highly enabling environment that is existing today in Kerala. And starting from the initiative, right from the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, and the Industries Minister, Mr. Sri P. Rajiv, the young Industries Minister, and people like Sri Mohammed Anish. See, all of them have created a very enabling environment for the PSUs. Today, the PSUs heads are, I would say, very comfortable in the sense there are various issues they need to resolve to take the business forward. But I have heard many of them saying that the industry secretary is just a phone call away. So, you know, that kind of support is received by them. And many of the hurdles which were of legacy issues are all being tackled, and things are going forward. So this is the right time for the state PSUs to forge ahead and also garner support from CPSEs in this journey. So I'm very confidently we can say that that kind of an enabling environment is existing today in Kerala. And what is our commitment to the future? We are committed to the government today. I can say the government, Riab, the Industries Department, the PMU, on behalf of the government, we can say that we are extremely committed to make the PSUs much better. So PSUs would be able to, we want PSUs to deliver products and services to the customers and thereby grow the business. So we will deliver, and we are determined to do this, and we would humbly request all the CPSEs to be part of this journey. And many of the senior officials of the PSUs which are present today here, we know that at least a few of them originally hail from this state only, from Kerala. So I would say that apart from serving your own company, this is also an opportunity for you to contribute to the improvement of the state PSUs here. Just the slide actually gives a very general overview of the Kerala state-owned enterprises. We generally categorize it under sectors. We have 7 sectors: chemical, ceramic, electrical, engineering, that is mechanical engineering, electronics, textile, and traditional. And we have altogether 44 companies. And considering the last financial year, the sales, just to give an overview of what the state PSU's size is like, 3,892 crores was the sales turnover. Operating profit was around 386 crores. And the CapEx, the capital expenditure proposed through the master plan framework, which has been initiated by the Honorable Minister last year. Of course, previously also companies were doing projects, but not structured in a framework in this manner. So the total capital expenditure is around 9,500 crores through the short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans. And here we have an opportunity for mutual benefit, where we can support you, where the state SOEs can support the CPSAs with our existing products and services, and we can also look at new product development. This is a joint exercise. Here I would request all of you, of course, we have put up our small stalls behind. Our people are there. All companies are represented. We have our brochures. This is all about our existing products and services. Coming to new products, many of the CPSEs, you may need, you will have a lot of need for your regular items, but apart from that, occasionally you may come across something where you need to develop something, where some time and effort is required over a period of time to develop. So such development also we can think of, as a joint exercise where our PSUs in the relevant sectors, if you want to do develop an engineering product, and in the relevant sectors, relevant company, you can identify and we can do that joint exercise, which may not always be the case when you approach, private sector vendors, because they may not have the patience and the time and inclination for doing the development. So this is one area where we can do that jointly. And from this, coming back to the very purpose of this today's summit, ultimately we have to, we all spend a lot of time, energy, traveling, coming, attending. At the end of the day, there has to be some takeaways. So from our perspective, the takeaway we expect would be, we have in the summit kit, which has been given to all of you, you will find a form, which is a feedback form. So kindly take a few minutes of your time. 10 minutes would be more than sufficient. Before you leave the venue in the evening, and fill it up and hand it over back. It is nothing but there are two differently designed forms. One for the CPSEs who are prospective buyers of our products and services, and one for our state-owned enterprises who could be sellers of product and services. They are separately designed. So just simple questions like which are the companies with which you find some opportunities for collaborating, for sourcing, what are the things, and who would be the contact person from your company for taking things forward and things like that. So kindly make it a point to fill it up and hand it back to us, because in one day session, we would have very much wished to have, as our Principal Secretary was saying, to have a clear-cut agenda and at least have 15-20 projects in place. But we also know that practically we are all from public sector. So sitting and talking across the table and concluding a deal may not be that easy. So at least you can trigger some thoughts, initiate some inquiries and some dialogue, and maybe over a couple of days or weeks that can translate into business. So that is the basic reason why we shared this form. So it takes some time to fill that and give it back to us. Now let me come to individual companies. Individual companies, each company, we are just giving, in this presentation, we are giving just one slide only for time constraints. But I'm again repeating, behind this venue, on the sides, you can see individual, it's not big stalls, but it's a table with all the material, the promotional material of the company. The brochures are all there. And on that display, there is a QR code. From there, you can directly download the brochures of all the companies. The people are also there. Some of the companies have given some physical exhibits also. So you can take all the time to, during the networking session, you can take all the time to understand more in detail. So this is, but at the same time, to do justice to the summit, we are doing this thing, one slide only per company. We're just showing this. And more details can always be collected from the respective companies' executives who are all here. So first we come to Autocast. I hope it is it's visible. So this is, all of you must be knowing about Autocast as a company. So basically it's a foundry, and we have steel casting capacity, ductile iron capacity, and gray iron capacities. Total, we have per piece 4,500, 4.5 tons size is the maximum what we can do. Maybe we can do a little larger also. And this is with various products. Facilities are all listed at the top. Engineering, pattern shop, R&D, melting, molding, QC and lab. So all these things are there. The factory is available for you, not today, some later day, for your team to come and visit. That's applicable to all our units. As I said, we are determined and committed to turn around and do much better. Next we come to Kerala Automobiles. Kerala Automobiles is located in Trivandrum, and this is the, we manufacture three-wheelers, auto rickshaws. It is there in existence for a very long time, and about 3-4 years back, the company was all throughout in IC engine-based three-wheelers. But in line with the current trend, KL also moved to electric auto rickshaws. So presently that is the thing, what we are doing. But apart from auto rickshaw, KL is also having an excellent machining shop with the modern machinery. And that shop is mainly utilized for serving the requirements of ISRO and VSC for very specialized machining applications that is being used. So that is also, that's a regular job. That is nothing to do with auto rickshaw. So this is a facility for probably many of you could utilize. You could make a visit and utilize. There we have enough capacities. KEL is Kerala Electrical and Allied Engineering Company. They have an electrical division and a fabrication division. Basically power transformers up to 25 MVA, 132 kV class, distribution transformers up to 5 MVA, casters in transformers. So this is the entire range of their products is listed here. That is the electrical division, traction alternators, and presently KEL is venturing into manufacture of electric motors. That is the new project they have taken up, electric vehicle motors. KEL has got, though it's an electrical engineering company, it has got a structural engineering division. They have done several good jobs in the state, including components for hydroelectric projects, penstocks and various other things. I am not taking a lot of time for each one because we have to listen to you. This is another company. Originally it was part of KEL, but now it's a separate company, KEL Electrical Machines Limited, located in the northern part of Kerala. This was actually for some time it was a joint venture of with BHEL, but now that is that joint JV is no more. Now it's a separate independent state-owned enterprise. So this company has got a lot of capabilities in again in EV motors. They are working on developing an EV motor for the buses, large capacity, 120 kW, and several other things. People are all here. A very knowledgeable team headed by its managing director is here, Mr. Krishna Kumar. Kindly interact with him. Keltron, I think I think outside of Kerala, all over India, if you take the best known name as far as our PSUs is concerned would be Keltron. Because everyone would have heard about Keltron. Long back, the TVs that were selling all over the country was Keltron. And the traffic systems, even today, traffic signaling systems, anywhere in India where you go, you will find Keltron. So Keltron is a very well-known name. No need for an introduction. So broadly, these are the products. Keltron has got 2 subsidiaries also. That will also get listed here. But this is the parent company, the mother company. So you can just go through strategic electronics, control instrumentation, power electronics, surveillance, security, a hell of a lot of things are there. Keltron is venturing into. So kindly use time for more personal interactions. This is one of the subsidiaries, Keltron Component Complex Limited. Here, this is basically a capacitor manufacturing company. Passive electronic components, mainly capacitors, and these are all kinds of capacitors they have. Presently, the company is into implementation of a project for manufacturing supercapacitors. That is, the project is underway. This is the second subsidiary of Keltron, Keltron Electro Ceramics Limited. That is transducers. Basically, they make transducers of various kinds. Hydrophones for naval applications. Metal Industries Limited is a small unit, small company in terms of turnover, but very good, small and beautiful, I would say. They are located in Shornur, near Thrissur, in Kerala. So they manufacture various engineering items, mainly agricultural implements, the various agricultural tools, implements for farming, plus other engineering components also. So they are looking for buyers of open forge made out of steel, aluminum, titanium, and super alloys in the weight range of steel up to 10 kg aluminum. These are all, all of them are good companies to partner with for taking care of your developmental needs, your regular orders. And I will come to the quality issue, I'll come to after all the slides. Again, a couple of general points to mention about the price, competitiveness, and quality, I'll come to that. SIFL, in the engineering sector, from our side, it is one of the largest companies in Kerala. In fact, most of you who are here from the CPSE side, I'm saying, would have come based on personal interactions and invitations from the SIFL team, right from Commander Suresh. I think that personal rapport has led to most of you coming here. All of you coming here, I would say. So, what I'm only saying is that you all know about SIFL. So basically, they have a range of products. Basically, forging is the key thing, various products. And in terms of projects currently being implemented, currently a 6-ton hammer is being added, and they are going ahead with in later another 4,000-ton press would be also added. So that would make SIFL on par with any large forging shop in the country. And they have a very competent team to take care of. Silk, Steel Industries Kerala Limited. They have various divisions. They are into fabrication, they are into casting, they have various activities located in 3 different places. So all the activities are listed here. Heavy engineering structures, automobile, prospective client industries are automobile sector, heavy industry, shipbuilding, defense, then automobile. So various in shipbuilding, shipbreaking, defense, all these areas they are there. Transformers and electricals, that is TELC. So TELC, even today, TELC was originally a Kerala company, then it became a joint venture with NDPC. Even today that continues. They are into transformers. The KEL which you saw earlier is also into transformers, but KEL is into smaller capacity transformers, and TELC is into larger capacity. TELC is more into 20 MVA and above. A very well-known name. If you go to any the older generation manufacturing factories in India or even in the Middle East, you will find at least one large capacity TELC transformer. So these are, you can see the overseas clients where all they are spread. But the current situation is not so rosy. There are issues, and we are trying to resolve all that. There are challenges, and we are trying to do all that. But we are determined to overcome. Traco Cable Company is another company of ours. We manufacture basically electrical conductors. The customers, maybe 80% of the clientele is electricity boards, Kerala State Electricity Board or other similar electricity boards, the overhead conductors is the main thing. But many people may not even know that Traco also manufactures house wiring cables, which goes directly to retail consumers. For anybody who wants to build wire their house. So those products are also there. And apart from the products which we supply to the electricity boards, presently the focus is, we are trying to shift the focus more towards house wiring cable and produce more of that, so that the company is not entirely dependent on the whims and fancies of the utility companies alone. So that is what it is, and this is moving in the right direction, and we are hopeful that we will do much better. And apart from that, some specialty cables for the marine cables for the shipbuilding industry, and similarly for defense, cables which are used for armored vessels and tanks and all that, with special quality. So that also we are in the process of developing. United Electrical Industries Limited, based in Kollam. This company in local parlance is known as a meter company, because they are manufacturing electrical meters for electricity measuring meters. But they also manufacture other products: a vehicle location tracking device, polymer insulators, LED street lights, energy meters, water meters, motor starters, 11 kV air brake switches. So several things they make. This company also has got, they have some projects to put up some electric charging stations and manufacture VLDC motor based fans. So these are the projects which they are looking at. Yeah, so that finishes the slides of all the PSUs. Now, just a couple of general points I just want to share with you, my own thoughts. Personally, I started my career with Central PSU for some years, and then I was a very, very long time with the private sector, and been heading some companies in the private sector. And later, at the fag end, I came to state PSU again, and presently I am serving as an advisor to the industries department, part of Riab. So with this kind of an experience, whatever I have gained over the time, I'm just sharing some thoughts. See, we talk of, we are all, in a commercial contracting, in a deal, we have to be competitive, and you go by quotations, you buy tender, you get L1. All those things are true, those are all reality. But when we started interacting very closely with our PSUs and asking them questions, why you are not getting orders, you are bidding, why you are not getting. So simple thing many a time that comes up is, see, people are outbidding us, we are not L1, we cannot be L1, so our price is high, our cost is high, our price is high, so we don't get orders. So our capacity, to a great extent, is idle. We have 100%, instead of 100%, we are using only say 40%, 50% capacity, 60% capacity. The balance capacity is idle. So why is this? So what is the reason for you being not competitive? So one thing that, obviously, any one of us would think that, okay, you have a lot more manpower than what is really required, and so you are not competitive. Your salaries and wages are so high, so your fixed cost is very high. So you load all that on the price, so you become uncompetitive. So we thought over this and discussed, and finally came with some solution for our PSUs, that kindly, when you go for a bid, kindly, I'm not talking of the chemical manufacturing companies where the pricing costing is relatively easier. It's a product you are regularly going. But for engineering companies who have to bid and get orders, this costing becomes very important. So here we, after seeing this, we realize that it is better not to look at the fixed cost alone, fixed cost at all. Look at your variable cost, and then balance is the contribution part. Even if you don't contribute 100% your fixed costs, even if you contribute 30%, 40%, that's fine. But have your shop running. So this philosophy is accepted, and based on that, we are trying to do that, and several companies are able to secure orders also. Because the traditional way of the finance guy sitting and doing the costing and putting all the costs over there, the idling costs, everything, and loading it on a particular order, you will not get an order. So this we have corrected from our side. But one thing I wanted to bring you on notice is, we also realized that in some cases, I can cite examples, in some cases, even, even when, you know, the company is trying to quote at their variable cost, just at the variable cost, raw material and whatever utilities going into that, without any overheads at all, still some other people, I mean, mainly from the private sector, are undercutting them and taking orders. How is that possible? If everybody is using the same quality raw material, the specified raw material, this is practically not possible. Unless, of course, there will be some volume advantage. If a player is buying huge volumes, he may get maybe some quantity discounts on the thing, that is true. But that is only to a limited extent. This is much more than that, which means our apprehension is that people may be cutting corners with regard to quality. For instance, Traco cables buys electrical grade aluminum for their conductors. And for that there is a price. And if somebody is outbidding them on the variable cost itself, less than the variable cost of them, then obviously the other party is not using the right material. So they are also providing test certificates. For the board, that is sufficient. So what I'm only exhorting to all of you is, when we look at the, you know, the L1 and the price aspect alone, for the long-term good of our own company, to ensure that we are actually buying quality products, we should look at these aspects also. And from that point of view, yes, there may be a case for PSUs. Raw material.
Maybe you can take one more minute.
Yeah, I'm just concluding. So, I can assure you that as far as the raw material is concerned, as far as the manufacturing process is concerned, the PSUs by and large do not cut corners. Because it doesn't make any sense for them to do that. They follow their standards, they follow their ethics, and we can even bluntly say that we don't have the cleverness to do what other people are doing on that. So kindly give, between us, kindly give due respect, due weightage for that aspect, and keep that also in mind while deciding on contracts. We have the infrastructure, we have very good infrastructure, much better than what many other private players would have, and we have skilled manpower, and we can give you continued support in the long term, not just order to order. So that's all, and thank you all for the patient listening, and we will listen to all of you. And towards the end, once again, may I request you kindly give the feedback forms. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy Kurian. I think I'll quickly mention the format of today's the presentations. Now we start with the CPSEs. Now we have 15 minutes per organization as per the time schedule which has been given to you. Now, as a moderator, I would take the liberty of ringing a bell at the end of the 13th minute, so that maybe you can slowly move towards conclusion. Then we'll have 5 minutes for taking 1 or 2 questions, 2 or 3 even, 3 questions, but restricted to 5 minutes. So we'll start off with the first presentation, Garden Reach Shipbuilders, Kolkata, which is represented by, I would request Commander Rajiv Sridharan, who is the General Manager of Garden Reach. Garden Reach was set up way back in 1884, taken over by the Government of India in 1960. Commander Sridharan, please. Commodore Sridharan has 28 years of experience in ship design and construction. He graduated from CUSAT and holds a M.Tech in Ocean Engineering from IIT Kharagpur. Long years of experience in this particular line of activity. Over to you, Mr. Rajiv Sridhar.
Thank you. Good morning to you. I'm Commodore Rajiv Sridharan, retired. I am the Chief General Manager of Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, Kolkata. Good morning. And Shri Mohammad Hanish, IAS, the Principal Secretary, Government of Kerala, Chairman Riab, Mr. Ashok, Mr. Roy Kurian, Advisor Riab, distinguished guests, co-panelists, and members of the industry, and members of my shipbuilding industry especially. And it is wonderful to be here this morning. We have 15 minutes, and the day started off with the Principal Secretary's energy, and sir, I should say it is infectious, and I hope this wonderful initiative that you have started will fructify into something useful for both of us. I can talk for hours on our pain areas and aspirations, but as again, in the opening address, which was brought out by both the speakers, electronics, electrical, engineering sector, which are very clearly pointed out as focus areas, are in fact not only pain areas, but they're also something that are aspirational for us, because we are looking to reach greater heights, greater achievements in the future. I'm sure we'll together reach a win-win situation, and my presentation today will be very short. I will start with a short movie of the Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, which tells you what we do, and then because more often than not, we don't know what we want. We would look to hear from you what you can offer us, and tell us where you can help us get over these pain areas, and also reach the new technology frontiers that we are aspiring to reach. So I will start with a short movie, and follow up with a very short presentation, and then take question and answers from you. Can we have the movie?
This is the story of a journey that began more than 100 years ago. The tale of a small river steam workshop founded in 1884, which made its mark during the World War II by constructing, converting and repairing more than 4,000 vessels, and today has grown into India's premier shipbuilding company, manufacturing state-of-the-art warships. This is a story about Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited. Back in April 1960, GRSE rose to become one of the first companies to acquire the PSU status in the defense industry. It also became a key partner to the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, and other organizations for delivering vessels for defense and non-defense applications. GRSE has delivered more than 100 warships, which is the highest number of warships delivered by any Indian shipyard till date. With delivery of the first ever indigenous warship for the Indian Navy, INS Ajay, a seaward defense boat in 1961, to the first ever patrol vessel for Indian Coast Guard, CGS Rajhans. From the first ever indigenous survey vessel, INS Santhayak, first indigenous landing ship tank, INS Magar, to the only indigenous 24,600-ton fleet replenishment tanker in India, INS Aditya. From guided missile corvette INS Kora, the P-16A guided missile frigate INS Brahmaputra, to P-28 Kamorta-class anti-submarine warfare corvettes, which became India's first warships built with indigenously developed warship-grade steel and achieve the distinction of 90% indigenous content. GRSE's journey continued to also become the first integrator of carbon composite superstructure with steel hull on board 3rd and 4th ASW corvettes for Indian Navy. 90% indigenous content, yet again on board in-house designed landing craft utility Mark IV ships built for the Indian Navy. From frigates, missile and ASW corvettes, landing ship tanks, landing craft utilities, survey vessels, offshore and inshore patrol vessels, water jet fast attack crafts, hovercrafts. From 5-ton boats to 24,600-ton fleet tanker. The repertoire of GRSE is rich and varied. The in-house designed first ever warship built in India and exported overseas multi-role offshore patrol vessel CGS Barracuda for Mauritius. In keeping with Vision Sagar of Government of India, GRSE fast patrol vessel SCGPS Zoroaster was handed over by the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to the President of Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Wavell Ramkalawan. GRSE continues its thrust on exports by bagging orders from friendly countries. Modernization of infrastructure with integrated shipbuilding facility, in line with the best in the world, has enhanced the capacity across GRSE's 3 shipbuilding production locations at Main Works Unit, Fitting Out Unit and Rajabagan Dockyard Unit to construct 20 ships concurrently, including 8 large and 12 medium to small ships. GRSE has a strong order book including a prestigious order for 3 advanced 6,700-ton frigates P-17 Alpha. Other prestigious projects include contract for 4 survey vessels and 8 ASW shallow watercrafts won on competitive bidding. 61 years of human expertise in design and production of ships aids GRSE to continue on its growth path. 100
I will not go to the conclusion because I just wanted to give you a quick glimpse of what we do so that you as industry partners can, try and plug in where you think you can help us. So broadly, this is what we do. And in the next 5-7 minutes, I will just take you through a short presentation. Those who are not aware of Garden Reach, you have a quick glimpse of that. Now, okay, I will not take you through this. This you have already seen. A small minute on this because of the variety of things that we build. Everything, as was mentioned in the morning, is about electronics, electrical, and engineering. It's all about this. So we have a lot of good work that we have done. We have a lot of good work we want to do, and a lot of pain areas. So this is what we look at for your support, where we are looking at the shipbuilding scenario quickly. We were something like 0.2% of the shipbuilding. We had a 0.2% of the global market share in 2002. By 2005, we reached about 1.2%. We had a nice growth. And we anticipated by that 2017, we had about 7.5% of the global market. But unfortunately, because of a lot of factors, by 2013, we went almost out of the global map in terms of shipbuilding. A lot of issues are there in terms of industry, cost, which was just talked about now. We had also some issues with respect to policies and things like that. They have been worked on, and over a period of time now we have a lot of, we have some vision for us to reach in 2030, the Maritime India Vision 2030, which I will just quickly give you a perspective of what we are looking at in terms of growth. Okay, this is the mission, Maritime India Vision 2030. We are about 27,000 ton GT, that is currently, and we're looking at going to 500,000 tons. So we can't do it alone. We need support from all of you here. The world ranking, we're looking at going from greater than 20. We're virtually not in the map, and we'd like to come into the top 10. And ship repair, and somebody was talking this morning about ship breaking, etc. We are aiming to be there right on top. Now, incidentally, the shipbuilding industry has a job multiplier factor of about 6.4. That means every 1 person we employ, 6.4 people are employed outside the industry to support us. So we will get additional jobs of about 100,000 plus. This is what is the MIV 2030 talking about. in terms of the inland waterways, which Kochi incidentally is the leader in the country, with the water metro being there and all others trying to now follow. We are looking at 23 operational national waterways, cargo movement greater than 200 metric tons, 3 times of what we are having now, and of course annual passenger transportation through ferries and coastal transport from 14 crores today to about 70 crores by 2030. Huge targets and a lot of scope for work, but the challenges exist. Now this is from the perspective of the commercial shipping and passenger shipping, etc. Now from the defense sector, we have the Navy, the Coast Guard leading a lot of shipbuilding activity. There is a Maritime Capability Perspective Plan 2012 to 2027, which lays out what the Navy wants over this period of time. And there is also very clear perspective. This we can share, we can discuss subsequently. The Technology Perspective Capability Plan in 2018, which talks about what technology they are looking at down the line, what they want to focus, where they want to reach. There is also an Indian Naval Indigenization Plan, which is a roadmap for indigenization. So I'm trying to bring here a picture of the commercial shipbuilding growth prospects as well as the defense sector. Okay, so the way ahead is obviously national. We need to have a national shipbuilding strategy which talks about synergizing the commercial and shipbuilding industries, synergized as one industry. The strategy for a global, successful, innovative and sustainable shipbuilding enterprise, which needs all industry members as partners, and without which we can go nowhere. Sometimes, they say for the want of a nail, the war was lost. It is very true, because as somebody being in the industry for the last 30 years, I was just talking to the gentleman from ISRO, and I was saying that we send people to, machines to Mars, but we land up with some small issue and we get delayed enormously, something which we cannot solve, or because we do not have the wherewithal, or we as shipbuilders, and somebody from outside needs to be bought in, which is available here, and we would like to certainly leverage that. So we look at close cooperation between shipbuilding industry, the ancillary industry and academia. We do a lot of work with the IITs, with other industry, other academia and R&D organizations as well. And we would try to apply the same with the state-owned enterprises in Kerala. We'll see how we can do. Instantly, when we were asked whether we can cooperate with you in some manner, I had a lot of ideas on where we can go with this, but we need you to support us in terms of telling us where you can help us, because I think that would be the best way to do it. We are open to having you all come and spend time with us. We will send our people across to see what you have to do. But briefly, since the bell is already on, gone, I'll just quickly finish off. Okay. Basically, we have to look at core fundamental aspects which already exist, and also futuristic technologies which we are aspiring to do. So we will not go into great detail. I am looking at, as a shipbuilder, focusing on green technologies, autonomous vessels, and extensive use of AI. This is for the future, but I cannot go to the future until I have a solid present, for which I need core and fundamental engineering. Okay, so where we still have pain areas, as I said. Okay, some trouble here. Okay, we'll talk about this. Basically, I want to talk, since the time is not there, I'm not going to go. Okay, I'll just look at where I look at the support, what support I look forward from the Kerala SOEs. so that we can quickly wind up and then discuss with the others. The core and fundamental technologies, immediately what comes to mind is valves for onboard application, marine applications, especially the naval applications. We see that there's a lot of potential there. Cables, we have talked about, marine and naval applications. There are specific requirements. We will share that with you, and we'll see whether you can, reach out and help us there. Castings and forging, certainly. Small boat building, but the requirement is aluminum and composites, so we'll have to see how we can marry that. Transformers, power systems, certainly where we can work together on some projects. As far as futurist technology is concerned, again, Keltron is been supplying, as you mentioned, sir, this morning about naval application, hydrophones and things like that. We're looking at underwater communications for autonomous systems. I'm sure that they can help us with those things. Electric vessels, lithium-ion batteries, control systems, we are working on autonomous systems. We would like to see how we can partner in those areas. Energy storage devices, I just saw you had mentioned large capacitors and things like that. Because I skipped those slides where the technology is like looking at electric propulsion, also looking at directed energy weapons, which needs large energy storage devices. This is weapons of the future, and we can't do that without these kind of support systems. And they are still at a nascent stage, and probably we can work together and develop something which will certainly be used by the Navy in the future. So I'll wind up here, sir, because we can always discuss in detail, and thank you for the opportunity, and we're more than glad to partner with you and the amazing work that you have been doing. We'd like to be part of that, and thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Commander Rajiv Sridharan. I'm very sorry that I couldn't give you more time, because I also have the responsibility of fitting in all the presentations with the given time schedule. But of course, we have time for discussions after the presentation also. Now, yeah, please. Now, you can take 2 questions. We will spend... Yes. So I think having now is better, sir. Try to speed up, sir, because otherwise calling again may be a problem, sir. Maybe you can take a call on that. Yes, then I think maybe we can have the Q&A after the networking session. Now,
I think we will go for the basic presentation over here, followed by formal and informal discussions later. That would be better. Yes. Because for general audience, X and Y and Z, everybody sitting together, not all would be enthused by Garden Reach. They have a niche audience. That's why I'm saying. Sure.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, in the panel, I have Mr. Ravi Shankar, who's got long years of experience in Middle East and Africa, and as a mechanical engineer. Mr. George Burgess, again a mechanical engineer. He's got a lot of engineering experience in rubber industry. Myself, I'm Padma Kumar. I'm again an engineer and member secretary to the Public Sector Restructuring Board, which is Riab. Now, I would request the officer from Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mr. Navsad. Now, Navsad joined, please. Navsad joined HPCL in 2009 and is a B.Tech holder in mechanical engineer with a master's in business administration. Over to you. So again, maybe I would request you to now speak near the mic so that I think everybody can hear. Please keep this time of 13 minutes for a bell, and then you can take further 2 minutes. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, senior officials from Government of Kerala, SOAs, CPSEs, very good morning to one and all. Myself, Nafsat, Senior Manager Retail Engineering, heading the retail functionaries of HPCL Cochin Retail RO. It gives me immense pleasure to stand in front of you on this Cpse-Soe Business Summit representing HPCL. Moving forward, for this business association, it is my proud privilege to be a part of Business Summit, where we are looking forward for business association. As the saying of Helen Keller, alone we can do little, but together we can do so much. So with this business association, with the CPSE and the SOAs, we are seeing a lot of business opportunities. I'm sure during my presentation, I will be covering the points where we can associate, and I will give the area where you can be part of HPCL. At present, we are having business association with some of the CPSEs like Sidco, Silk, SIFL, where we sell our product. But this platform, we are looking forward where we can source services and products from your end. Before moving, let me give a small overview of Hindustan Petroleum Corporation. We are a refining and marketing company. As you all know, we not only sell petrol and diesel, we sell more than 100 varieties of lubricants, 10 to 15 varieties of fuels which are marketed by, which are refined by our refinery to the major B2B customers. We are having two major refineries, one at Mumbai and Vizag, and a joint venture with HMEL and MRPL, Mangalore refinery. And our new refinery is coming up with Bambar, Rajasthan. Our last year gross sales was 3,72,642. We are having the largest lube refinery in India, and because of this, we are a Fortune 500 and a Maharatna company. As you all know, retail outlet is the face of our company, where we are having more than 20,000 plus of retail outlet. We are having a separate SBU for handling the retail sales. For different verticals of business, we are having separate SBUs. So retail outlet sales is being taken care by retail SBU. And we fuel the gases for your kitchen. This is being done by our LPG SBU. We also give supply to the aviation field. We are having our presence, which has been done by our aviation SBU. And for catering to the B2B customers, for fuels for ships, we are having a direct sale SBU, which cater the B2B segment. We are having joint ventures with HMEL, SAL, and Hindustan Colas. So in a nutshell, we are a refining and a marketing company. So as you all know, for a refining and a marketing company, means marketing is only possible if you are having a huge infrastructure. And this infrastructure comes with a capex. Means we have to invest, then only we can build in infrastructure. So in the building of this infrastructure, means a lot of vendors are already associated with. With this forum, we look forward for new vendors who are not a part of HPCL. So the flow from the crude to the mega refinery to our end users, a lot of infrastructure we develop. We develop our terminals, we develop our LPG plants. We are having a lot of retail networks where at present we have a certain class of vendors in which I'm sorry to say that none of the present SOEs are present. Sir, coming to the HPCL Kerala, to be specific, since most of the SOEs are from Kerala, we are having two regional offices, one at Cochin and Calicut for taking care of the retail business. Retail business means we are having more than 750 pluses of retail outlets. At retail outlet, as you all know, means we spend nearly 70 to 80 lakhs of rupees in an outlet. And this 70 to 80 lakhs of rupees comes mainly from the canopy, which have a lot of structures, storage tank, which is underground storage tank, pavers, then cables, lights, all this amount to around 80 to 90 lakhs of rupees. But at present, all these are being sourced from the vendors from outside the Kerala. We feel as a company means lot of the SOEs present here can directly be a part of our journey. Example, for the structure means silk can be a part of providing structures to us. We nearly procure nearly 3 crores of rupees structures in a year for HPCL Cochin RO. If you add the Calicut regional office also, the total procurement will be coming to 7 crores of rupees. Put together, last year, Cochin and Calicut regional office have spent 40 crores of rupees in capex, in which majority of the amount was spent in terms of procurement of storage tanks, development of canopies, RVI, and paver. And then we have a direct sales regional office which take care of the B2B segment. There also we do provide consumer pumps where B2B sales are happening. There also they require storage tanks and infrastructure for canopy. We have LPG plant, black oil terminals and white oil terminals where the investment comes in huge but not that frequent. The other investment which I have discussed are routine in nature, and every year we do normally spend around 20 to 30 crores of rupees in a year. And coming to this forum, procurement requirement in connection with the Kerala SOC. As I told earlier, means structural steel for canopy, roofing sheet, false ceiling and other materials, this amount to around 7 crores of rupees in a year. This is the quantum of purchase that we make in a year. And then comes RVI. RVI means retail visual identity. During the presentation, I didn't find much scope of from these vendors in case of RVI. But paver blocks and yard light poles and high mast means we are having traco cables and other means one more Unitech means we do find lot of opportunity for these SOEs, cables, hume pipe, prefabricated tanks, which I have told earlier. Means silk is having a lot of scope. Means when we met Silk MD during our initial discussion for other business, it was discussed during that meeting, which was put forward in our purchase team also. So in a nutshell, in a retail outlet, these are the building blocks which constitute this 80 to 90 lakhs of investment. Now, coming to the main question, how do we procure? This 40 crores of rupees means how we are investing. Being a public sector kind of enterprises, we do follow certain procedures for getting these services and materials. One is through GEM. As you all know, being a government company means we also procure materials through GEM. GEM we procure the services which are in 100% service in nature or items which are 100% item related, not a combination of both. For having the items which require material supply plus services, it is been procured through our in-house procurement mode, which I will be discussing in the subsequent slides. For handling this, we are having a body called CPO, where this centralized procurement, this is a centralized procurement organization. The procurement which are more than 3 crores of rupees and which are common to all the SBUs which I have discussed, LPG, direct sales, retail, this is being taken care by the CPO. And then we have decentralized procurement functionaries which normally handles the procurement which are less than 3 crores or which are specific to an SBU. Means if a retail SBU require canopy, it will be handled by decentralized procurement functionaries. And both the entities, CPU and this DPF, source the items through 2 methods. One is limited tender, another one is public tender. Limited tenders, as I told earlier, less than 3 lakhs of rupees, which will be given to the vendors who are already enrolled in HPCL vendor list. So I repeat, means who are already enrolled. But for public tender, irrespective of whether the vendor is registered or not, we publish it as a public mode and anybody can participate. And how we can associate? The participation through public tender, vendor addition of, means I'll just tell you how you can participate in the public tender, how you can be a part of our vendor who are already approved. It is so simple. Means just log on to Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, www.hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. Under the quick links, you can see vendor registration. And if you just keep 9 set of documents ready, so it's my humble request to all the SOEs present over here who are not a part of HPCL empaneled vendor list, take this opportunity and enroll yourself as the HPCL approved vendor. It is very simple. If you upload all the 9 set of documents, these details will be going to our committee who will be scrutinizing the documents. Being a public sector means being a government entity, this process will be very easy for you and it will be approved immediately. And for participating in a public tender, also you have to first register, and here you can see temporary registration for quoting for public tender. You have to opt for that so that your email address and your password will be generated and it will be sent to you. So that's it, how we can associate all the related documents you have to upload along with a small nominal fee of 5,000 rupees. Means you submit the documents, it will come to our vendor evaluation team, and once it is approved, you will be our empaneled vendor. So I feel means I have covered some of the points so that our the respected SOIs present over here can be our empaneled vendor, and the next tenders, whatever comes from our HPCL will reach to you. I take this opportunity for thanking each one of you, giving this chance to HPCL to showcase and taking this opportunity to add more number of vendors or empaneled list.
Thank
As
you.
I
I would request you to not to close the presentation, okay? Because it's running automatically, so please do not close the presentation.
So that's it, sir. I mean, I am winding up. As I said earlier, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But there is a minor deviation in the schedule, because my request Mr. Sanjeev Vera, the head of the state unit of the IOC, to take maybe 5 minutes to explain the requirements and also about the asset monetization aspects which we always discuss with the Industries Department, Kerala. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. Respected Mr. Hanis Mohammed Sir, IAS, Mr. Dr. B. Ashok, Chairman, RIAB, and distinguished members for industry, both central PSUs and state PSUs. A very good morning to all of you. I am Sanjeev Behera. I am the CGM and State Head of Indian Oil Corporation Limited of Kerala State Office. So in fact, I joined Kerala during some June 2022. I'll just give a brief about IOC and IOC's global perspective and what IOC is doing in Kerala, and also our requirements. In fact, to be very honest, I was not knowing many things about the state PSUs. A good presentation by Mr. Ashok, and it gives very good insight about how the state PSUs are doing and how we can collaborate. And I don't have any structured presentation, but I will give a brief about IOC to start with. As many of you knowing, IOC is the leading commercial enterprise in the country. It in fact is the largest commercial enterprise in the country in terms of turnover. Last year we registered some 3.7 lakh crores of turnover with a net profit of 22,000 crores. And we operate 11 refineries, and we have some 55,000 touch points across the country. We have 36,000 outlets and some 12,800 LPG distributorship. We have some 120 operating LPG bottling plants, 110 depots and terminals. Similarly, we have 125 aviation fuel stations operating around the clock across the country to meet the energy requirements of the country. Not only IOC is present in India, but we have a global reach also, like we are present in Mauritius, we are present in Sri Lanka, we are present in many African countries. Also in neighboring countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, we have very, very strong presence. It's a truly multinational company, I can say in real terms. Coming to specific to Kerala. Kerala, we don't have any refinery, only Bharat Petroleum has a refinery, Kochi refinery. But we have a very strong retail network, and we have 12 operating locations that comprises of LPG bottling plants, depots and terminals, and aviation fuel stations. We have 1,200, almost 1,126 retail outlets, 350 LPG distributorship, And we are venturing into and alternate energy initiatives like CNG and CBG and EV charging stations. Coming specific to Kerala, we are operating 67 CNG stations right now. We're the leading player in the industry. At the same time, we have 118 EV charging stations. And we are going very strongly into these alternative initiatives. We are associating with Government of Kerala also to new initiatives like hydrogen. I have been a part of hydrogen initiative by Government of Kerala. So I am representing IOC to take hydrogen initiative in Kerala. Coming to the specific initiative hydrogen, like IOC is the first company in the country to start operating one hydrogen fueling stations. We have commissioned one hydrogen fueling station near to our Coil refinery, and we will be operating hydrogen fuel cell buses from that location to Statue of Unity and Sabarmati Ashram. This is an initiative taken by any company for the first time in the country. And I am happy to share that IOC is constructing one LPG import terminal, that is Cochin import terminal, at an investment of 1,236 crores. It is ready for mechanical completion sometime in December. And with the active support of Government of Kerala, this project is going on very smoothly, and we are targeting to commission this project sometime in March and April 2023. This work is going on full swing. Coming to second major project of IOC in Kerala, that is Cochin-Salem pipeline. It's LPG pipeline, cross-country pipeline. It will be going from Kerala to Tamil Nadu. It's a 50-50 JV between Indian Oil Corporation Limited and Bharat Petroleum. This also Kerala part work is almost over, and the Tamil Nadu part is taking off. So this is a brief about IOC. It's a global perspective IOC and Kerala specific perspective. Coming to our collaborative approach with state government enterprises, like my counterpart, my colleague from Cpse-Soe was saying about procurement, how the procurement system is there. For all central government PSUs like IOC, BPC and HPC, all oil industry, the procurement system is almost same. We procure directly through GEM portal, through tendering process, and definitely we'll evaluate and I'll just go and sit with my team, my engineering team, my retail team. So how to explore the possibility of integrating and collaborating with state PSUs, and I can give assurance from this forum, and that will definitely take it forward. And coming to this asset monetization of plan by Ministry to Ministry, we are extremely highly keen, and we are ready to associate with you for taking this initiative forward. I once again thank Hanif sir and all the entire team of Kerala government for giving an opportunity to IOC. In fact, I was not in Kochi for last few days. I got a call from sir, then I said, sir, definitely, sir, 100%. Though I have many commitments, I'll come and attend this meeting. Sir, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and looking forward for a collaborative approach with all state government PSUs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Bera. So we come back to the original schedule. So we have the next presentation from HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Sri Subramani Shastri, General Manager. Mr. Shastri is Head of Production Planning, Management Services and Outsourcing in HAL. So he holds a MTech in Process Metallurgy from NIT, Surathkal, and is a postgraduate also in Material Science from the Bangalore University. Over to you, Mr. Shastri. Now, I'm sure that almost all our PSUs have registered in the GEM portal, so we are committed to the delivery schedules, very competitive quotes and so on and so forth. So you can be rest assured that we will rise to the occasion, please.
Open full screen. That's all. Good morning, everybody. I am D. Subramani Shastri from HAL Foundation Port Division, representative from Government of India and members of Riab. and delegates, dignitaries from Center PSU and State PSU. HAL Foundry and Food Division is one of the division in the Bangalore complex of HAL. HAL is having around 16 manufacturing units and 9 R&D units spread over India. In that, HAL Foundry and Food Division produces the castings and forgings, rolled rings, SMA, that is a shape memory alloys, and rubber products and brake pads for our various programs of HAL and other defense and other earth movers equipments. Our product range is closed die forging, open die forging, and rolled rings, near net shape forging, that is precision blades. And the casting, both ferrous and non-ferrous, magnesium castings, aluminum, sand castings, and investment castings. As I told, this one is rubber products. We have various certifications in our factory. That is major, this one AS 9100 aerospace standard, and environmental management standard, health and safety, energy management, and we have customer approval specific to GE, Rolls-Royce, and Collins Aerospace, ISRO, etc. Strength of our division, Foundry and Food Division, we have full-fledged R&D center, and we have detailed testing laboratory, metallurgical testing, chemical testing, etc. And we have dedicated R&D department. Our main strength is the technical based domain is technical in forgings, castings. Forgings infrastructure, we have in ring rolling, two ring rolling machines. One is 10 by 63 ton, another one is the 400 and 200 ton. This is the new infrastructure we are introduced recently. And open and closed die forging, we have 3,000 ton hydraulic press, 3,200 ton direct screw presses and a few screw presses, 10 ton counter blow hammer, pneumatic hammers. As I explained, ring rolling machines and hydraulic machines. Coming to the material capabilities, this is the challenge area now. We manufacture the forgings and castings using the import materials, especially from the steel, variety of specifications we are handling, AMS specification, military specifications, German specification, and French specifications, and other specifications like maraging steel and precipitation hardening steels. Aluminium side, we have American specification and French specifications. Nickel superalloys also we are handling. Titanium, variety of titanium grades we are handling. Now the challenge is getting the import material. I'll touch upon that one next later, this one. Castings. We have a full-fledged aluminum casting facility, automated foundry, low pressure die casting machines, sand casting machines, and sand reclamation for recycling the sand. Then full-fledged spectrovac facility for chemical analysis, bottom quench furnace for heat treatment, In the investment casting area, we have robotic shell making facility, wax pattern injection machines, dewaxing machines, vacuum induction melting facility. Coming to non-ferrous magnesium castings, this is the one of the unique facility we have in Foundry and Food division. The fluxless melting up to 200 kg, and we can do maximum melting up to 400 kg. You can see the magnesium casting, the biggest magnesium casting we produce for MGB housing for helicopter. We have 3D printing machine for sand casting, rapid prototype machining, so that we can cut down the development stage. So whenever the new design or new development comes, we do the molding through RPT and we'll cut down the development stage. This I already explained, rush through this one. We have full-fledged laboratory. This is another unique facility we have in Foundry and Food division, that is the shape memory alloys. The shape memory alloys, the nickel titanium alloy nitinol. This shape memory alloys cup rings are used for coupling of the dissimilar metals. This is a rapid prototype machine. I'll rush through this one because I will come to the main area. This is our facilities. What is the capabilities we produce? Maximum size of around 800 into 800 aluminum castings and forgings. This is the ring rolling capacity. With the latest facility, we can roll up to, in the titanium, up to 2 meter dia rolled rings we can produce now. Steel up to 3 meter, aluminum 3.5 meter. The current outsourcing of Foundry and Food division, we outsource in these areas like manufacturing of the forgings. We are already outsourcing to Kerala, SAFL Kerala, we are outsourcing from the last 1990 onwards, we are outsourcing mainly the R-Toost and Garrett discs, we are outsourcing to SAFL. In future also, our strategy is not to invest on machines. Wherever the capability is there, we will do the outsourcing, so that in any Kerala industries, anybody want to come and join with us, you are welcome. The main criteria for doing the outsourcing of forgings, the AS 9100 is preferable. ISO 9001 also is okay. In addition to that, the calibration standard, all calibration should be enabled certified through agency, and similarly the other requirement is furnace calibration should be AMS 2750. These are the minimum criteria required for manufacturing of the forgings for aeronautical applications. Similarly, other area like manufacturing of investment castings, aluminum castings also we outsource. Rubber components, I think in the rubber area, the Kerala can contribute. Now what we are doing is we do give the compound and only the molding operation we outsource. But if any rubber industries come forward and if they do from the die to final finished product, we are welcoming such initiative also. Because the main requirement is it should be approved by our certifying agency, Semilag. If you take up the certifying agency approval, you can directly supply the rubber and rubber products. Another area is the brake pad machining. Then other small the operations like trimming, water jet cutting, all these we outsource. Fabrication of castings and forgings, fabrication of heat treatment fixtures, machining of rings and forgings, castings and aerofoils. I think this area, some of the industries from Kerala can contribute. That is the machining of rings. Recently, we got an order from Rolls-Royce. After COVID, there was some problem. Now our order book is very good with the Rolls-Royce. We produce the rolled rings in the nickel superalloys and titanium rings. These rings can be machined by some of the vendors here because it is very high value addition, and only the small issue, this one is from Bangalore to here, there will be transportation issue, but still compared to the value addition, some of the industries can take up. We have in the phase 1 and phase 2, there is a lot of order from Rolls-Royce. So machining, some people can come forward. Then coming to small other, this one milling and fettling of aluminum and magnesium castings, machining of test samples, metallurgical and mechanical testing, that is we do outsourcing of testing of materials, that creep testing, stress rupture testing, all this to the laboratories. Because for Rolls-Royce, a lot of huge of testing is involved, like stress rupture, creep and all. This slide gives a clear picture on what are the areas you can contribute. The forging area, if somebody is interested to do the tooling, die machining, that type of jobs we are outsourcing. Then machining I already told. Casting side, if somebody wanted to invest on 3D molding, 3D printing, that area we can outsource. Other this one I already covered, NDT and tooling. Another area is the casting tooling, casting patterns and tools, that also we are outsourcing. Okay. Now this need of the hour is now the biggest challenge is getting the materials. Due to the government GT restriction, import on restriction, the public sector, especially defense public sectors, are facing a lot of problem. We are not able to import the material. Yesterday I visited to SAFL. So I was, during the visit, I was discussing with the Commander Suresh, Managing MD, SAFL. Why can't you start the melting and producing alloy development? In Kerala, you have a lot of sponge, titanium sponge. So you can start with the melting, alloy development, titanium alloys, and you have a lot of expertise in steel, processing of steels. So you can start, you have capacity, the land capacity, so that you can expand your SAFL, this one, in the long run for the sustained growth. You are already mentioned, it is for the sustained growth. The SAFL, we are interacting from the 90s onwards, so that in that area if you focus, because it is very difficult to import the material, we have to, due to the Atmanirbhar, this one, Make in India, we have to do the now, this year, HAL is facing a lot of problem on getting the material. We are, for indigenization of materials, we are initiated. Some Star Wire, Saraloha, all these people are coming, but the main issue is the volume. We are not getting the, we are not having the volume for that. So I was requesting SAFL, why can't you start alloy development, that area? So small investment, some VIM and VAR is required, and some presses are required for roll and extrusion process. So that area you can invest.
30 seconds.
Handling in development vendors to meet the quality standards, that is our main focus. We handhold the vendors, and continuous supply chain management. For future, for all our HAL programs, we develop our vendor base and continuously, once the established with this Foundry and Fort division, because you are Semilac approved, you continue, continuously we will give the order unless or otherwise another vendor has come up with the approval. Till that time, we will continue with the same vendor. So these are the areas, some of the
Please.
vendors, suppliers from Kerala can contribute to the HAL, this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shastri. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you
Yeah.
more time.
One more last point I will tell, because it's very important.
Please.
The last slide, here I want to add this one is, all state PSUs can go through this Srijan portal. There is one Srijan portal from the government. If you go through the Srijan portal, all the CPSUs under defense PSUs, they will upload the indigenization requirement for the various program, HL programs. So there, like LRUs, allied development, component development, what we are importing right now will be uploaded in this Srijan portal. Please go through this Srijan portal. You can directly contact, addresses are given in the Srijan portal. You can contact the respective division, or you can write to us, and you can speak to the respective person, so that otherwise there is a provision to give your interest.
Yes.
Even HAL also will, HAL and other PSUs will contact you for further interaction.
Okay. So
Please
I think,
note down this
right.
Srijan portal, that is srijandefense.gov.in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, seeing your presentation, I think some of our master plan projects will have to get fine-tuned with your requirements. Well, we'll move on to the next presentation, which is of Golden Rock Railway Workshop, Trichy. Mr. Nandakumaran, please. A product of College of Engineering. Now, Gindi, and is an officer in the Indian Railway Store Service Cadre. Head of 4 depots, and currently the Deputy Chief Materials Manager of this Golden Rock Workshop, which is part of the Railway Materials Department.
It's Golden Rock.
Golden Rock, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the welcome address. Respected Sri Mohammad Hanif sir, Principal Secretary, Dr. R. Ashok, Chairman, RAAB, Mr. Roy Kurian, Advisor, RAAB, Government of India officials, Central Public Sector Units, Public Sector Unit dignitaries, Kerala State-owned Public Sector Units dignitaries and officials. Good morning to one and all. So, to be more clear, myself, Nandakumaran, I am a 2013 batch Indian Railway Store Service Officer. So currently working as a Deputy Chief Materials Manager at Golden Rock Workshop. It is called Ponmalai in Tamil. So it's a part of Southern Railway. So we are not a public sector unit, but we are a Government of India organization. So moving on to the presentation. Yeah, our workshop, Golden Rock Workshop, is like there are 40 plus workshops, railway workshops spread across the India. So ours is one of the distinguished workshop which undertakes a variety of works. So we are also the first railway workshop to obtain ISO certification. We are also the one of the first workshop to obtain ISO 14001 certification, and then we are the only workshop to have been conferred a Greenco Platinum rating, and then we have our own NABL certified CMT lab for testing of raw materials, and then the finished products are supplied by the various vendors. So we are also 5 years certified. So this is about a brief introduction about our workshop. So we are also have been a national energy leader, having consecutively backed excellent energy efficiency unit by CAA in the year 2020, 21, 22. So moving on to the core activities of central workshops, Golden Rock. So we do we have three major workshops. We have, like, it's a combination of shops. So that is why it is called as central workshops. So we have a carriage shop which is undertaking a periodic overhauling of ICF coaches, AC coaches, non-AC coaches as well. And then we are also doing intermediate overhauling of ICF bogies. We are also doing shop schedule attention for LHB coaches and bogies. And then we are also doing shop schedule attention for LHB power cars. So as I was saying, we are also doing the IOH attention for ICF bogies, the one on the left. We are also doing attention for LHB bogies, one on the right. So and then we are proud to say that we are the only manufacturing unit of steam locomotives in Indian Railways. So which is catering to the requirement of NMR, Nilgiri Mountain Railway. So we are also undertaking POH of that particular steam loco, as well as we are also manufacturing 1 unit per year. The next most important core activity is manufacturing of wagons. So as we all know that the Government of India, there is a long-term plan. By 2030, Government of India wants to procure or manufacture 1 lakh wagons. So out of which already 30,000 wagons order have been placed to various private sector units, out of which recently our workshop has been handed over order for construction of 1,000 box NHL wagons. The one on the left we are saying for transportation of coal for the current financial year, and then another 1,480 box NHL wagons for transportation of coal and the upcoming financial year. And then in addition to that, we are also having an order for 470 BVCM wagons. And then these are the various type of wagons which we are currently having order on hand. So our wagon manufacturing in our workshop started in the year 1962. So far we have produced around 55 varieties of wagons, 45 in broad gauge, 7 in meter gauge, 3 in narrow gauge. So total of 21,000, almost we are going to reach a 22,000 mark by end of this financial year. So one other core activity is that due to change in the traction policy introduced by Government of India, so we are moving on from diesel locomotives to electric locomotives. Earlier, GOC workshop was a nodal agency for overhauling of diesel electric locomotives. There are 2 types of locomotives. One is ALCO locomotives, other one is HHP, high horsepower locomotives. So we have been the nodal workshop for overhauling of high horsepower locomotives. And then in addition to that, due to phasing out of diesel locos, we are undertaking other activities such as periodic overhauling of diesel electrical multiple units, and then overhauling of high horsepower power packs, and then rewinding of traction machine armature and status. So we have one other shop called a production shop, so where we undertake overhauling of the bogie components such as springs, screw couplings, buffer sets. So coming to the material requirements of our workshop. So there are 2 category of items which we are procuring. One is called stock items, the other one is called non-stock items. Stock items are the items which we continuously procure for our regular maintenance activity. As such, the prime activity, one of the prime activities being coach overhauling. There are around 634 items which are being procured on an annual basis, yearly continuous basis, for a tune of 93 crores. So out of which certain items are LHB item, for which our partner Autocast Limited has been a supplier of LHB bogie components. Then we have diesel loco stock items, or almost around 474 items. So we to a tune of almost around 6.77 crores per year. Then for X-Class loco component, we have around 30 lakhs, which is being continuously procured. Then we have non-stock items, the second category, which we, as and when required, or on urgent basis, whatever is being procured. So those are categorized as non-stock items. We are procuring around 1,475 non-stock items for coach periodic overhauling, and then for about 881 items for diesel loco overhauling. Then for other rolling components, we procure around 34 items to a total tune of 50 crores we procure at our workshop level. So the current orders on hand, wagon manufacturing orders on hand. So we have the first order, it has been already rolled out in the last financial year. Due to the Russia-Ukraine war crisis, somewhat it got delayed due to non-supply of bogies by certain players. So in this, we have three categories of items. One is our railway board, apex level, they control certain items like wheels, which is being given to rail wheel plant Yalanka. So they indigenously manufacture and supply wheel to various units. And then there is a CTRB, cartridge taper roller bearing. So these two items are high value procurement items being controlled by our railway board. Then there are certain items for manufacturing of wagons like sheets, plates, angles, channels and all. So these orders are being given to, centralized orders are being given to SAIL, Tata, Jindal. So they supply these items. Then we have our own procurement at unit level like bogies, high tensile couplers, draft gears, pipes and fittings, air brake equipments, handbrake equipments. So for this particular wagon construction itself, we are incurring around, for material cost alone is 31.57 crores. Then another type of wagon called BWTB wagon. So it is a special requirement wagon for military. So this, the same kind of categorization we have so far incurred around 11.65 crores at unit level. Then we have BRN wagon construction. These are specialized wagons for transportation of steel rods and plates. So far we 18.88 crores have been spent for procurement of these items. Then one of the largest order which have been handed over to our workshop. So there are actually 4 workshops, Indian Railway workshop, which is manufacturing wagons. One is at Samstipur, other one is at Jamshedpur, the other one is at Amritsar, and the last one being at Golden Rock, Trichy. So among the, I'm proud to say that among all the other 4 workshops, our workshop has been given the major order for construction of this 1000 box in itself. So we have been working out on various production mix, and then we have been handing over orders. So in fact, I am very delighted to say that one of the Kerala public sector unit, Autocast Limited, has been handed over an order of rupees 15 crores for manufacturing of bogies, box NHL bogies. So this alone, it's around, this for 1000 box NHL around itself, we are incurring an expenditure of around 240 crores worth of orders. Then another order we are having for 1480 box NHL wagons. So that is around another 300 crores. Current, I can say that almost around our unit, like we are a part of Indian Railways. Our unit alone have a material requirement of about 800 crores in the next 2 to 3 years. As such, we can anticipate the requirement of Southern Railway. Southern Railway being one of the zonal railways, that there are around 17 zonal railways. Put together, yearly there is for 30 to 40,000 crores requirement of materials on an annual basis, which is regularly required for maintenance of our locomotives rolling stocks. So in which IOCL, HPCL, BPCL are also being our fuel and lubricant partners. A major order is also being handed over to them by Railway Board directly. So they are coming to the, like I also want to highlight the certain challenges which we are facing during the supply of the materials. So one is at bid stage. Actually, for example, when we are procuring a bogie, we are procuring as a part of a combination of like 15 to 16 items. So there are certain times people fail to appreciate what are the requirements exactly, and then they raise a clarification at the bid stage, and then which leads to discharge of the tender or rejection of their offers. Then at inspection stage, so we have a third-party inspection involved. We have a full-fledged organization called RDSO, who are developing the standards for our rolling stocks, as well as we have RIGHTS, who's a full-fledged public sector unit undertaking inspection for our rolling stock components. So not complying to the inspection parameters is also one of the failure where we are facing at material supply. Then at supply stage, there are, as I said, a combination of item when we are buying, and then they fail to, certain vendors, they fail to supply certain components. So all these delays are leading to, because we are also target driven, like, we have been given orders to manufacture and dispatch the wagons as early as possible. So we need support from all the sectors, from all the stakeholders, for timely supply and in a right quality and right time. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nandakumar. Well, we now move on to the next presentation, and of course the final presentation of the first session. That's from Heavy Vehicles Factory, Avadi. The presenter is Mr. Prasanna Kumar, who is currently the Deputy GM of the Materials Management Group. Over to you, sir. Well, I think there's no formal interview because of the packed schedule, but you can, of course, be on your own for getting freshened up.
Good morning to all. Ellarkku namaskaram. I am Prasanna Kumar, IOFS 2009 batch. Presently I am working in Heavy Vehicles Factory, a unit of Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited. Earlier we were having 41 ordnance factories. So now it has been made 7 DPSs. Earlier there was inter-factory demands for raw material casting and forgings. So this area we are looking the assistance from trade. So we are located at Avadi. The factory started in 1965. Near Avadi there are some more ordnance factories, engine factory also there, and one ordnance clothing factory also there. Then CVID, OD, Avadi, CRPF and IF also there. So these are all the milestones. In 1965, rolling out of ceremony Vijayanta has happened. In 1988, Ajay tank, that is T-72 rolled out. Then MBT Arjun rolled out in 2004. In 2009, T-90 also rolled out. Then now principal overhauling of T-90 also happened in 2020. Our product range is Vijayendra 2105 number we have already supplied to Army. T-72 1300 we have done. T-72 overhauling 1641 numbers we have done. Now second overhaul also due. MBT Arjun 124 numbers we have done. T-90 Bhishma 924 numbers. BLT 100 numbers, bridge laying tank, and trawls that will be mining out these mines. So it's a contribution of HF to Indian Army. We have more than 500 CNC machines, very sophisticated, sourced across the world. Here are some of the machines, voltage, copper and all. We have quality assurance certifications. We have test equipments. We have very sophisticated testing facilities. And we have one environment lab also because of defense applications. Now I'm coming to material part of it. Presently I am looking after material requirement of steel, casting, forging and other rubber items for heavy vehicles factory. We purchase almost 800 crores every year.
Can you be a bit louder, please?
Yeah, we procure almost 800 crores of these items every year. Now there is a production target also increased, and dependency on IFD, inter-factory demand also, because some of the castings coming from Muradnagar and Medak. So now we are looking to the source from outside. So this is the type of castings up to steel casting up to 755 kg, investment casting up to 10 kg, and raw materials details are given. Total requirement was 300 metric ton. Now it has been highly increased. That detail I will share. Types of forging: closed die forging and open die forging. Again, weighing from up to 7,000 kg. Raw material details are also given. Raw material details are given, what we procure normally. Now this is the detail. This sand casting, there are 300 variety of item, weighing 0.5 to 805 kgs. So the requirement per tank is given. Now we are going for procurement of 120 numbers for every year. This investment casting, these are all special steels, ghost specification. So details are available with me. Anybody want, I can share it. This investment casting and sand casting, around 300 varieties are there. Round roads, 100 varieties are there. Then forging, 315 varieties are there, weighing from 0.1 to 675 kgs. Thank you.
So the first session has come to an end. Maybe can we take a few questions or move on to the next?
We are through with the first technical session, in which 5 companies have actually, presented their ideals, their objectives, and also showcased as to what exactly are the products that were being made, and also the possible avenues of cooperation and collaboration. So the Honorable Minister is expected in another 10 minutes. So we will have a quick question-answer session, wherein any comments are based on these presentations that have been made now. If there are any kind of specific questions from the Kerala PSUs with regard to some of the presentations that have been made here, the corresponding, CPS is over here, could respond to that. I think that would be better. Right. So whoever wants to speak.
I request the organizing team to circulate the mic, please. So if there are questions, you can raise your hands, introduce yourself, and please.
Sir, I am Reggie John from Transformers and Electricals Kerala Limited. I have a question with the Garden Reach shipbuilders and engineers. Sir, you have pointed out that there is a lot of requirement of transformers and power systems in the vendor is required. We are manufacturing large capacity power transformers. Whether we have any chance to have a vendor of you?
Yeah, that is correct. We have a lot of requirements for power distribution on board, different types of transformers of different capacity. But the requirements are a little more specific here in terms of defense requirements, which I can share with you. You maybe have to tune a few. Some of them are COTS, some of them are specific. We will share that with you, and we can see if we can, you can, offer some products for us.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The PSU, I mean, MDs, CEOs, general managers could certainly pose questions, queries, clarifications from the central PSCs, please.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Ullas Kumar, representing Steel Industrials Kerala Limited. After seeing the presentations, I think we can offer many things, but to be specific to the Garden Reach, that shipyard, Silk Agical unit is making small seagoing vessels, whether it's in that small boat also, FRP or aluminium, we can make.
We are shipbuilders and boat builders ourselves, but when we have problems with respect to capacity or special vessels, which we can discuss, maybe we can look at some sort of cooperation in those areas. But as you rightly pointed out, it will not be for steel, it will be for probably composites and aluminum. So we can discuss it.
We will discuss and finalize,
yeah,
sir.
Certainly.
And as far as this petroleum, not you, sir, the other petroleum companies, as has been explained in the presentation, we can offer storage tanks and other fabricated items from our steel fabrication unit, Cherthala.
Well, if there are certain questions from the angle of quality assurance protocols, that can also be asked.
I think, once again, I think if there aren't too many questions, I mean, in fact, they could continue with the informal discussions later. Then I would request the Honorable Minister's late for another 10 minutes. So shall we take up the next company? Yes. Shall we, please?
So we move on to the...
Okay, we will discuss.
The next session. The presentation is from Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. Mr. S. Mohan, who is the additional general manager in VSSC. Mr. Mohan graduated from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and had a short stint in the Fluid Control Research Institute, Palghat. He joined VSSC around 1994 and is now the additional GM of this division. Please, Mohan.
Good morning, or rather good afternoon to all the members. Sri Hanish and Dr. Ashok. Yes, definitely. Sri Ashok, Dr. Ashok, my Riab team, and members from the industry. I would start, the problem is, now you are given 10 minutes, but I have some 40-50 slides. So I think I will not be doing justice to what I am prepared for.
So there's a five.
So anyway, I will start with.
What was 15 minutes?
Yeah, definitely, yes. The issue is like we have gone to the launch vehicles, and the topic is the industries, Kerala industries, the opportunities, what is open for them with regards to the launch vehicles. So if you see, ISRO's launch vehicles are shown here. And now our launch vehicles are PSLV, GSLV, and the Mark III. We are moving on to SSLV, which is a small-scale launch vehicle. The PSLV, what you see here, is about 2.8 meter diameter. The GSLV also 2.8 meter diameter. The Mark III is about 3.2 meter diameter. And SSLV is going to be the workforce of the industries also. That is going to be of 2 meter diameter. And there are so many models on the drawing board as well. Now, the industry partnership, whatever you are seeing in the launch vehicle, I am proud to say that it is fully supported by Indian industries. We are really proud to say that we have been working with the Indian industries and we have delivered the products and we are successful in that. But at the same time, I am a little sad that Kerala public sector units do not figure in that scheme of things. But if you see, I will just show the flavor of whatever activities we are doing, and which is not impossible for the PSUs of Kerala to take up. Maybe a little bit of more effort is required, but it is still possible. So now, if you see the product cost, what we have a launch vehicle typically costs about 120 to 150 crores. Of that, about 16% is going to the raw materials, and I'm proud to say again that all the materials are coming from Indian industries. Very few materials are being imported. And the process materials 12%, propellant chemicals 7%, electronic components 12%. I need not say because our Murthy sir is here, so he will be a better person to talk about electronic components. And if you see across, all streams of processing has a role to play. That is, be it steel making, be it fabrication, be it welding, be it structure making, be it component manufacturing, or the chemical industries, or the composite industries, everybody has got a role to play. So we are looking forward for all the help which can come in this regard. Now, if you see the work centers, we have work centers right across India, right? But if you see, the major portion is in the central part of India, the Hyderabad, Karnataka, Bombay. That is the sort of work centers we have, materials work centers. And similarly, manufacturing work centers also are spread right across India, but we have very few from India, from Kerala. Now, if you see the major structures or materials, what is used for a typical launch vehicle like Mark III, we have magnesium alloys, we have the electronic housings, we have the heat shield structures, which is of light alloy structures, that is aluminum alloys. And then we have the titanium gas bottles, which incidentally, we were getting it supplied by BrahMos. Earlier it was Keltec, it was under the state government, it has been taken over by the BrahMos. And subsequently, they are also doing a very good job in that. And then we have the cryogenic tanks, the S200 motor cases, then the gas bottles, and the thrust chamber, which is also again exotic alloy, which is not really made in India. Now, if you come to the solid motors, these solid motors consist of a core motor as well as, typically for PSLV, it is 6 strap-ons are there. Now, this, if you see that it is constructed from forgings, rolled rings, and plates. It is joined, this is having a 5-segmented motor, which is about 2.8 meter diameter, and it is fabricated using the gas tungsten arc welding method. And we have about 190 meters of surseam welding. You have KEL here, who is doing some welding. They can definitely think about scaling up the production processes. Then we have still, if you feel that it is slightly bigger in size, we still have smaller sizes, which you definitely can attempt. And this is only the, the statistics which I am saying, that the 18 meters of long seam, we have precision welding is required because we want to control the mismatches and things like that. And we have, this is what I was telling, this is the smaller motors, which definitely you people can think of getting into. This is another bigger motor, which is a 3.2 meter class motor. which again is of a three-segmented motor, about 3.2 meters of diameter and length of 19.7 meters. Again, rolled and welded construction, and shell-to-shell welding and shell-to-forging welding. And again, it is by auto TIG welding. And here the whatever products what we are making, you need non-destructive expertise. Like we need to do non-destructive inspection, like dye-penetrant inspection, radiographic inspection, as well as ultrasonic inspection. And then we have, in this, we are dealing with a particular material called maraging steel, which is a very friendly material for working. And we require, it is welded in a particular condition called solution treated condition. And then we require a small heat treatment called, it's a low temperature heat treatment. It's not a very high temperature treatment. So that can be done, because why I am trying to say is it's not so complicated. If it is complicated, we will definitely not come and present here. It is a simple heat treatment process. So, but some investment is required. Some investment definitely is required to come into that. Now I'm just showing the process layout. Like this is the plate what we are getting at the left hand top. That is a plate of about 7.8 meters, which we realized through, again, indigenous, through Midani. Midani, I think some representative is here incidentally. And that itself was a very big achievement from our side. That was, it is import substitute material. And that material, first of all, it is visually inspected. It is that plastic peel coating and all are removed. And then it is rolled, and then it is profile checked. And then the long seam welding is carried out. And then we do the sub seam welding. And this is the process for making the domes, because we have a shell with over which a dome is there. So that dome has to be made by cutting the pieces into developed length, then the crown forming, then the point pressing, and again welding to the main shell. So I think the industry's representatives who here may be able to relate with their activities which is going on there. So why I am showing is that these are the sort of activities which we carry out. So if it rings a bell somewhere, I think our purpose is served. And this is the edge preparation of the rolled cylindrical shell. Here, incidentally, this welding is carried out in automated welding, that is auto TIG. The edge preparation for the long seam welding, because I saw somebody making pressure vessel, I think it is KEL. They said they are making pressure vessels and things like that. So why not think in those, in these lines? That's the point. Similarly, a long seam joint is there. Then this is what I was telling, the soft treatment, that is 450 degrees centigrade treatment is there called aging. This is carried out in an electrical furnace. So this is another material which, the earlier material what I was talking, the maraging steel is a very expensive material, about 7,000 to 8,000 rupees per kg it is costing. So we are working on some other material called the modified 15C6. So this requires a complicated heat treatment. That means it has to be heat treated to about 1,000 degrees centigrade. It is slightly complicated for this particular audience. Maybe, so I'll skip it right now. Now this is, suppose you feel that the other motor is quite big for your capacity. Now you can think of this one, like it is a PSLV strap-on motor. For every PSLV, you require 6 motors of this size. So this is a 1 meter diameter class. This is made out of steel called 15C6, which is very friendly material. And incidentally, I wish to say that we have proudly, I would declare that it has been indigenized. It was a French material. It has been, with a lot of painstaking effort, we have done the indigenization through an Indian industry. And now we are flying with our Indian material. So this again, is, the same process happens, like you have the long seam, you roll the shell, you have the long seam welding, you have the sur seam welding, you join with the 2 end rings, and the rings are joined with the pins. So that is the thing. So the volume of work involved in this is very, very high. And if you feel that that is still not possible, you think of this. We have all sizes. So this is typically what you call the separation motors. That is about 400 mm, 300 mm. Retro motors. It is for separating the launch vehicle stages. So we have so much of nozzle components coming into that. This is what we have for the solid welding related structures. Now we have the interstages. Now if you see a launch vehicle, you have the whole structure wherein the motor case is there. After that, you have the lot of electronic components. For housing those, you have the interstages. So these are the interstages. This I'll go from the smaller sizes upwards. So this is the 1 meter class, which essentially is made out of end rings and sheet metal and a bulkhead. So this is nothing, if you see the work centers which is carrying out these activities, all of our PSUs or Kerala State public sector units are much better than that, facility-wise. But I don't know why it is not being taken up. It is so simple, it can be definitely taken up. There are so many, if you feel that you don't have the capability to design the jigs, fixtures, there are experts. There are outsourcing agencies who can do the help for you. You invest in them and then get the work done. That is so simple. That's why we are feeling that why not these people are not involved in this. Now this is that next stage. This is quite big. That is 2 to 3.2 meters. Various types of structures are there. But essentially the construction is the same. 2 end rings with the bulkheads in between. Those are all machined rings and skin wrapped over that. Now we have different types of interstages. This is a truss type. The earlier was skin stringer construction. This is a truss type construction wherein you have the end rings which is connected by tubular structures. It can be tubular structure or like a channel sections. And this is what we call the mother of all structures for us as far as size is concerned. This is the heat shield which encapsulates the satellite. So this is about 11 meters. It is slightly large for our maybe liking. It is quite complicated also. Now this is another structure which is called the isogrid structure. Isogrid structure, this is made from a plate. So if you have a good machining setup in your, you have a router system, you can simply make this. There is no wheel. The beauty of working with ISRO is that we supply the raw material. All you need to do is to have the machine and do the work. So if anybody is interested, if you can invest a little bit more money, nothing like that. Now, one more point what I want to say is that if you go to any of the industries who is supplying to us, like be it machinist, they are not investing in machines, brand new machines. They are going for second-hand machines. They go through the internet, see what is available where, and then they go there, bid it for a very good price, and bring it here, reassemble it, and then they start the machining. Now, if you go to any small work centers, if you go and go to the shop, you can see routers, CNC milling machines, CNC grind, everything is there. But if you see what is that, it is an imported machine, a second-hand imported machine working as good as new. So when you say imported or a second-hand machine in a foreign country, maybe for 2-3 years, it means it is an old machine for them. But for us, it is as good as brand new. So this is another thing which you need to do for using a router system. So this incidentally is a novel method what we did. It was a Russian structure. It was a structure which was made by Russia and imported from Russia. This is the interstage which is between 2 stages. It is a vendor interstage. We have to have that pockets. So because of the facility limitation in India, we have done some indigenous thought went into that. We made 2 shells, 2 half shells, and we bolted it to make a cylindrical structure. So that was a very novel idea and it worked perfectly. Now then, if you, I think this is slightly high tech, like composite structures are there, which is fast replacing the light aluminum structures. This is done to save the weight and it will improve the mass payload capacity also. So this is a new structure, new development as far as we are also concerned. But we are successful in that. We are making our heat shields in this, and some other structures are also there, especially the upper stages where the payload capacity is 1-to-1. Suppose I save 100 kgs of mass in the upper structure, I can, or we can give 100 kgs, carry 100 kgs of payload extra. So then again, the earlier the composite structures requires a little bit of investment as well, because you require an autoclave, you require some AC room for storing the chemicals, you need to import the chemicals as well as the core. So that is it. Now, if you feel that it is not possible for any of that earlier things, you can think of some component realization. See, all these structures what I have shown is made from small, simpler forms like bulkheads, and you have the channels, or you have the stiffeners, you have the what you call the skin stiffeners. So all these, they are all being outsourced. All these big players, they outsource. They outsource it to small industries who can do only these activities. So they get it done from the outside agencies, and then they use it for fabrication. So then there are different activities coming into that. You can supply a sub-assembly. If you can supply, the sub-assembly is the one which is shown at the bottom corner. You need to have a sub-assembly fixture over which you make the panel sub-assembly. So that is also good business. If any one of you is interested, please venture in. Then we have the ISO-grid. This is what I was telling, the router system, which is now being introduced into more and more structures, because this will avoid, this is basically machined out plate. Now, if you think that it is, no, the advantage is that we can avoid so much of other, what do you call, the components. So this is another one novel way of doing the machining, and it is a stiffening system. So this also is very good investment if somebody can really look into this. So this only shows the panel being machined, panel being rolled with the help of rubber plates, rubber bushes. Then we are having, for any hardware to be made, we have large forgings. We are realizing large forgings through Indian industries again, for which somewhere we have funded. Because of the lack of facilities, we have funded also, or rather ISRO has funded. So those rings require some special heat treatments. You know, for that also we have funded the typically 3.2, 3.5 meter class rings. It was very difficult to get, it was being imported from either Italy, Russia, the Russians also supplied, even our French people also have supplied. So now totally we have indigenized all the items, and now these are the facilities what we use for that. Now, this is another niche area. Niche area, I'll not say niche area, but it is an area where somebody who has got some spare machining capacity can definitely look into that. Now, largest size ring machining is a very good opportunity for many of the people who are having that 3 to 5 meter class rings. People are running around for getting a slot in some of the big CNC machining centers. So if you can, if somebody can invest in maybe 5-axis or 3-axis, 4-axis, 5-axis machines of maybe about 3 to 5 meter diameter, there is plenty of jobs available. Please look into that. And if you feel that all that is not beyond you, you can still look into the control system components, which is of small precision type components. We are working with all the sorts of materials, stainless steel and alloy steels, everything is there. So again, like I said earlier, we are supplying the free issue material, so you need not bother anything about the material. You need not source the material, you simply do the machining. These are some of the components what we have. This is only a flavor. It is not the real thing. It's so many are there. Please have some interest. And these are some of the control system components which definitely can be taken up. I think many of the industries are doing it. This is some components which is being done really. This is our stage auxiliary system. These are also small scale components which can be taken up by the industries. These are pyro components. This definitely many people are, like Keltrack is doing, KL is doing. So these are, but if you see the value wise, these are all nothing as compared to the big structures. Then we have the pyro devices. Pyro devices also, many of the small scale and private players are also very much into this. So this is one area which you can definitely look into. And if nothing is works, at least some aerospace quality fasteners can be made, because that is big business. You have some 3 to 5 crores worth of business there, and plenty, lakhs of fasteners are going into the launch vehicle. If you have the aerospace quality material, you can even export. There is a large market outside. So please look into that. This again, we are dealing with 35 NCD16 material. This is this is indigenized. This was a French alloy. Again, E40 CDV20, that is still being imported. Then we have the riveting system. The rivets are easy to make. You simply have to, anyway, that material is Russian origin. You can simply buy it and form the head and supply. That is it. So then these are some special fasteners which we are dealing. These are some of the which I will, because the bell ringing is happening. So any another area where you can concentrate or you can think of is the heat treatment. Any material requires heat treatment. So if you have a class heat treatment facility, that is in much demand. Here in this part of the country, if you see, there is only one Coimbatore best heat treaters is there. So if you have a good heat treatment facility, there is plenty of work over there. And surface treatment also, here we have the PMF in Kalamasheri. Other than that, there is no other treatment party. So then if you have a good NDT facility, that can be itself a money spending activity, because there is a lot of activity in the non-destructive area. We regularly monitor our motor cases every 6 months, every 1 year, we are doing re-inspection. So that is again big business. Please look into that. So that's just I wanted to show some of the in the Kerala-based industries which is really contributing to our costs. That is Brahmo, Steel Industrial, Kerala Automobiles, KMML, Keltrack, and TRTC, Sidco, Kozhikode, and so many of the private players are also there. And these are some of the, I acknowledge the contributions made by SIFL. SIFL has done a wonderful job for us. They are supplying regularly forgings of smaller sizes. We want them to do bigger products as well. And these are again some of the forgings done by them. This KL has supplied so much of components. They are a monopoly in our band system, which is done only by KL. So that is again a good work, and now they are also, I think, doing well. But all the component sizes, if you see, all are very small, but we want them to go big. KL Automobiles, this is only an acknowledgement for the contributions made.
Need not close the presentation.
Yeah, so I think this is it. So what I want to say is, ISRO has always been hand-holding partners. It is nothing like, I think whoever has dealt with us, SIFL or KAL, it has been a win-win partnership. We have been going hand-holding them. We have been interacting with them very closely. And you yourself can interact with the other people and see how it has been. So we have been always urging them to invest more. You have a better heat treatment facility. We want a bigger furnaces. So all in all, I think maybe over a period of time. But the point what I want to say is that time is running out. Now India is going to be an aerospace manufacturing hub. In the short near term, it is going to be there. So it is an opportunity. I think this seminar or B2B is organized at the right time. So if you miss the bus now, maybe private players are all waiting for this. They are all trying to invest money. They are into this. So please look into that, and let us see if you have a facility like VSSC who is designing and making launch vehicles. In any other country, so many ancillary units would have come up across nearby. But sadly, we are not seeing that. But now if you see earlier we can say, okay, that much of workload was not there. But here now if you see, in the next year and 22-23, we are having 10 flights each. So please look into that. I once again urge the industry to please consider and invest suitably. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. Just you've already got a time bonus because of anticipating minister's arrival. So thanks for the detailed presentation. But the takeaway is that we need to have a larger connect, large orders, adherence to time schedules, and a bit of vendor development support from the side of ISRO and VSSC here. Thank you so much. Now there's a slight deviation from the schedule again. We have the head of BPCL Kerala, Mr. Ajit Kumar. So I would request Mr. Ajit Kumar to enlighten the audience with regard to the theme of the workshop, which you already know, maybe taking 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good morning, business partners. I was not expecting as Muhammad Hani sir was saying about the industries meet. Okay, as the theme is going on, what is the opportunities exist for the other industries in Kerala. Just I would like to highlight some of the important areas where BPCL is now coordinating. And we have a Petchem Park. It is actually developed under KSDC and Kinfra in FACT land. We were discussing about many of the developments it can take place in such a place. You might be aware BPCL is mainly in the energy sector and mainly concentrating on the normal petroleum products. But we have moved the path forward mainly on 3 accounts. One of the main thing is nowadays the topic is net zero and the renewable energies as well as the petchem, where we have to reduce the pollutions. So we have around 6 niche petrochemical products in Kochi refineries we have developed, and we can say this is only in India, we are the only producers of these petrochemical products. It's called, there are 3 blocks it is called. One is oxo alcohol, the second one is really the acrylic acid, and the third one is called acrylates. You might be aware this has got a wider applications in plastic industries. All these oxo alcohol products, it can be used for polyurethane foams in bed manufacturing. Then this acrylic acid and acrylates, it can be used in the paint industries very widely. You might be aware acrylic acid, these acrylic planes, which has got a wide applications. In Kerala, usually if you see the paint industry, we are almost consuming 15% of the total paint produced in the country. But we didn't have even a single paint industries in Kerala. The close one is, we can say, in Coimbatore. Most of the industries are like that. So this is one area we can really focus on, whether to develop for the paint industries. Similarly, we have recently developed a R&D product called the super adsorbent polymer, that is called the SAP. SAP has got a wide application, which is actually the material used in all these snuggies, and it can be developed into a medical palliative care bed unit, where this has got a very high adsorbent qualities. Actually, all this material, usually it is all importing from China, where we are now producing. This can be developed further. So what I'm trying to say, there are a lot of scope in petrochemicals. Then second area, what we are now moving is also on the renewables. We are going in a big way for the solar panels and other things. We are already we developed 2 projects, one 6 megawatt solar power plant, another 6 megawatt on water bodies. So if anybody is interested in producing such type of solar cells and other applications, we have a wide range of applications in the field. Also, we are looking for, under the able leadership of Jyotilal, the Principal Secretary in the Kerala, for developing green hydrogen as well as the hydrogen dispensing stations and the compressor and other facilities. These are the new ideas it can be. Then parallelly, as it is specified, we are also going for a big project. Now we are going to another petrochemical called the polypropylene project. We require a lot of inputs, lot of support from the MSMEs, these transformer, electrical items, whatever the items. And really speaking, last 10 years, we have almost done a 40,000 crore investment in Kerala. And normally, when we project, we didn't receive even a 5% of the raw material for any of the products from Kerala. This is one of the points. It has been raised by our management also when you are doing such a mammoth project. The facilities required for that, like a small pressure vessels or a small component, small piping, any items where it is required for a raw material usage for the industry. Normally, any state usually produce mainly 15 to 20%. But in Kerala, we didn't have even a 5%, even gaskets or fasteners or any other such applications. I am really telling our requirement is very huge. It is almost in the range of 5,000 crores inventory we usually maintain in our system. So any facilities connected with fasteners, gaskets, or any of the equipments, we have lot of scope in Kerala. I am trying to say, if you are ready for corporations and other things, we are also have different schemes who are developing MSMEs also. Try to utilize the facilities. We are always open for any discussions or any support is required. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit Kumar. The organizers can put the chairs on the dais.
The Honorable Minister is arriving, in another 2 minutes. The necessary arrangements will be. In the meantime, just after we started off at 10 o'clock with the presentation by, Commodore Rajiv Sridharan, isn't it? Sure, that's right. And of Garden Reach. And after that, followed by, we had the presentation from Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, and thereafter from the Golden Rock, then Avadi Heavy Artillery or Heavy Vehicles, sorry for that, Heavy Vehicles. Then we had Indian Oil Corporation's Kerala head speaking about the plans, and then finally this Bharat Petroleum as well. And did we have any other? That's ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization. And Vikram Sarabhai spent specifically or generally about ISRO, if I'm right, Mr. Mohan? Yeah, about ISRO. So the basic, I'm happy about the fact that in terms of the preparation, and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, sorry for, yeah. So I'm happy about the fact that in fact, because of the kind of preparation that we had carried out in anticipation of this event, specifically with regard to the capabilities of the Kerala public sector undertakings here, those aspects, those features, those products and services, which may perhaps be catered to by the Kerala PSUs have been very clearly highlighted, right from Garden Reach towards the last presentation by Bharat Petroleum Corporation. So it's for our managing directors, CEOs, and the senior managers of the Kerala PSUs to really understand as to how we could really forge a viable partnership, and also see to it that in terms of quality, in terms of timely delivery, in terms of the price effectiveness, and also in terms of the technological finesse, there is nothing that keeps you away or rather detracted from the qualities or the merits that the private sector is supposed to deliver. That has to be done. At the same time, as our learned colleague from ISRO pointed out, there are certain sectors which are beyond our reach. We should accept that too in all humility. That has to be accepted. But then, why don't we go in for outsourcing, as you rightly said, outsourcing of those things, and then provide that Make in India or rather that Made in Kerala stuff brought in that week, so that enhancement in terms of the finances is made, enhancement in terms of the product delivery systems are made, that could be carried out. So, in that sense, the first technical session has been quite effective in terms of presentation of some of the best possible talents and the resources of this country, especially in the sector of defense, as well as such related sectors. Now, in the case of the three oil companies, why did we really, intermingle that with the engineering, electronics, and electrical sector? That may be a question which has to be addressed. The matter is very simple. All the three oil companies, the national, OMCs, have actually been on the development, drive. And there is a lot of land lying with the public sector undertakings across the state, which can be monetized to a great extent. So there is a great deal of opportunity in that. That's why the IOC, the HPC, and the BPC, all who are present here, the Kerala heads, all of them, they had been very clearly stating as to what are the plans like and what are the things that have been already done. And we could really, beyond monetization of the space for the purpose of creation of this retail outlets, we could actually think about the tank facilities or whatever that could be provided. we can certainly go for that. That was an added advantage which we needed to, emphasize today beyond the confines of the electrical, electronics, and the engineering sector. That also very clearly demonstrates why our managing director from a wood-based company like Forest Industries Travancore, Mrs. Indu here, she is also here because she has got one of the priciest properties in the state with her, which is lying fallow today, unutilized. Any oil company, any OMC, as she says, could be the right suitor for that. That's why she is present here. Now, going towards the various companies which have highlighted their particular features as well as the achievements and the products and the services, I would request the CPSEs to have absolutely wide-ranging discussions at a very informal level to start with. Thereafter, we could certainly, scale it up to the higher level in terms of the interaction at a formal level that could be carried out from the Kerala public sector undertakings towards the CPSEs and vice versa. In that sense, let's try to build upon the system. We say that we have been emphasizing on the Atmanirbhar Bharat aspect with the slogan as well as the Make in India. Along with it, what we state from the Kerala government is as Make in India and Made in Kerala. That's what we are trying to emphasize. Let us also remind one thing. Between 1st of April 2022 and this one of the last days of the year, that's December end, we have already crossed new MSMEs that have been registered in the state of Kerala has crossed the 100,000 mark. In other words, what I'm saying is that in the last 9 months, we have been able to create 100,000 MSMEs as new MSMEs, catering to as diverse sectors as possible across the state. Many of them in the electronic sector, many of them in the electrical sector, many of them in the engineering sector as well. I think, the Honorable Minister for Industries, Law and Choir has arrived. He would be coming in to have our inaugural session here. So I would request all of you, in fact, to utilize the this best possible opportunity and carry on even after 5 o'clock with your networking as well as the interactions so that such viable, absolutely productive alliances are made. We heartily, And I would really thank Mr. Padmakumar, George Varghese, and Ravi Shankar for having done a wonderful job, at times a slightly embarrassing job as well, in clanging the bell whenever, even if, the speaker would like to continue with the speech, but then we have the time constraints as well. We'd really love to hear you more, but then some of the conversations have to be private also. That's why, they have been doing a very absolutely unenviable job at that. So they would continue to do that till today evening, 5 o'clock. And we heartily welcome the Honorable Minister for Industries, Law and Choir, Shri P. Rajiv, the Chief Guest of the day for this function. Welcome, sir. So we will start off with the inaugural session of the day. We had a technical session in the morning, sir. We had a very lengthy technical session already completed. We are on to the inaugural session. To welcome the audience, I would invite Dr. Ashok, the Chairman of the Restructuring and Internal Audit Board, to speak.
Respected President of the meeting, Sri Mohammed Hanish IAS, Honorable Minister Sri P. Rajiv, the executives of central public sector undertakings and departments, the MDs and their colleagues from the state-owned public enterprises, Riab PMU members, friends, dear media men, ladies and gentlemen. In the opening remarks, our Principal Secretary, Sri Mohammed Hanish, has explained the aims and objectives of this program in a very detailed manner. Here, my responsibility is to extend a welcome to the distinguished guests and dignitaries and the participants of this organization to this inaugural session of the meeting. At first, the President of the meeting, Sri Mohammed Hanish IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, on behalf of Riab, all central PSUs, all the executives gathered here, I extend a very hearty, warm welcome to you, sir. Our Honorable Minister Cp Rajiv, he is the brain, motivation, inspiration, all behind these kind of programs that is being carried out by the Industries Department as a whole. During his regime, all the sectors, the MSMEs, the traditional sector, the public sector undertakings, all other wings of the department has taken a new initiatives and developments and remarkable achievements. On behalf of Riab, public sector undertakings, all the central PSU representatives, media men, everybody, I extend a very warm, hearty welcome to you, sir. On behalf of Riab and public sector undertakings and on behalf of government, I extend a very warm welcome to all the participants, all the media men, all other Riab PME people, everybody. Thank you very much.
Chief guest of the function, Honorable Industries Law and Choir Minister, Mr. P. Rajiv, the Chairman of Riab, Dr. Ashok, Secretary of Riab, Mr. Padmakumar, Chief Executives, senior officials from the CPSEs, the Kerala Public Sector Undertakings, colleagues from the Industries Department and the Riab, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, this particular journey had started off in May 2021. 5 days after the oath-taking ceremony was done on May 20, 2021, we had the first meeting to review the functioning of the public sector undertakings taken up by the Honorable Minister, Mr. P. Rajiv. And we made a timetable, divided the PSUs into 7 sectors, and then started off. After that, 2 months, 3 months later, every master plan that was made by the PSUs was scrutinized, and thereafter, a great deal of stakeholder discussion had taken place. Then it was finessed, fine-tuned, polished, chiseled, with the help of various technical experts across different sectors. Thereafter, finally, when the edition came in by November, December, we then decided to go in for the governmental process, like the seeking of the administrative sanction and seeing to it that these plans, short-term, medium-term and long-term, which finally totals around 9,500 crore rupees and 405 projects as well, spread across 7 sectors, specific from ceramic sector to the chemical sector to the electronic sector. Now, 2022 has been the year wherein we decided to go in for implementation. As all of us understand quite well, apart from the low-hanging fruits like the short-term plans, we have the major medium-term plans and the long-term plans as well, which finally totals an expenditure of 9,500 crore rupees. it's quite difficult, as all of us understand, that governmental finance cannot be the answer for all these issues. It cannot be the kind of panacea for all the ills that afflict our system altogether. So therefore, the companies have to grow, professionalism has to be enhanced, credibility and the credit rating has to be improved, and finally leading us to market finance to be accessed as well. Along with it, there was a question of this technological advancement that needs to be brought about for various public sector undertakings. That's wherein the kind of forging of these strategic alliances with central public sector enterprises becomes of maximum or paramount significance. With this in mind, we had really created a new concept altogether under the able guidance of the Honorable Industries Minister, and that is the program today. Today, we are trying to forge such absolutely durable, long-standing alliances of great strategic importance and financial importance as well. This would certainly be a win-win situation for the CPSEs on the one hand and the Kerala PSUs on the other hand. This happens on an occasion when the ecosystem that nurtures industry has been at its best possible point, with the 100,000 MSMEs having been registered in the last few months starting from April 1, 2022. This has been the year of entrepreneurship as well. Along with the kind of the ratings that this state has come to occupy in terms of the ecosystem that's created for the startups, that has also been talked about very in great respect as well. Now, with all these things in mind, we are trying to formulate a strategy by which we have to have the similarly situated situated industries of the central government as well as the state government coming together to strengthen, buttress, and enhance the scale of Made in India or Make in India and Made in Kerala as well. That's the kind of underlying theme with which we have been trying to develop that. So instead of going in for all the sectors together, we have been trying to very clearly pinpoint and be specific about the sectors. The engineering sector, the electrical sector, and the electronic sector. They themselves together would come to something like 1,500, 2,000 crores plus in terms of the master plan size. So that's the kind of wish, or that's the kind of aspiration of the Kerala public sector undertakings. From the central PSCs, I'm so glad to note here that they have done their homework and come over here with very clear statements about what exactly are the aspects or the products or the kind of, the kind of innovations that can be carried out in association with the Kerala public sector undertakings. Ever so many products are made by the CPSCs, out of which some of them can certainly be made with the association with Kerala public sector undertakings. With this in mind, today we started off, sir, at 9 o'clock, and we had the first technical session already completed with some of the major giants of the Kerala Indian industrial scene from the public sector already making their presentation, which includes the Indian Space Research Organization as well as the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, not to speak about the other, major giants as well. We would continue our journey through the afternoon and see to it that a great deal of networking is done and also informal and formal discussions are carried out so that it becomes the kind of base on which great alliances could be forged. The best possible sound foundations on which edifices could be created. That's precisely we are striving for, and with this in mind, we have really created this kind of a system with the guidance of the Honorable Minister, who had very much been the kind of mentor, or rather the guiding spirit towards the creation of such a forum for all the public sector undertakings to collaborate and cooperate. We would certainly see to it that in the years to come, such wonderful, absolutely strategically important products and services are created with the full collaboration of the public sector undertakings for the state of Kerala. If today's exercise, we are sure, would turn out to be a success, we would certainly replicate that in other sectors as well. That being the kind of the kind of setting and the context with which we are taken off, and we're so glad to have all of you here. Many of you have traveled long distances and come over here to take part in this occasion, in this particular initiative. We thank you profusely on behalf of the state of Kerala, and I formally welcome our Honorable Minister for Industries, Law and Choir, Shri P. Rajiv, to speak on this occasion and inaugurate this forum in a formal manner. Thank you very much, sir.
President of the meeting, APM Abdul Muhammad Hanish, IAS, Mr. Ashok, Chairman Riab, Mr. Padmakumar, Secretary Riab, and the heads of the CPSUs of the country and central PSUs, and dear friends. I am happy to be present at the Central Public Sector Enterprises State-Owned Enterprises Summit on exploring business alliances organized by the Riab. It's the first time we have convened a B2B of CPSU and Central PSUs. The president of the meeting, the principal secretary who is heading all activities of the Central PSUs of the state, Mr. Hanish, has explained the steps taken by the government to strengthen the PSUs in the state. Actually, Kerala is well known to all of you for its achievement in human development indexes, education, health sector. But we have some advantages in industrial sector also. Kerala is a state which had established the first electronic company of the country, Keltron, in 1973. The first metro of the country, Kolkata Metro, had utilized the Keltron for its ticketing system. And the time of Asian Games in Delhi, all traffic system was controlled by Keltron during that period. And the television set made by Keltron is a nostalgia of all Malayalis, not only Malayalis, of Indians. Kerala is a state which had established the first techno park of the country in Thiruvananthapuram, which is still continue as the largest exclusively IT park of the country. And yes, it is from the CPSU. Kerala is the state which have made the first indigenous aircraft carrier, Vikrant. Make in India, made in Kerala. And Kerala is the state which has manufactured the first, built the first fully automated electric barge of the world, that is by CSL Cochin Shipyard for Norwegian company. And we have the best startup ecosystem of the South Asian countries. And it is fourth in the world startup ecosystem. And also we have a very innovative maker village here in Kochi. And also Kerala is the global hub of spice processing. The oleoresin consumed by the world, around 60% of it is produced by the companies which are working in the state of Kerala. And more than 1 crore of the people of the country had utilized the help of an Kerala company, Agape, for conducting their D-dimer test after COVID. The consumable used for D-dimer test was developed by an Kerala company. They got patent and also produced it, and more than 1 crore and 25 lakhs of the Indians had utilized this consumable for their D-dimer test. And we have a company in Ernakulam, which is the #1 company which produces artificial teeth, that is in Muvattupurai. These are some glaring examples in the industrial sector. Our government has a policy to strengthen this ecosystem and also to attract more investment and create more employment opportunities in the state of Kerala. last year, 2021, our ranking in ease of doing business was 28th. This year, we could jump to 15th. That is 13 steps. We could step forwards 13 steps, and our rank is 15 in ease of doing business this year. Just now, Mr. Hanish has stated that we have a plan to strengthen the MSME sector in the state of Kerala. The government has decided to observe this financial year as a year of enterprises. But our goal is to establish 1 lakh enterprises in a financial year. Our annual average was 10,000. We had recruited 1,153 Indians, MBA graduates, BTech graduates, MSWA graduates as Indians, and we have delegated them in charge of local bodies, 1 per 1 panchayat and 2 for a municipality and 1 for 20 divisions of a corporation. We could achieve the goal within 8 months. It is available, the data is available in the public domain. Today we have completed 8 months and 26 days, this 27th December. The number of units charged, 1,11,091. And investment, 6,821.38 crores of rupees. And the employment generated, 2,40,708. This is our achievement in less than 9 months. We have a plan to scale up at least 1,000 MSMEs as a 100 crore turnover industrial establishment within 3 years. We have a plan for that also. Our policy is to protect the PSUs and strengthen the public sector units. But our perspective is, our PSUs are not function as a government departments. It should be competitive and it should be profit-making. After taking charge of this ministry, I got the opportunity to interact with the heads of the major CPSUs functioning here. And also I got the opportunity to interact with them during the process of finalizing the new industrial policy of state of Kerala. Just Mr. Hanish has explained that we have decided to formulate a master plan for each and every central state PSUs. We have categorized the state PSUs in 7 sectors, and we had adopted the master plans after a thorough process, consultation with experts and with the trade unions which are working inside the factories, and also the officers who are working in each and every units. We have prepared an inclusive master plan of 10,000 crores of rupees, aiming at the diversification and expansion of PSUs in the state. There are 405 projects which will be implemented in 41 PSUs, that is in 7 sectors, which I have mentioned earlier. The master plan envisages the restructuring as short, mid, and long-term goals. The master plan focuses on building quality products by enabling PSUs to collaborate with industry and academia. During 21-22, the turnover of the 41 PSUs under the Industries Department increased to rupees 3,892.13 crore rupees, that is 32.41% of increase, and operating profit increased by 105.68% when compared to 2020-21. In order to ensure techno-commercial feasibility and timely implementation of projects of PSUs proposed in the master plans of PSUs, a PMU, a project management unit, has been set up under Riab. Kerala has many public sector undertakings engaged in the manufacture of various components, products, and services catering to high-end electronics defense sectors. Kerala was an early mover, which I have mentioned earlier, that is the establishment of Keltron in 1973. The first television set to be manufactured in India by Keltron. Keltron is identified as one of the reliable suppliers of strategic electronic products and systems for the defense, especially for Indian Navy, owing to its prowess to the defense electronic arena. We have established the titanium sponge factory in Kerala, Metals and Limited, KMML, Minerals and Metals Limited, in collaboration with DRDO and ISRO, and this is the first of its kind in India. The facility is catering the nation's requirement in space and defense sectors. We have also taken steps to protect the public sector undertaking in the state. For the first time in the history of our country, a corporation that has been shuttered for more than 3 years has been reopened with a long-term strategy. Hindustan Newsprint Limited, a central public sector initiative that had been inactive for 3 years, has been resurrected as Kerala Paper Products Limited, KPPL, indicating an alternative form of economic development. HNL, Vellore and BHEL EML Kasaragod were taken over, and these units resumed production as Kerala Paper Products Limited, KPPL, and KEL EML respectively. Kerala has a strong startup ecosystem within the state. Kerala presently has around 4,000 startups and over 600 accelerators and incubators. Kerala is also home to the first IT park in India, established in early 90s, which I had mentioned earlier. The state has a strong green infrastructure, which houses the Kochi-Mangaluru natural gas pipeline, Kochi-Salem LPG pipeline, and the city gas distribution network. A key milestone under the industrial development aspirations of the state is the development of Kochi-Bangalore Industrial Corridor, KBC, which is poised to catalyze economic growth and generate employment opportunities by stimulating investment in the manufacturing sector, agro-processing services, and export-oriented units. The first node is in Palakkad, covering an area of 1,800 acres with an expected investment of 10,000 crores rupees. The Global Industrial Finance and Trade City, GIFT City, is planned as an early bird project under the Kochi-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. This project is estimated to generate around 1.2 lakh direct and 3.6 lakh indirect job positions, boosting the state economic growth significantly. Kerala is an enterprising venue for large-scale global inward investment, proximity to international air and sea routes, aerial proximity to the key global air transit hubs, vibrant and accountable governance institutions that cascade up from the grassroots level, and adequate availability of water and energy. Kerala is also preparing to come out with a first of its kind policy to promote environmental, social and governance, ESG. We are trying to convert Kerala as the destination of ESG investment of the country. The new draft industrial and commercial policy 2022 also emphasizes on incentivizing ESG compliant industrial development. Some of the central PSU sector can act as an anchor industries to strengthen the MSMEs and state PSUs of Kerala. We hope that this summit will originate more fruitful initiatives between central and state public sector undertaking, which ultimately will lead to the economic development of our state and country. We have constituted a committee to review the functioning of the PSUs. The committee has submitted a report which consists of the recommendation to give more financial functional autonomy to the public sector units of the state. The government has decided to give more financial and functional autonomy with accountability to all central state PSUs of the state of Kerala. And also recently we have adopted a report to fixing the criteria to categorizing the public sectors of the state. I hope the output of this B2B could give more momentum to the public sector units of Kerala. On behalf of the government of Kerala, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to those the heads of the central PSUs who are found time to come here and give your valid inputs to this thought-provoking process. Thank you. By these words, I declare this B2B is being open. Thank you.
The keynote address was supposed to be delivered by Mr. Madhu Nair, CMD, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Because of some unavoidable official circumstances, he will be coming in for the our B2B meet after 2 o'clock. Now I would request Mr. Padma Kumar, Secretary Riab, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected President, Mr. Mohammad Anish IAS, Principal Secretary Industries, the Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce, who has just inaugurated this function, the Chairman Riab, Dr. Ashok, the dignitaries from both central public sector enterprises and state-owned enterprises. Well, it has been indeed a very wonderful occasion today amidst the holidays after Christmas and just before the New Year. All of you have been kind enough to be present at short notice for this particular function. Well, we are very ably and led and motivated by our Honorable Minister for Industries, Sri P. Rajiv, on this particular, a very complex task of public sector restructuring. We have PSUs dating back from 1928, which is metal industries, again part of the engineering sector, and many new enterprises which came up till around 1990. But some issues were there regarding the liabilities. The government has the policy of restructuring the finances of these enterprises, very concerted efforts in strengthening the board level governance by inducting professional directors in the boards. A public enterprise selection board is to be formed. The act has already been promulgated for spearheading recruitments, bringing in fresh blood in many of the organizations, so on and so forth. A cotton board has just been constituted for a centralized procurement of cotton. So there are a lot of initiatives like e-commerce, so on and so forth. Now this, a very strong connect would be established as a part of this summit. That's what we expect. Now it is up to the heads of PSUs, the senior officials in the management, to follow the connect which has been established. There are a lot of products which have been showcased, and it is up to us to deliver goods, deliver products on time of the right quality. And of course, the cost is also very important. At what cost is very important. So I wouldn't take much of a time because we are amidst this seminar or the presentations. So I thank the respected chief guest, Sri P. Rajiv, the Honorable Minister for Law, Industries and Care, for having raised this occasion. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Sri A.P. Mohammad Anish IAS, who is actually leading this particular summit right from the front. Thank you, sir. Dr. Ashok has been an inspiration as the chairman of Riab. I thank him for being here with us and guiding the proceedings. Now I thank all the heads of various divisions of central PSUs, the CEOs of state-owned enterprises, the officers who have been working with us to make this workshop a success. Thank you all. Now, last but not the least, I would thank my colleagues from Public Sector Restructuring and Internal Audit Board for supporting in organizing this function. Also the management of Marriott, the press, the event management team, and Mr. Josbon of KSIE for having worked very hard during these days. The expert consultants from the PMU, Mr. Ravishankar, Lata Nair, all others, because I wouldn't take time to list the name of all others, advisor of the PMU, Mr. Roy Kurian, all others for helping us. The support given by the CEOs like Commander Suresh, Mr. Ullas, the managing directors of the SIFL, Mr. Suresh, then Ullas is heading Silk, Mr. Narayanamurthy was the chairman and managing director of Keltron. The guidance and support have been very, very helpful. I would like to place on record my appreciation, the appreciation of Riab and the government for this matter. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister will take a view of all the stalls over there, and thereafter we would continue with our session as well.
Yes. May I request the officers to be seated, please? May I request the officers to be seated because we need to have 2 more presentations before lunch.
Hello, sir.
Please. Now, may I request Mr. Narayan Rao. May I request our guest, Mr. Narayan Rao.
Can you just invite everyone to come in, please? All participants who are standing behind, kindly come forward. We have just 2 more sessions before lunch. Yeah, we can have a good networking session during lunch and later also. So please come and occupy your seat. I think we can maybe start.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan Rao. Maybe I can take around 5 minutes for sharing your views on this theme.
Thank you, Padma Kumar. So such an audience, I was not expecting when I reached here. So this reflects the vibrancy that has come into the industrial atmosphere here in Kerala. I represent HPCL. I am the GM of South Zone Operations and Distribution. And my name is Narayan Rao. The basic idea of our operations in these 2 states, that is Tamil Nadu and Kerala, is to optimize the operations, operational cost, logistics. So we are into bigger projects now. We are aiming to put up some more new greenfield projects like terminals. One we have initiated in Kozhikode. That is in Payoli. Near Payoli, we are trying to get some land for that. That is one of our recent initiatives. And maybe one more we'll try to put somewhere near Trivandrum. That is one of our, that's our idea, basically. What I take from this meeting is there is a huge opportunity for the SOEs here with the huge experience in castings. So I wanted to highlight that HPCL basically and other oil companies also are going in for bottom loading for all their trucks. So the manufacture of these bottom loading fittings is a very big area. It's a very big opportunity that is waiting for you. HPCL itself is having around 500 trucks running in Kerala alone, for which we will be going for a massive conversion next year. It will start shortly. I'll tell you, it will start shortly, and IOC and BPC also may go for the same. So in that context, I'll say there's a huge opportunity there for developing these facilities. Presently, whatever designs available, please, we are also ready to share that to the SOEs here, so that now we can have some local inputs also in this matter. The cost of the kit as of now goes more than, I cannot exactly say the cost, but it's around 2 to 4 lakhs range, which is a big opportunity for the local companies to develop, and we can benefit from it. The same bottom loading we can even implement in railway wagons. Just now I was speaking to the gentleman who was from the railway industry. So this is another big opportunity, which railway wagons, the easy loading, the safe unloading, everything can be achieved if all the railway wagons go finally into bottom loading only. So this is another major area which we would like to highlight. And I will appeal to the railway industry to look into it. What improvements we can make in that, and how we can bring in more safety in our operations. And the Honorable Minister was kind to mention about Keltron. So Keltron, like we know, when we were studying in our college, from our college days itself, that was the only company we knew into electronics. Maybe later we heard about Uptron and other companies. So, but the Keltron is today also HPCL's, all the attendance management systems are by Keltron machines only. I would like to see more of Keltron in automation also. We have a big opportunity in automation, wherein we have made all the setups, and the same can be utilized now. Keltron can come more into automation of our terminals, which also will be a new opportunity that is waiting for them. So I thank the August group for giving me a small interval of time to hear whatever I identified as the opportunities in developing our state. The Make in Kerala will be the next word which we'll be waiting to hear as the buzzword here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narendra, for accepting our invitation at a very short notice. So we look forward to have more discussions with you on these subjects. Now, the next presentation is by BrahMos Aerospace, Hyderabad. May I request Mr. Mridul Garg, Systems Manager, BrahMos Aerospace, who is a graduate in Mechanical Engineering from BITS Pilani. Mudit. Okay, so I just confused. Mudit Garg. Yeah.
It is Mudit.
Please.
Yeah, am I audible? Very good afternoon. So before beginning, I'd just like to tell a few things about BrahMos. So BrahMos is a joint venture between the Indian government through DRDO and the Russian government through DRDO's counterpart in Russia, that is NPOM. And the name is derived from the two of the largest rivers of India and Russia, that is Brahmaputra and Moskva. And our product is the BrahMos cruise missile, so which is a universal cruise missile which can be launched from ship, land, as well as the air platform. And this is just a demonstration of what trajectories do we follow. And just to highlight that we run at a speed of up to 2.8 Mach. That is 2.8 times the speed of sound. So whatever the loads and the temperature exposure, both is there. And I would like to thank at this juncture RIAB and the organizers for giving us an opportunity to be present in this August gathering, wherein in one go we are able to see the capabilities of so many industries. Now, a key term for us is indigenization. So, BrahMos had initiated indigenization of Russian raw materials and standard items. With we are into this since 2011, and we have considered many factors, such as we wanted to develop these technologies in India. We wanted to establish the supply chain, thereby achieving self-reliance while meeting all the quality and the design requirements. And also, of course, cost reduction is one of the primary factors. And because if the supply chain is in our hands, then we can easily meet the increased demands and tight delivery schedules. We have some control in that. Now, before moving on to the requirements, I would first like to acknowledge the contribution of SAFL, who has been an industry partner for us since the beginning of our indigenization program in 2011. And all these requirements have already been developed and tested through SAFL. And as far as the forging goes, we are dealing in aluminum alloy, steel and titanium forgings. In aluminum alloy, there are almost 88 types of approximately forgings are there in both open and closed die type. And the alloy grades involved are A2618, A2219, which are aluminum copper series, which requires the solutionizing and aging heat treatment, wherein the quench delay of less than 15 seconds is a crucial factor. And to achieve that, a drop bottom furnace is required. And second alloy, that is a Russian alloy AMG6, which is having a high magnesium content of 5.8 to 6.8%. And this alloy was a very challenging alloy because the processing rates are very slow. And it has taken time to establish this. Coming to steel forgings, there are approximately 125 types. And if you look at the alloy grades, almost all families of steel are covered, such as pH grades, that is MDN 1110pH, MDN 1110tpH. They are Russian alloy compositions with strength up to close to 1400 megapascal. Then there is a grade MDN 301, which is having a niche heat treatment involving sub-zero stabilizing. Then there is 09X, which is another niche alloy, wherein there is triple hardening and triple tempering cycle, which is seen nowhere else in the world. And also other grades such as austenity grade 321, dual phase steel, low alloy steels, as well as carbon steel grades are there. In titanium, we have a requirement of closed die forgings of approximately 35 types. And the alloy grades are BT6C, that is nothing but Ti6Cl4V or Ti6Cl4V ELI, as well as BT20, which is a specific Russian alloy. There was another alloy BT23, but now we have rationalized it, so that requirement will no longer be there. So coming to the what is the scope of work we are looking at? So we are now looking at sourcing of input of raw materials from our approved vendors. Earlier, BrahMos was supplying the FIM, but in order to simplify the supply chain, we would like the forging firm to take up the sourcing of the raw material from our approved sources. Then we have to finalize the QA requirements and drawings. Then the forging operation, which is the speciality of the firm. We are dependent on the technical expertise of the firm for that. Doing the heat treatment, other finishing operations, and inspection and testing is involved. Inspection comprising of destructive tests such as chemical, mechanical and metallurgical tests, as well as non-destructive tests such as UT, liquid penetrant test, visual checks and dimensional checks, that is to a 100% scale. And as has already been emphasized in this forum, that the quality has to be of prime importance. And that is why the QA coverage is being taken care either by BrahMos or by the third-party inspection agency, that is Missile Systems Quality Assurance Agency, which is a subsidiary of DGAQA. And even input raw material quality, we will get involved, and BrahMos will be providing the QA coverage there. Now, forging, we already had a partner in form of SIFL in Kerala. This casting requirement is absolutely new for the Kerala's SOEs. So we have requirement in aluminum alloy castings as well as steel castings. Aluminum alloy, we have a requirement in die castings, approximately 8 types. And the alloy grade is RF alloy AK7CHA, which is very close to the commonly known grade BS LM25. And we have one type of casting in steel through investment casting process, and the alloy grade is AISI 347. The scope of work is similar, except the NDT radiography has to be done to 100% extent. And the radiography level that we are looking at is class B. And of course, the QA coverage will be by BrahMos or by the third-party inspection agency, that is MSQA. Now, coming on to what all challenges the industry may have to gear up. As has already been highlighted in the morning session, quality, delivery, and cost competitiveness is of prime importance. And as already has been emphasized in the morning session, that even non-supply of a pin may stop the whole supply chain. So meeting of delivery timelines is very crucial, especially considering the fact that we also have an LD clause imposed on us from our end users. Further, there may be challenges in establishment of process parameters since these are niche Russian alloy grades. And this may be an iterative process. Further, as is the case with all aerospace and defense requirements, large varieties may be required with limited quantities. For example, a 100 missile order may be a big order for us, but that may translate to only 100 numbers of casting or 100 numbers of forging, which may be a limited quantity for the industry. So coming on to this, how we are approving the vendors for our supplies. So first and foremost, we would like the industries to approach us with their technical capabilities. Then there will be an initial evaluation wherein we will exchange the technical information for studying the feasibility. And this feasibility we want to study at this stage only, so that instead of directly going for a tender and then coming to a stage that it is not feasible, we want to evaluate at this stage only. Then we are looking at credentials and clientele with a focus on defense and aerospace. For example, AS9100 certification is preferable. Then there will be an initial visit by BrahMos personnel. This will be followed by a formal vendor evaluation committee, and this evaluation will be based on the QA system and the technical capability of the firm. And the vendor evaluation committee will comprise of not only reps from BrahMos, but also from other stakeholders such as DRDO and MSQA. I would like to emphasize at this particular point that we do not have requirement of only forgings and castings. Other mill forms in aluminum, steel, copper, powder metallurgical parts are also there in the form of rods, sheets, plates, wires. So if any of the firms is having these capabilities, they may also approach us. Further, I would like to emphasize one more thing, that we at BrahMos have outsourced all the machining activities to our work centers such as Godrej, L&T, WEM and BATL Trivandrum. So for the machining requirements, any of the firms can approach these 4 firms or can approach us. We'll refer to you. We'll refer you to these industries. Thank you. Any questions?
Perhaps discussions you can have during the lunch and other networking session.
Right, sir.
Right. So we have one more presentation left. Right. So I think there are a lot of very informative, offers a lot of scope, high-tech areas, and of course, you know, the importance of the product. Now, the next presentation is from BHEL. Mr. Simesh, Manager Valves Division. Simeon, Manager from the Valves Division at BHEL, Tiruchirappalli. Is again a graduate in mechanical engineering from College of Engineering, Giddi. Now a lot of experience in this line of activity, please.
Respected officials of Riab, officers, executives and senior officials of state-owned enterprises of Government of Kerala and other CPSEs. A very good afternoon to you, each and everyone present here. I have been given the toughest job of handling the last presentation before lunch, so I will try to make it as brief as possible and as precise as possible. So I also have around 40 slides. I like to brush up as soon as possible for you. Let me start with an overview of BHEL. We have a pan-India presence. We have around 16 manufacturing units spread throughout the country, 8 service centers, 15 regional marketing centers, and 4 regional offices, and 2 repair units. And we are into the field of power, transmission, industry, transportation, renewables, oil and gas sectors, water, defense and aerospace, e-mobility and battery energy storage systems. So if you take all the manufacturing units of BHEL, there are 16 manufacturing units of BHEL, and each and every unit specialize in their own process, in their own systems and in their own products. And I come from BHEL Trichy complex. We have a high pressure boiler boiler plant and seamless steel tube plant in BHEL Trichy. So I will be briefing about that. So if you take BHEL Trichy as a complex, our major 4 business verticals are fossil boiler division, which handles all the thermal power projects and industrial power projects activities. And we have advanced technological products, ATP, which caters to nuclear and defense requirements. We have seamless steel tube plant, which caters to both in-house and outsourced tube requirements of all the industries. And we have valves division also. So in my presentation, I'm going to explain in detail about the requirements, the sourcing requirements of raw materials for valves division alone. So let me introduce, give some points about valves. BHEL started manufacturing of valves at the Trichy complex along with the manufacture of boilers in the year 1965. So at the start, we were actually doing conventional gate, globe and check valves. which were primarily used in thermal power plants. Slowly we upgraded ourselves. Our production capabilities were then, we extended to safety valves, safety relief valves, quick closing, non-return valves, HPLP bypass system, and oil field equipments. Today our valve plant meets the growing needs of valves in power, chemical, petrochemical, fertilizer plants, refineries, nuclear power plants, etc. So this valves business is a very competitive business, and there are many players who caters to this need. It is quite similar to automobile industry, where we handle a lot of components throughout the year. So to manage all the complexities, we have SAP MRP system which integrates all the material requirements from order booking to the dispatch of all the items, which we implemented in the year 2000, which was the first done in BHEL. Valves alone contributes a turnover of around 500 crores on an average. This is our last 4-year turnover. This year we are trying to scale it up to 750 to 800 crores because there is a huge boom in the oil field sector, which is increasing, which has increased our load as well as our requirements. So valves caters to power and industry sectors, oil sectors, and others. And some of our renowned customers are NTPC, state-owned power generating companies, ONGC, Oil India Limited, Baker Hughes, Dalil Petroleum, which is an export order, ISJEC, Thermax, 5-Scale, Siemens, RINL, Grasim, Doosan, etc. So on an average, per year, we dispatch around 2.5 lakhs valves are manufactured and dispatched every year. To make an approximation, every valve has 40 different components. We nearly handle 1 crore different components every year. So to broadly classify the products we handle, valves can be classified as conventional valves and non-conventional valves. So under the conventional valve covers gate, globe, and check valves, which we operate at a weight range from 5 kg to 15 tons. And the connecting pipe sizes from 0.25 inches to 36 inch. So based on the operating pressure and temperature, these valves are given class ratings. So we are having even standard class rated valves as well as some special class rated valves based on the customer requirements. So these are the non-conventional valves. These are mostly used in oil field sectors. Safety relief and safety valves. Soot blowers are used in industrial process industries. Silencers used in thermal power plants. High pressure bypass valves, which is a complete system which is used in thermal power plants. So to procure these raw materials, these are some common standards which refer to IBR, ASME, ASTM, API 6A, API Spec Q1, API 16C, and API 17D for oil field sectors. These are the codes and standards which we refer into, which we follow and we adhere to. So if you take valves, to get the raw materials for these valves, the purchase group is divided into these 3 main categories. Raw materials, under raw materials it comes castings, forgings, and bar stocks. We even get directly sub-delivery items like fasteners, elastomers, gaskets, springs, chains, silencers, gearbox, and motors, which goes direct to the assembly. We even buy actuators, which are electrical, pneumatic, or hydraulic operated, which also goes directly to the assembly. In my presentation, I'm going to cover the requirements about the raw materials alone, castings, forgings, and bar stock. Sub-delivery and actuator requirements are, we have a lot of players there. We even have the requirement is very less. So we are in most need of the requirements of raw material section. So castings procurement. So castings procurement, we classify the industries based on the method of casting: sand casting, non-ferrous castings, investment casting, and cast iron castings. So these are the common material grades which we buy. There are 300 unique material codes of castings alone. Most common grades are WCB, WCC, WC6, C9, and in investment casting, if you take, we commonly buy CA40, CA6NM, CF8M. All these are, and our grade HH alloy. All these are our commonly bought items. In cast iron, we go for A48 class 35, A47 grade 32510. All these are our common grades. So castings requirement, if you take, these are the products and the ranges and the requirement per year which we are having and which we are actually expecting vendors to cater to. These are our castings requirement. These are mainly the grades belong to WCC, WC6 and WC9. These are the grades which we operate into. Based on the sizes and the requirements, the weight of the product completely varies from 5 kg to 200 kg for base, bonnet, cover plate, yoke and cap. So this is one a special requirement for castings, which is a 22-inch class 3750 special class C12A gate valve body, which we're actually getting it as a machined casting itself, as a final cast body, and then it gets machined and it goes direct to the assembly. So we are having a vendor requirement to cater this requirement also. The weight is around 11.5 tons and the quantity is around 10 numbers per year. And we also have an 8-inch 3750 special class C12A gate valve body, which is an 1-ton item with the requirement of 5 numbers per year. So this is a oil field equipments requirement of casting. This is mostly catered by SIFL. This is mostly catered by our casting suppliers. This full bore valve group of 4076, 4082, 4134 and 4081 mostly belongs to 60K material with the requirement of PSL2. Our year requirement spans around 5,000 to 6,000 numbers of full bore gate valves body alone, which goes as an integral part of the Xmas tree of oil field equipments. So to supply these castings, the casting manufacturer should have a casting specification level of CSL2 certification is mandatory, as well as their furnace has to be calibrated as per API 6A Annexure M. Castings, oil field requirements of casing head, casing spool and tubing spool. This comes under a weight range from 550 kg to 550, 650 and 950 kg. And our per year annual requirement is around 1,600 and 600 numbers. All these are same grades of 60K, A40, A487 grade 4 class C 60K material. All oil field equipments from castings has to meet the API specification of CSL level 2. So if you take casting purchase basket, based on the industry's type, we are actually procuring 40 crores of raw materials from castings alone to cater the needs of the valves. Next, under forgings procurement, we classify the industries based on the type of forging: open die forging, closed die forging, and special alloys and inconel forgings. And these are the material grades which we handle. We nearly operate 1,200 unique material codes, and our weight ranges from 1 kg to 12 tons. 12 tons of item. In open die, if you take the configuration of the forgings is usually around cylinder, ring, hollow cylinder, stepped cylinder and stepped hollow cylinder. These are the common configurations which are stepped up in sizes. In closed die, we have a weight range from 0.5 kg to 550 kg. And in the specification, these are all common ASTM grades which we operate. Some special grades like Otron, X19, and even inconel alloys, inconel 617 and inconel 718. These forgings are also in demand. So under forgings open die requirement, we are having 22-inch F92 gate valves, which is around 10.5 tons. We are in requirement of 6 numbers per year. Usually we were importing this, and now we have indigenized this, and we need a competitive player who comes for open die forging of this size, this category also. And same tubing spools and casing spools and tubing and casing head for oil field equipments. Even forgings we are actually buying in the weight range of 900 kg to 2.2 tons. And the specification generally includes AISI 1040, 4130, 4140 and SS grade AISI 410. This will be under the PSL classification of this has to meet the PSL classification of 234. So forging closed die requirements, these are some of the valve bodies, yokes, which we have newly developed, and we are in demand of closed die suppliers for these items. The same type can be used for different grades, and and we are in requirement of 500 numbers of the first item, which we are actually in requirement of SA 105, F22, F91, 92, F316 in all grades, and 500 numbers per year. So yoke, if you take yoke, we are in requirement of F92 yokes, which is 30 kg. This is a special yoke which is manufactured for thermal power projects, and we are in requirement of 100 numbers per year. Forgings, closed die oil field requirements. Most of the requirements are completely met by SIFL. They have been catering to us for the more than 10 years in this requirement, and they have recently bagged orders more than 10 crores for full bore valves alone. These requirements we need more than 5,000 numbers of full bore valves of different sizes in these 4 groups. Mostly the specification being ASA 413 alloy steels 4130, 4140 and 410. And in forgings, inconal requirements, seat bushing inconal 617, this is one of the specialized item we are using in our safety valves. This is a 25 kg item, and we are in requirement of 50 numbers per year. This is now usually catered by Midani and disc and stem inconal 718, which is also catered by Midani, and disc inconal 718 weight range from 1.5 kg to 20 kg. This is actually catered by SIFL. So we are in more supplies, requirement of more supplies for this also. So this is one of the niche product of BHEL valves division. This comes in the oil field sector. Usually, ONGC is one of the major customer. Usually, oil wells are drilled, and then this exmestry is usually installed, which you can see in offshore. In onshore, in offshore, if you take this length of the exmestry will not cater to the requirement. So an integrated monoblock system has been indigenously designed by BHEL, and this is completely a forged item. Each and every part of this whole assembly is a forged item, which we are in requirement of open die as well as closed die vendors for this. This is another Y-block exmestry. Where the outlet line from the oil drilling port has to be separated at an angle, we use this Y-block exmestry. This is also one of our niche product. This is a choke and kill manifold with buffer chamber, which comes under API 16C regulation. This is a complete system which is used during drill oil rig operations. This actually compensates the oil pressure and the oil pressure as well as the mud pressure which is being pumped into the system. So forgings purchase basket, if you take open die alone, caters 30 crores per year procurement value, and totally forgings comes around 50 crores of procurement value. So next, bar stock. In bar stock procurement, mostly we handle bars, pipes and tubes. So all these grades are common, and which we buy from vendors throughout India. We have 600 unique metal codes in these items, and bars ranging from dia 20 mm to 300 mm. In each and every 10 mm or 20 mm we buy a size. In pipes, dia at 73 to 558 mm, and tubes dia 14 to 63.5 mm.
Mr. Simeon, I would request you to speed up.
I have to speed up more?
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Bars alone we procure around 25 crores. So this is our supply registration process. This is a supply.bhl.in is on one site where you can get yourself registered with BHEL across all the units throughout India. So you have to select the respective category which you want to get enrolled into, and the concerned units supply development cell take care about the supply registration, which is a completely free process. Once you register, you have to detail out all your primary documents and details, and your metal group will be identified. Preliminary documentation will happen, and on-site assessment will happen. This will be presented to a committee, and finally you will be enrolled as a trial or permanent vendor depending upon the assessment marks. And I'd like to thank Riab and SIFL for giving me this opportunity to present the requirements of valves division of BHEL. Thank you.
Thank you, Simeon. I think I wouldn't like to stand between you and lunch. say it is 1:30, we are 15 minutes behind schedule, which I'm sure that we'll catch up. But maybe you can also have a look at your seminar, this summit material, where a feedback form is given. Now, we had actually planned to start at 2:15, but I think 45 minutes would be required minimum for lunch. So if you can come back by 2:15, that'd be wonderful, so that we compensate for the time. Thank you so much. I request Mr. Ashok Ram. Mr. Ashok Ram, Director of Production, BEML Palghat. Mr. Ashok Ram is a graduate from Kerala University in Mechanical Engineering, 1993 batch. Worked for 13 years in Indian Railways and currently heading the Palghat division. So I request all of you to be seated. And if there are someone standing outside, the organizers can help to tell that the session is on.
Just hold on. Atmanirbhar Bharat. BEML started its journey in 1964 towards a self-reliant India. BEML achieved many firsts to emerge as one of the leading engineering
Now, all of you standing at the back, now please be seated. Please. The session can commence.
Very good afternoon to all. My name is Ashok Ram, and I am from BEML Limited, Palakkad Complex. First, let me thank the organizers of this event for having invited us to come here and present our slides here. We have already been associated with some of the state public sector companies, and I hope this event will open up new ventures and create a win-win situation to both of us. So I'll first take you through a video session about what BEML is and what business we are into.
BEML towards a self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. BEML started its journey in 1964 towards a self-reliant India. BEML achieved many firsts to emerge as one of the leading engineering companies with a varied business portfolio supporting nation building. BEML has travelled a long way from manufacture of conventional rail coaches to ultra-modern driverless metro trains, from basic dozers to state-of-the-art heavy earth-moving machineries, and from high-mobility trucks to unmanned aerial vehicles. BEML is equipped with modern manufacturing plants at Bengaluru, KGF, Mysuru, and Palakkad, market-driven composite R&D setup, certified quality management system, and wide marketing network to take on global competition. BEML's team of dedicated professionals and highly skilled workforce who work in a challenging environment and its growth-oriented strategy is steering the company on an enduring journey of innovation and success. BEML set the momentum for indigenous product development capabilities in the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. BEML is committed to achieve self-reliance by fashioning a feasible and strong Make in India ecosystem through reskilling, training, engagement of experts, development of MSMEs, startups, and co-production with global players. In that direction, BEML has developed a strong supply chain of local vendor partners and achieved over 80% localization in its products. Thus, BEML takes pride in being at the forefront of producing made in India products. Some of them are among the largest in Asia. The company's technological prowess is drawn from its in-house R&D, which has provided a base for serving core sectors in India. The R&D facilities like designing, testing and analysis are comparable to global standards. Over the years, BEML R&D has developed and launched over 100 new products contributing to around 68% of its turnover, thereby saving substantial foreign exchange. BEML spends substantial percentage of its turnover on its R&D activities. Integrated with R&D, Industrial Design Center IDC is focusing on enhancing the look and feel of BEML products, operators' ease of work and comfort as per global standard. BEML always nurture the culture of innovation and generating intellectual property rights in the company. BEML has filed 210 IPRs with 8 patents granted. BEML's R&D is constantly on the move, innovating design to prototype to end product at a time, which is constantly evolving and inventing a product that is truly Make in India. As Make Local, Serve Global, BEML has exported its products to over 68 countries. Towards making it a green company and supporting National Green Energy Mission for increasing renewable energy, BEML installed 23 megawatt windmill and 250 kilowatts peak rooftop solar power system to meet around 80% of its captive power consumption. BEML continues to live up to the nation's expectations of Atmanirbharta by delivering world-class products and systems and has truly become the flag bearer of India's engineering sector. With new dreams, BEML is reaching new frontiers. BEML, new frontiers, new dreams.
Okay, we have a presentation slides. Okay, so that video is about the complete BML. It's having its headquarters at Bangalore and units at Bangalore, Mysore, KGF, and the last one was set up at Palakkad in the year 2009. And this slides are particularly about BML's Palakkad unit. So overall view of the plant. We have two main assembly hangars, one for defense products and one for the rail products. We have a machine shop, we have a paint hangar, we have a helipad there, and then we have a test track for this high mobility vehicles located in the, and a factory is located in the land that was leased to us through Kinfra. So the Palakkad unit of BML was established in the year 2010. It was inaugurated by the then Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri V.S. Achyutanandan, in the presence of the then Defence Minister, Sri A.K. Antony, on 16th May 2010. This is located at Kanjikud in the district of Palakkad. The unit manufactures heavy-duty defence trucks for defence applications, shells of rail coaches to Indian Railways, and aggregates of metro cars. So we have variants of this heavy-duty trucks. This is 6x6. Normally we get orders from the Ministry of Defence. All-wheel drive vehicles. It's an off-road vehicle used for transportation of military personnel as well as military equipments. And this is another version, 8x8 version, all 8-wheel drive, again used for transportation. This is 12x12, all the 12 driven wheels. These are used for the missile launchers. So these are some of the applications of these products. They are used for bridging systems. It's called the Sarvatra bridge. It goes as a set of 5 vehicles. Each carries a bridge of 15 meters. So total, it can span and create a bridge instantaneously within an hour of 75 meters length, and allow the entire troops to cross terrain, including the battle tanks. This is the Pinaka missile launcher vehicle. So again, is supplied to the Ministry of Defence. And this is called the Swati radar system. It carries the radar for detecting flying objects. And these are the principal customers, Ministry of Defence, then the DRDO, BDL, Bharat Electronics Limited, the BrahMos, mainly for the missiles, then L&T Defence. We also manufacture rail and metro products at Palakkad. We have supplied these bogies in collaboration with Hyundai Rotem for the Delhi Metro Arrestan project. They were driverless trains. And these are the memo shells. We don't have a rail connectivity to finish these products and send by rail. So these are made as shells and then carried by long trailers to our Bangalore division, where it is furnished and it's supplied to the Indian Railways. This is another view. So we have a lot of outsourcing requirements in the form of both from the defense and the rail business. We have castings, forgings, we have machining requirements, MS fabricated components, rubber components, electrical items, wire harness, and sheet metal components. So these are our contact addresses. You can get through our BML's website, bmlindia.com, follow the links, and then get in all the contact details and can get in touch with us. So I think with that, we come to the end of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to the next presentation, that's from Instrumentation Limited. Mr. Vinod Chandran represents IL at Palgad. He has got a number of years of experience as a mechanical engineer from Salem. So Mr. Vinod Chandran.
Good evening to all. My sincere thanks for the organizing persons, Sri K. Batmukumar, Member Secretary, Sri S. Ravik Shankar, and George Varkis. Myself, Vinod Chandran, working as Senior Engineer in AD&, Stores in Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad, under the Ministry of Heavy Industry, under the Minister of Mahendranath Pandey. Before starting my session, you may please go through the video. Speakers.
Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad. Instrumentation Limited started its operations in 1960. Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad. Instrumentation Limited started its operations in 1964 by setting up its first unit in Kota, Rajasthan.
Actually, this plant was first set up in Kota, district of Rajasthan state in 1964. After 10 years, central government is planning to set up a new complex in South India, which is near Kanjikode, near of BML, Palakkad.
To meet the growing demands of control and instrumentation equipment in the country. Later, second unit
What's the issue?
dedicated to the manufacture of control valves and allied items.
Now, if you have a presentation, I think we'll do the presentation first and let them.
Only video, no presentations.
Okay.
Only video.
Huh? It's an 11-minute presentation and without sound. So, maybe you can speak. Yeah.
Southern state of India. In the year 1974, Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad, popularly known as ILP worldwide, is the only company in the country fully owned by the Government of India to manufacture world-class control valves.
We are the one and only company in India who are manufacturing control valve, butterfly valve, and safety relief valve.
Poised to meet the global requirements of control valves,
This is control valve.
ILP had its first technical collaboration with Yamataki Corporation of Japan, world-renowned company in instrumentation.
At initial stage, we are cooperation with the Yamate Control Company, but we are now self-sustained company.
Followed by various other foreign collaborations or other similar allied products. ILP's product range includes control valves.
This one is the control valve. This one is the butterfly valve. We are butterfly valve size ranging from 115 to maximum 2500 range of bore dia is called butterfly valve. This is safety relief valves. Bellow seal valve for NPCL customers. It's a power cylinders. These are the accessories for the power cylinders. Pneumatic as well as manual. This one is the pneumatic power cylinders.
Satisfying large range of stroke, thrust, and torque values are also manufactured at ILP. The linear type range of pneumatic drives starts from 4x4 inch, extending up to 14 by 18 inch and 20 by 24 inch for on-off and regulating applications. The high pressure and low pressure control.
This is the new type we have developed in our own design department component. High pressure valve stand high temperature and high pressure.
LP are used in PRTS stations, SH and RH attemperation services, boil feed water control,
cryogenic test facilities are also available in our company because some valves are used in North India, that is in snowfalls area. So we also developed cryogenic items also. This is our inbuilt house, machine shop as well as assembly shop.
ILP has the most modern, sophisticated design, manufacturing and testing facilities. It has adapted stringent quality control systems for its products during various stages of manufacturing, acceptable to leading consultants and customers like Engineers India Limited.
This is our reputed customers list.
Limited, PDO Oman, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited,
NPCIL, BHEL, and IG Care, Indian Oil, and Gas India Authority Limited, ISRO, Bharat Petroleum. L&T, this is private companies.
Produces over 10,000 units of diverse range of valves every year.
ILP has so far supplied more than 450,000 valves to various projects and customers in India and abroad.
This is the current status of
ILP has attained remarkable growth rate in production with its skilled manpower, positioning itself as leaders in instrumentation in India since its inception. The design cycle process.
This is our design team. We are making cryogenic test as well as NPCL test items.
Of the products include solid modeling, finite element analysis, virtual prototyping and simulation using state-of-the-art technology in CAD/CAM center under design department, equipped with the latest versions of AutoCAD, SolidWorks and Ideas Master Series software package on Hewlett-Packard workstation. The plant is equipped with sophisticated CNC lathe, drilling and machining centers to ensure interchangeability of same type of
in-house machine shops facilities.
Components. Special CNC machines with automatic tool changing facility are used. A large array of conventional lathes is also available in addition to CNC machines for machining operations. The horizontal boring machines and vertical turret lathes add to the varied manufacturing capabilities to meet the total intricate machining requirements, including that of lengthy pipes used in flow nozzles. Precision machines like the hydraulic copying lathes are used for turning the profiles of valve internals. The in-house hard-facing facility includes skeleting and columnoid depositions, and heat treatment for the valve internals for special applications. Burnishing machines are used to ensure the required grinding surface finish of valve stems to avoid package friction and leakage through glands.
A large number of butterfly valves, designed and manufactured by ILP, with AWWA C504 standards. Requirements are successfully working in thermal power stations, up to 800 megawatts, waterworks, gas services, processing industries, steel plants, emergency shut-off applications, etc.
This is the industrial application sites: waterworks, gas area service, processing industries, steel plants, emergency shut-off applications.
Quality control and testing.
Quality policy. We at Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad, committed to design, manufacture and supply control valves and allied products in accordance with Indian and international standards, and as per customer requirements, enhance customer satisfaction through continual improvement backed by timely after-sales service.
Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad, is the first control valve manufacturing company in India to implement the ISO 9001 quality management system.
The QMS policies.
Testing of valve components and actuator springs with universal testing machine ensures the designed mechanical properties. Calibration standards are set to meet the international standards of valves. A separate clean room facilitates the assembly of valves used in nuclear power stations like the bellow seal valves. Special test setups for this purpose includes helium leak detection. ILP successfully conducted the fugitive emission test in 1 lakh mechanical cycles and 4 thermal cycles. The other testing facilities include determination of valve flow coefficient, cryogenic testing of valves at minus 195 degrees centigrade, non-destructive testing, computerized dynamic response testing, etc. The metrological laboratory is equipped for calibration of electrical apparatus, measuring instruments, pressure gauges, surface texture measuring, digital hardness testing, etc. to the national and international standards. Infrastructure. Adjacent to the plant facilities is the marketing and administration building. A team of dedicated experienced
This is the team of commercial design and stores purchase.
application engineers prepare and submit the optimum solution for valve application based on process data. It also houses the Information Technology Center, a well-designed and customized ERP package with campus-wide networking caters to the needs of all the functions of the organization. The specially developed software for selection, sizing and pricing of valves and accessories makes the life of marketing personnel comfortable. This building also accommodates the HRT, international and domestic marketing divisions, purchase and AD departments, and the finance and accounts division. In-house technical seminars conducted periodically for the employees at various levels ensures continuous update on latest developments in the field of design, manufacture and quality of products and services. ILP scaled new heights and established its global presence by exporting world-class control valves to international clients in Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Malta, Russia, Zambia, the Czech Republic, Egypt, Sultanate of Oman and Saudi Arabia.
Special achievements. For IGCAR Kalpakkam, Chennai, ILP has designed, developed and supplied successfully 5 products. 2 louver air damper system for decay heat removal in nuclear reactors, hydraulically suspended absorber rod for reactors, self-regulating non-return valve for sodium application, frozen seal butterfly valve for sodium application, 360-degree butterfly valve, The successful supply of these 5 products herald ILP's capability to meet any stringent technical requirements suiting nuclear applications.
About Kerala. Tropical climate and rich herbal resources attract visitors in all seasons to this part of India. The reservoirs, backwaters, monsoons, rivers, mountains, wildlife and festivals of Kerala always offer an environment-friendly and stress-free holidays. The nearest international airport is at Coimbatore. We, the family of Instrumentation Limited, Palakkad, request you to visit us, get first-hand knowledge and appreciate the facts of our organization.
Just like a PKCL Trichy, our purchase procedure is also same as gem only. Then if any SOE who have castings, forgings or ballstock section, you may please contact our purchase HOD Sri Jnana Manikyam by directly, or otherwise they may use to download the registration from online also, and directly they want to submit in by HOD only. Thank you for this good opportunity for elaborating about my company. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This presentation was more on your capabilities, customers, and I hope that the SOEs would encash details got from your presentation. Thank you. The next presentation is from Mr. S.L. Pakare, who represents, who is the works manager in the machine tools prototype factory of a company of Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited. This machine tool prototype factory is in Ambernath. Please.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Sanjay Pakhare, Junior Works Manager, Machine Tool Prototype Factory, a unit of Armed Vehicle Nigam Limited, Ambernath, Mumbai. Corporation of Ordnance Factories and restructuring of OAB, Eastwhile Ordnance Factory Board, was a subordinate office of Department of Defense Production till 30/9/2021. The Cabinet, in its meeting held on 16/6/2021, approved to convert the ordnance factories into unit of OAB to 7 DPOCs, to transfer ordnance factories into productive, profitable asset, enhance competitive and improving efficiencies. Seven DPOCs of the same is Munition India Limited, Armed Vehicle Nigam Limited, India Optel Limited, Advanced Weapon and Equipment India Limited, Troop Comfort Limited, Yantra India Limited, Grinder India Limited. Machine Tool Prototype Factory is a unit of AVNL, which is inaugurated by former Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji in 1953, 13th January. Photos of product ranges, transmission gear unit, cosine potentiometer, reduction gear unit, hand elevating mechanism, traversing reduction gear unit, hatch door production, transmission unit gear unit for trawl, T70 tank, T72 tank, hand elevating mechanism, transmission gear unit for BLT, bilge pump rear and front, elevating gearbox, TGB rocket launcher, EGB rocket launcher, interface item, transmission gearbox, final drive assembly, traverse gearbox for ILG, traversing drive INA 50INA, EGB 125 ILG, transmission variable speed gear, traverse resetter traverse box assembly, power transition traverse assembly INA 13 mm, suspension unit and wheel carriage assembly for Dhanush, Kavach, Mod 2 and fuse FB40. Product of the MTPF, elevating gearbox for BMP, traverse gearbox for BMP2, final drive, interface items, bilge pump variant, hatch traverse mechanism code 62, intermediate gearbox, all variant, overhauling of intermediate gearbox, delivery pump, LH and right pump, suction pump for side gearbox, rocket launcher items, traversing reduction gear for code 94, cosine potentiometer, reduction gear for code 94, hatch traverse reduction gear for code 94, fuse FB40, SRCG, and spares newly launched projects are our. Hand elevating mechanism T72, T90, traverse gearbox for 105 IFG, resetter drive INA 55A, EGB and TGB 105 ILG, transmission variable speed gear INA 73A, power transmission assembly INA 73MA, Kavach Mod 2 and wheel carriage assembly. Our esteemed customer, Heavy Vehicle Factory Avadi, Ordnance Factory Medak, GCF Jabalpur, Ordnance Factory Kamaria and other sister factories, as well as Army Depot Siwadi Jabalpur, 512 Army Base Workshop Kirki, CFVD Kirki Pune, Navy for Kavach, GRC, MDL and CSL. Requirement of ordnance items for the manufacture item, various type of forgings, various types of castings, various types of material, bar material, various types of fastener, various types of electrical and electronics items, various types of oil seals and gasket, various types of rubber items. Procurement process of the MTPF. As per Government of India guidelines, MTPF is procuring all the raw material through government e-marketing place GEM portal. All the PSUs is hereby requested to come forward to enhance the business with the MTPF and participate against the published bid through GEM portal. Contact us. Please feel free to communicate us through phone number 0251-261, 2521, 261, 2667, mobile number 9890-406832, and email ID is mtpf@ord.gov.in. Thank you very much for giving opportunity to participating in this event to enhance our business partners. Thank you. Thank you for organizing such a good event. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pakare from this Amarnath. Now, the next presentation is from Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mr. K.K. Chandrasekhar. He is the Chief Manager, Business Planning and Networking at BPCL. Please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for the organizers for inviting us to this meet. Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, it has got a history. It was formed somewhere in 1928 by Asiatic Petroleum Company. Later on, it was taken over by Burma Shell. And during the world oil crisis in 1970s, Burma Shell was taken over by the government by nationalization with the name of Bharat Refineries Limited. Later on, it has become Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. We market sensitive automotive and industrial fuels requirement for the entire India, and also we export some of the fuels. Bharat Petroleum is a Maharatna company. Government of India holds 52.98% share, and incidentally, Kerala government also holds around 0.86% of share in BPCL. This is our activities. We are the second largest OMC, standalone domestic sales volume of 42.51 MMT during last year. India's third largest in terms of refining capacity of 37.87 MMTPA. Majorly, half of it is being contributed by Kochi Refinery Limited. BPCL turnover in FY22 was 4.33 lakh crore. BPCL ranked first amongst oil and gas refining and marketing on Dow Jones Sustainability Index. BPCL ranked as 295th place in Fortune 500 company. BPCL is ranked 41st rank on Platts top 250 global energy company ranking. BPCL market capitalization is rupees 1.2 trillion, and BPCL is the first company in the oil and gas to have 2 million social media followers. And we have become Maharatna in 2017. Star PSU award we got in 2018, and we are the recipient of Oil Marketing Company of the Year 2019. So this is our infrastructure. We are participating in upstream as well as in downstream, midstream section of the petroleum sector. We have got upstream presence in 7 countries, right from Russia, Brazil, Mozambique, UAE, Indonesia, Australia, and India. and we are owning around 20 blocks. Overship partnerships with UAE for extracting crude oil. Our refining infrastructure is, we have got 3 refineries in India. One is Kochi, Mumbai and Bina. The total refining capacity is 37.87 MMTPA. We have got a cross-country crude oil pipeline carrying crude from Bodinor to Bina with a length of 937 kilometer. And we have a single point, single buoyant mooring at Bodinor as well as at Kochi. Our marketing infrastructure in the downstream side, we have got 83 retail depots all over India, 54 LPG bottling plants, 64 aviation service stations, 4 lube oil blending plants, and 37 geographical areas including JVs for CNG, gas exploration or extraction. Our pipeline network running for a length of 2,596 kilometers, which carries multi-products, and the design capacity of this pipeline network is 21.3 MMTPA. Our distribution network, we have got 20,000 plus retail outlets, which holds around 26% of retail outlets amongst PSU and 23.5% of retail outlets with the private industries. And we have got 6,165 LPG distributors. We are having 7 SBUs, 23 entities, and 8,000 plus employees, and subsidiaries and JVs around 26. BPCL is divided into 7 strategic business units. One is retail, next one is LPG, third one is industrial and commercial, fourth one is lubricants, fifth one is refinery, and sixth is renewable energy, and seventh is new business initiative. Retail, we plan for setting up of retail outlets in various parts of the country across NH, villages and townships. And we are also undertaking the maintenance of it and overseeing the management of the retail outlet. As and when advertisement is being released, the Kerala state-owned organizations or enterprises can apply for securing retail outlet from the oil companies. The advertisement is likely to come somewhere in 2023 end or mid of 2023. If anybody has got surplus land, you can always apply. And there is also one more way of getting the retail outlet. If you offer the land, if you want the retail outlet, there is a direct award of dealership available. And the LPG plant, we are also we are setting up LPG distributorship, and we also set up LPG bottling plant across the India under the LPG retail LPG business unit. Industrial and commercial business unit have interactions with business units for development of industrial and commercial business, ranging offering of fuels right from oils, chemicals, petrochemicals, gas and bitumen. Lubricants, it is blending and supply of packaged lubricants to the customers via retail outlets as well as the channel available in the open market. And the refinery, as you are all aware, that it processes crude oil and separates finished products from crude like LPG, naphtha, motor spirit, high speed diesel and diesel oil, etc. till bitumen. Renewable energy, as our ED refinery said, we are into establishing wind as well as solar power across the country. In solar, we have we are installing around 12 megawatt plants in Kerala, one in refinery premises and another one is in NDPC. And new business initiatives, we have got the EVs, Urja Devi stores, including allied retail business. This is for engaging the youth for promoting small business ventures across the villages where these products cannot reach. So BPCL is also undertaking a lot of activities in Kerala One is that Kochi Refineries Limited, which has invested recently around 16,500 crores for integrated refinery expansion project, along with propylene derivative petrochemical projects, investment worth of 6,000 crore. So all put together, KRL is the largest investor in Kerala, if I am right, and offers somewhere around direct, indirect employment of 4,000 people. And we have got a retail network of 593 retail outlets in Kerala, 2 LPG bottling plant, one at Trivandrum as well as at Kochi Refinery Complex. New oil installation, which is one of the biggest installation in India, holding storage capacity of 472,000 KL. Oil storage distribution depot at Kannur, multi-product pipeline right from Kochi, Coimbatore, Karur. KSPPL, it was touched by the SLC as well as our ED. It is a Kochi-Salem Pipeline Private Limited JV with Indian Oil. We are holding 50% equity participation for LPG transportation. Then Kerala government has joined hand with Bharat Petroleum to promote Kial, as well as we are shareholding as well as we are holding a share of 20.46%, and BPCL shareholding in CIL is around 3.43%. And BPCL has really contributed during the COVID by supplying medical oxygen to meet the oxygen demand in Kerala, apart from installing 3 oxygen generators at Kannur, Calicut as well as at Trivandrum. So I just list out what is the requirement of BPCL in marketing as well as little bit in refinery side. BPCL, we are in the expansion of our retail network. We require mild storage cylindrical tank of 15 KL, 20 KL, 45 KL capacity. We require steel, we procure steel canopy structures designed to withstand 180 km per hour speed, wind speed, with roofing sheet of 0.5 mm powder coated Calvalin sheets as well as false ceiling of 0.6 mm TCT. Then light poles, high mast poles, powder coated aluminum frames for show windows and doors, electrical panel boards, LED light fixtures of 80 watt to 100 watts for under canopy lighting, emblem pole monolith, utility and loop display unit, LPG cylinders ranging from 5 kgs to 422 kgs. Then for depots, above ground storage tanks, seamless steel pipelines as well as MS pipelines for cross-country pipeline laying, project management consultancy and third-party inspection, fluid control valves, ATCO, gate or globe, electrical cables of aluminum as well as copper ranging from 1.5 square mm to 75 square mm, transformers, maintenance-free electrodes as well as earth pits, barrels for loops, bitumen, petrochemical, ISO containers packing. These are all the requirement of Bharat Petroleum. Any of the SOEs which are interested in collaborating with Bharat Petroleum or Business Alliance, they can always contact us. The procurement in BPCL, any tender value more than 1 crore, it will be published in Bharat Petroleum portal. The address is given. For specifications with respect to underground tanks, then canopy, light poles, and related to retail construction, you can always reach Mr. Hari Babu, who is available here. He will be pleased to help you out, and you can also reach me. We can provide the standard drawings as well as related codes. And for other tenders, you may please contact Mr. Deepamalya Sinka. He is Chief Manager Procurement, CPO Marketing Group 2. Address is given. We will be more than happy to associate with all SOEs in developing the business alliance with you for meeting our procurement items. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy New Year to all. Thank you. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandrasekhar. There has been some business going on with the state PSUs, and this particular event is a larger, the beginning for a larger network. Now, I would request the participants from CPSEs to also fill up the feedback form, because that would provide further leads to a number of transactions in future. And I would also request the SOE CEOs to designate desk officers to deal with the officers concerned in the CPSEs, and perhaps with all of us here, so that we also keep track of the developments which are happening. We need to act fast. Now, the next presentation is from Dr. Hari Krishnan, who is the Chief General Manager of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Now, Hari Krishnan is a PhD holder in mechanical engineering, has 27 years of experience in design, inspection, quality control, production, procurement, planning related to shipbuilding. Cochin Shipyard recently launched the INS Vikrant. They are a listed company with around the shares quoting at around INR 500, and the market forecast is that they will jump to 700. So a very good, well-performing unit. So please, Mr. Dr. Hari Krishnan.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, let me thank Riab for giving us an opportunity to present our requirements or better aspirations before the state PSUs. And Cochin Shipyard, we always believe in growing together, and we look forward to synergize our capabilities with the capabilities of the state PSUs so that we can tap the growing or the emerging business opportunities. So in order to have an overview of the company and the products we deliver, first of all, I will be going through the corporate presentation prior to discussing on the specific requirements. Due to paucity of time, and since the members are very particular about the timing, I will be rushing through the presentation. Pardon me, but don't worry, we have prepared a brochure indicating the requirements category-wise, and this will be distributed to all so that you can explore the possibilities. So basically, we have got 4 verticals: shipbuilding, ship repair, CSAS, this is a new vertical, and a training center. CSAS is Cochin Shipyard Strategic and Advanced Solutions, and especially Keltron may be interested in this. I got a specific slide on this. So Shipyard has got a global customer footprint, and there's 7 pan-India facilities across coast. We have got 2 building docks. One is one building dock and 1 repair dock, and we are having a new dock also. The work is progressing. As I said earlier, we have got 7 units, including the main yard and the ISRF facility at Wellington Island. We got 1 unit in Mumbai, Calcutta, and Port Blair, and we have got 2 wholly owned subsidiary shipyards. One is Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited, Calcutta, and Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited, Karnataka. So expansion and infrastructure augmentation is going on, and projects worth 3,000 crore is progressing. So just to have a glimpse on our turnover, we are consistently a profit-making company, and last year our turnover in the year 21-22 was 3,190 crores, and if you look at the contribution from shipbuilding, it is 2,511 crores. Just to get an idea, the ship cost, about 70% of the ship cost is from materials, and the value addition is only about 20 to 30%. So you can think of the opportunities, what is the procurement potential. So this is our profit before tax and PAT. Due to COVID, last year it has got a slight dip. So these are the product portfolios. We have got commercial, offshore, short sea and inland, and tugs and even harbor crafts. We manufacture right from fishing boats to the aircraft carrier. So this aircraft carrier for Indian Navy, it was delivered in the month of June and it was commissioned recently in September by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Anti-submarine shallow watercraft, that project is progressing, 8 numbers are there, and we are about to get an order for new generation missile vessels, and many projects are on anvil, and this fast patrol vessel was delivered to Coast Guard, 20 numbers. Recently, yesterday, this was in news because this was intercepted a boat, a fishing boat from Pakistan near Okha, Gujarat, and it was seized. This is containing arms and drugs. So these are our commercial vessels. We have exported around 50 ships to USA, Norway, Germany, Denmark, and Netherlands. These are the recent projects. This technology demonstration vessel was delivered for DRDO, coastal river sea multi-purpose vessels for JSW Jindal, 500 pax vessels for Andaman and Nicobar administration, and 1,200 pax vessels for Andaman and Nicobar Islands is under construction in yard. So, as I said earlier, this is the 6th country in the world to design and construct an aircraft carrier. And recently there was a press notification that earlier Indian Navy was looking for a higher capacity aircraft carrier. Now they are thinking to give a repeat order for this. So this will also throw open a lot of opportunities for the Kerala public sector and other companies. So these are the globally recognized quality, and we have got an integrated management system comprising of ISO 9001 2015, ISO 45001 and ISO 14001. That's for the environment management system. So ship repair front, we have repaired more than 2,500 repair vessels, annually handles more than 100 projects. So we have established a maritime park, 23 units under one roof, and 11 units are already allotted. Companies like Wärtsilä, Kongsberg, and MAN have already occupied the slots. So we have good collaboration and partnership with IHE Netherlands, and we are now constructing a 12,000 cubic meter TSHD type, the largest in Asia. So we always believe that the future of shipbuilding is in autonomous vessels and green technology. So we are concentrating on sustainable and green shipping. And the KMRL project, we have delivered already 7 boats for KMRL running on battery, zero emission. So reduction in CO2, approximately 10,000 metric tons per year reduction CO2 emission will be there. So recently we have delivered an auto barge to Norway. So first of the kind autonomous vessel, and that work, balance unmanned operation and fitment will be done in Norway. So as I said earlier, we have recently started a strategic and advanced solution division. We are concentrating on marine control system, engineering services, advanced solutions. So smart maritime solutions, Internet of Things, big data analytics, cyber security, alternate fuels, then integrated platform management systems, APMS, and integrated bid system. I believe that Keltron can contribute much in this area. So we are also into hydrogen fuel cell ferry. A pilot project has already been initiated. A 100-passenger ferry boat we are manufacturing, and 2 into 25 kilowatt hydrogen fuel cell will be utilized. We are already having a collaboration with the KPIT Pune for that. We are into other green projects also. So we are a trusted partner, and we are the leading Indian shipyard. We have got a proven track record. And we always have collaboration partnership with various international firms like Wärtsilä, SHA, GTT France, and Engineers India Limited. We have got good human resource and infrastructure. So I'll go to the specific regarding the overview of procurement procedure and opportunities for state PSUs. So across the slides, I'll be going through the procurement system and the procedures, a brief overview on that. Major items procured for shipbuilding and repair, and general requirements. So we always rely on the public procurement policy and the general financial rules, and the new PPP, public procurement procedure by the Make in India, Atmanirbhar policies by Government of India. We also always promote MSME, and payment through TREDS is also possible. And nowadays, due to the high impetus on GEM, we are now concentrating on procurement through GEM. We have got specific targets for that. So type of procurement, we conduct open tenders and limited tenders, and other tender modes are GEM through JEPNIC. We have got a dedicated SRM portal, our own portal, and we also do some manual tenders in some specific cases. For single bid, less than 10 lakhs, you go for single bid system, and for all procurement about 10 lakhs, you go for a two-bid system, a separate price and a technical bid. So we are a good paymaster. We always pay 100% payment within 30 days of receipt and acceptance of the item. And all payments are made through NEFT and RTGs. So no security deposits order value is less than 20 lakhs and 3% order value if order value is above 20 lakhs. So we require items in marine, shipbuilding and ship repair, conforming to marine standards, CapEx, infrastructure on our utilities and maintenance and services also. So electric cables, the requirement is that it should to conform to the marine standards. Electric cables, we are already having discussion with the Traco Cables Limited. We are given the samples and I believe they are developing the item specifically for marine use. Then switchboards, control panels, distribution boards, we are ready to share the technical specifications, and we can have also one-to-one meetings on a need basis. Transformers, battery charger, UPS, capacitors, then LED lights and fittings. We are got good requirements of these LED lights and fittings. Then welding electrodes, control panels, transformers, fabricated components, rubber items, pipe fittings, fasteners, production consumables like cutting wheels, grinding wheels and abrasives, and the state PSU can explore the product ranges so that they can supply these items. So there are a lot of requirements for fabricated items. Silk is already having some orders with us. Stanchions, flanges, incline landers, loose tanks, manhole covers, right from nameplates to sleeves. Lot of items are there. I have included all these items in the brochure, and this will be distributed after the presentation. So rubber items, oil seals, O-rings, rubber hoses, joining sheets, gaskets, large requirements are there. And just to get an idea, in 21-22, we have procured items worth 3,000 crores. So indigenous was 2,000 crores and 1,000 crores from foreign sources. So good opportunity is there. Industrial gases for fabrication, all these are we are buying from private firms. There is good opportunity for the state units to foray or venture into these fields. So we require a lot of safety and PPE items, fire extinguishers, fire cloths, earplugs, safety shoes, then scaffolding and staging materials. We are in large requirements. I think Silk Chair Thuravur can think of supplying these items. So we have got other services also, block fabrication work. Silk may be able to help us in this field. Surface preparation, hot dip galvanizing, fabrication, preparation of pipes, sheet metal items. Then of course, subcontract works like outfitting, machining works, tank testing. Then lot of scope in utilities and maintenance also, electrification of the buildings, transportation, cleaning of dust collector, telephone connectivity works, laying of pipelines and cables, supply of MV switchboards, electrical maintenance. And so we are giving, nowadays we are giving, due to the government policies, we are giving much focus on procurement through GEM, and we have got a target of about 282 crores of procurement through GEM this year. We have got a 24/7 supplier management system, online portal, and a transparent process for that. The support team can be contacted. The address is in this brochure also. So we also promote MSME. So as per our, it is mandatory that 25% of our total procurement shall be through MSMEs. This is the last year we have procured items from MSME, 382.99 crore worth items, 1,000 crore worth items last year. So we have got a lot of benefits to MSCs, and many of the state PSUs are MSCs, so they can tap this opportunity. There is no EMT purchase preferences there. There is no security deposit, and 350 items are exclusively reserved for MSME. Now it is getting revised to 469 by Government of India. So we have got a transparent invoice tracking system. It is mandatory that invoice shall be uploaded through an online portal, so the vendors can track the real-time status of the invoice and get details of the payment made and supplier in supplier inbox. So we have got a grievance portal also. Suppliers can submit complaints through the online portal, and there will be a fast resolution of complaints. So thank you.
Exactly 15 minutes. Thank you so much, very informative, brief, and you are...
We are open for any discussion or any discussion. They can meet us in our office.
Yes,
Yeah,
that would be
my
fine. One-to-one
contact
meetings
number I can
will be
pass
good.
so that-
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thank you. Now, to the organizers, the tea can be served while the session is on, please. Now, the next presentation is on Mazagon Dock. The presenter is Nagesh Rao, who is planning in charge on repair and retrofit project of submarine division. So Nagesh Rao.
Good evening, all dignitaries of state government and CPSEs, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Nagesh Rao, will be presenting on behalf of Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited. During my presentation, I would like to give you a small video, corporate video about MDL, followed my presentation.
The world is looking at India, and we are ready with commitment, with quality, with pride, with passion, and with the vision to place India on the world map of warship and submarine construction. We are Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, the premier warship and only submarine building yard in India. The journey began in 1774 with a small dry dock for repairing ships of the East India Company. And since then, passing through various ownerships, MDL finally came under Government of India in 1960 to commence indigenous production of warships for the Indian Navy, charting a new course for Indian shipbuilding. The new voyage started with the 6 Leander class frigates, built under license from the British Admiralty. The first of this class, INS Nilgiri, was commissioned in 1972. The Leanders were followed by the Godavari class frigates, the Kukri class corvettes, 1241 RE missile boats, the celebrated Delhi class destroyers, the Shivalik class stealth frigates, and the Kolkata class of stealth destroyers with anti-surface, anti-air and anti-submarine capability and equipped with the state-of-the-art weapons and sensors. MDL continues its saga of indigenous warship building with the 4 destroyers of the P-15 Bravo class. These mighty warships will have the most potent combat systems, advanced communication suits, and powerful propulsion plants sourced from all over the globe and integrated by MDL to operate from a common platform. MDL takes pride in the commissioning of first of its P-15 Bravo class destroyers, INS Vishakhapatnam, by the Indian Navy on 21st November 2021. The second destroyer, Mormugao, is scheduled for delivery by the end of 2022. The third destroyer, Imphal, is at an advanced stage of outfitting, and the fourth destroyer, Surat, was launched on 17th May 2022. In addition, MDL is also constructing 4 in number highly complex P-17 Alpha class stealth frigates. Using integrated construction methodology, the first ship of this class, Nilgiri, was launched on 28th September 2019 and is now being outfitted. The second and third ships, Udaygiri and Taragiri, were launched on 17th May 2022 and 11th September 2022 respectively. The keel of fourth ship was laid on 28th June 2022. Also, they are indigenously designed by the Indian Navy's in-house organization, Directorate of Naval Design, and constructed by Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited. Mazagon Dock is the only shipyard in the country to have built conventional submarines. And it is a matter of great pride for India that the two MDL-built SSK submarines, INS Shalki and INS Shankul, commissioned in the early 90s, are still in service today. As a natural consequence, MDL is also undertaking the medium refit and life certificate of these fine submarines to extend their availability to the nation. Presently, MDL is executing the order for building 6 Scorpene-class submarines in collaboration with Naval Group France. The commissioning of the first Scorpene, INS Kalvari, on 14th December 2017 reaffirmed India's membership in the exclusive group of submarine constructing nations.
INS Kalvari पनडुब्बी को बनाने में भारतीयों का पसीना लगा है। ये मेक इन इंडिया का एक उत्तम उदाहरण है।
MDL's contribution to national security continued with the commissioning of the second, third and fourth Scorpene, namely INS Khanderi, INS Karanj and INS Vela on 28th September 2019, 10th March 2021 and 25th November 2021 respectively into the Indian Navy. The fifth submarine Bagir was launched on 12th November 2020 and is getting ready for delivery to the Indian Navy. Whilst the sixth submarine Vakshir was launched on 20th April 2022 and presently undergoing trials. We have also built a variety of commercial and paramilitary craft. Right up to the late 90s, MDL was in the forefront of fabricating offshore structures. Till this line of business was eased off to cater for growing defense projects. The last commercial vessels built by MDL were 2 multi-purpose support vessels, which were exported to clients in Mexico and Bahamas. With its increased capacity, today MDL is once again poised to tap the export market for marine platforms and heavy engineering products, as well as offering a wide range of services. Over the years, the shipyard has created facilities to take on any kind of shipbuilding project. We are equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure and processes, which include a world-class design facility with a futuristic virtual reality center and sophisticated 3D software. To keep up with changing times, Mazagon Dock has modernized its facilities to undertake modular construction by investing in a 300-ton Goliath crane, module shop with a retractable roof, a second wet basin, and a submarine assembly workshop for a second line of submarines. We are also in the process of reviving our ship repair operations and are open to developing a greenfield shipyard at Nahava, Navi Mumbai. With a ship lift, wet basin, workshops, stores and buildings, and a ship repair facility spread over an area of 40 acres. Our workforce is highly talented, trained and motivated, and at MDL, service to the nation is a commitment which is followed with passion. MDL got listed on 12th October 2020 on BSE and NSE and disinvested about 15% of its shareholding. The investors' confidence in MDL led to the issue being oversubscribed by 157.4 times, highest amongst any PSU till that date. We are the warship and submarine builders of India. We contribute to national security. We participate in nation building. We make in India.
Yes. MDL is a 250-year-old shipyard and only shipyard have built destroyers and conventional submarines for Indian Navy. As of now, as on date, we have delivered 801 vessels and 63 offshore platforms, including warships, submarines, and other products since 1960. The various categories of products we are using for manufacturing and having indigenization scope, as presented on the slides, in the hull, engineering, and electrical. These have the large potentials of indigenization. For manufacturing of these platforms, MDL, looking forward for expertise of some outsourcing activities like service requirements of electrical. Due to paucity of time, I am not listed every activity. Only I am listed some major activities in the electrical and engineering. We have an dedicated indigenous cell to provide focused impetus to the Honorable Prime Minister's Make in India initiative. 21 types already we indigenized and 134 types under indigenization process. It is available in the JUMP portal and Srijana portal in the positive indigenization list of 1, 2, and 3. The positive indigenization list 1 and 2, 3, out of 6 submarines, the major items we are already in progress: electrical propulsion motor and lithium battery prototype. We are in progress with various collaborators. The positive indigenization list of 3, total equipment under PIL 3, 128 types we are identified. Out of Make 1, 101, out of Make 2, 24 types, and in-house facility we are developing 3 items. As I explained, there is a scope of approximately 3,000 crores indigenization scope, all put together: weapon, electrical, hull, and engineering, as presented on the slide, under Make 1 and Make 2. Yes, MDL has taken some initiative under Atmanirbhar Bharat and involved some projects. I am showing the innovative projects of the MDL. Is a total business scope available for indigenization is a 5,000 crores. It is in fuel cell, is under work in progress. Already we have a collaboration with some partners, and these products are work in progress. That is fuel cell electrical vessels having endurance of 24 hours with 2 cylinders, and Leon battery, 100 kilowatt, and SWAM drones, mobile target emulator, expandable underwater target. This is used for the decoy system. And the upcoming projects we are under development: unmanned vessels, offshore projects, artificial intelligence, EV chargers, and airboats. These are all the upcoming projects we are looking for. And the most prestigious project, we are taken initiative and indigenously submarine midjet. This submarine design and construction midget submarine already commenced, and this proof of concept on full-scale submarine will be ready by 2024. This is fully designed and manufactured by Mazgondak Shipbuilders Limited only. This is we have taken the initiative and we are developing. The business development potential in coming 6 to 7 years, 50,000 crores we are approximately expected. That is induction of new submarines, new products, underwater platforms, supply of indigenization equipment and spares to iron for delivered submarines to the Scorpion class. We are looking forward for collaborate all potential partners. Our collaborative methodology as presented on this slide. We will provide technical specification, partial financial assistance, integration and trials, the MDL scope. Anybody is having interest about this collaboration in the large firm or small firm, we are open to discuss in one-to-one, or we are inviting all the capable companies to Mazgondak to discuss about the same. Thank you. Partial financial assistance for any indigenous product which we will develop for the products of mitigate submarine and other products. Correct, sir. That is correct. We will provide all technical specifications and we will provide partial financial also, and we will provide intellectual property rights also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nagesh Rao. The next presentation is from Abhishek Misra from BARC, Baba Atomic Research Center, BARC, Mumbai.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Abhishek Misra, Scientific Officer from Baba Atomic Research Center, which is under Department of Atomic Energy. I am extremely honored to be in presence of Sri APM Muhammad Anis IS, Sir Principal Secretary, Government of Kerala, Dr. R. Ashok, Chairman Riab, and members of Riab for organizing this beautiful event. I would like to thank Commander P. Suresh, Managing Director of SIFL, for inviting in the summit. And I will brief about what are the opportunities we are having at BARC for state PSUs of Kerala. At present, we have undergoing project with SIFL, and the kind of professionalism and expertise shown by SIFL is really commendable. SIFL has helped us to carry out manufacturing of very challenging non-standard pipe fittings for primary side of nuclear reactor. Those nuclear reactors are the compact nuclear reactors. With their team effort, we are confident to complete the project much before the scheduled time. And similarly, we believe that the other PSUs of Kerala which are present today, they show the same dedication and excellence in their respective fields. I would like to take a few minutes to show you the areas of interest. Right now, we are interested in this pipes, pipe fittings, all non-standard items, some ejectors, flow measuring devices, and for these pipes we are in requirement of electro-polishing and machining of these components. And we also require pickling and passivation of our components and leak testing. These are the four pipes which I will be presenting, because these are the most challenging pipes. We are searching for vendors who could supply to us for a nuclear reactor. And these are the sizes. And if anyone wants to contact, then he can mail me, or I will share my contact details also. And these are the mechanical properties. Actually, we are in requirement of high temperature mechanical properties. The UTS is 352 and yield stress is 176. We are in requirement of such components. And these are the typical that non-standard pipe fittings what we are dealing in. These are elbows, T, reducers. This one is the deep hole drilling pipes, the longer one of 1.5 meter length. And this we have found this is a challenging job to get 1.5 meter long drill pipe with all accuracy. We are in requirement of NABL certified labs also, because at present in Mumbai we have only 1 or 2 labs. We also want some machining facility with very good surface finish requirement, and if possible coordinate measuring machine services also. And the products what are shown in the picture that are being manufactured by SIFL, we are really thankful to them. And we are also in requirement of electro-polishing of non-standard stainless steel pipes of 5 to 7 meter length, and honing for these pipes for improved surface finish around 1.6 micrometers. We also require boroscopy of tubes and these pipes. And coming to the leak testing of components, we have some stringent requirement about regarding helium leak test with leak rate of 6.7 10 to the power minus 8 standard cc per second, and hydro test of components with maximum testing capacity up to 320 bar. So, the vendors who have such type of facility also can contact us. And regarding this tendering and registration, the tendering is purely on competitive basis. It is a 2-part tender. Technical and financial bids happens, and registration shall be done on the Department of Purchase and Stores. This is the website address I have given, or you can contact me also. And as you can see, the presentation is specific to the force pipe fittings. One thing I would like to add that I am involved in one of the many projects undergoing in BRC. We have around 95 divisions under 19 groups working on different challenging aspects which require support in all fields like electrical, mechanical, electronics and many other fields. So I, on behalf of BRC, invite you all to work with us, for which you can register in the Department of Purchase and Stores, and it will be very helpful, very supportive for us to build India in the new domain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, BrahMos was represented by the Hyderabad unit, and we will not have the presentation from BrahMos Trivandrum unit. Now, the last and final presentation for today is from Midhani, Mr. Dhadu Nigam Limited, under the Department of Production, Ministry of Defense. They deal with specialized metal alloys. I would request Mr. Anvesh Kotha to present the details pertaining to Midhani. He has graduated in...
Good evening, everyone. Respected Sri Mohammad Anish Ji, IAS Principal Secretary, Sri Dr. Ashok Ji, Chairman Riab, and other Riab organizing team for inviting us and providing this opportunity. Since I am the last person presenting, so I wish to take extra time, and if it is acceptable, so I want to play my corporate video then presentation. So I want presentation. Yeah. Okay. Present. Video.
Post India's independence, India was a developing country and its needs of special metals and alloys
for strategic programs in defense, space and energy sector depended on foreign supplies. During 1962 Chinese aggression, the weapons used by Indian Army were obsolete and the country was forced to take help from other countries, resulting in outgo of huge precious foreign exchange. This led to the discussions for setting up a manufacturing unit in the country for becoming self-reliant in critical and strategic materials. The result is Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, in short, Midani. Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, Midani, was set up as a public sector undertaking in 1973 at Hyderabad. Today, Midani is the only manufacturer of titanium alloys and the largest manufacturer of superalloys in India. During the inception, facilities like melting, forging, rolling, bar and wire drawing, and allied facilities were set up between 1973 to 1983. The commercial production started from 1983. With the presence of best in-class equipments such as vacuum induction melting, vacuum arc remelting, electroslag remelting, electron beam melting, hydraulic forge press, fasteners and many other facilities, Midani justified its existence by manufacturing critical alloys at on industrial scale and also designing customized alloys to suit specific applications. Midani is aligned with the mission of India and is contributing to the roadmap of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Midani has contributed to the strategic national programs such as GSLV, PSLV, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, and presently playing an important part in Gaganyaan, a human in space program. In case of aeronautical sector, the company is involved in Kaveri engine, light combat aircraft, advanced light helicopter, advanced medium combat aircraft, etc. In energy sector, advanced ultra super critical program, pressurized heavy water reactor, prototype fast breeder reactor, and for defense various missiles, tanks and submarine programs. Considering growing domestic demand and to reduce import, Midani established wide plate mill which can produce 3-meter width plates of special steel, super alloy and titanium alloys, spring mill to manufacture springs for railway bogies, and lightweight armor products. Further, it has augmented facilities such as 8-ton vacuum induction melting for manufacture of super alloy products, 10-ton vacuum arc remelting for dedicated titanium manufacturing, 300 kilograms vacuum skull melting furnace for heavyweight titanium casting, and diversified its products. To meet the advanced materials requirement, Midani is taking steps to develop, manufacture and supply metal powder for 3D printing. In order to ensure quality products, Midani has set up state-of-the-art mechanical and non-destructive testing facilities having national and international accreditation of NABL, AS and ISO. The quality facility also includes immersion ultrasonic testing, phased array ultrasonic testing and scanning electron microscopy. Each of the specialized process equipments are manned by experienced engineer. The R&D has dedicated young team of engineers. Process Assurance Group is supporting our customers in resolving the technical issues during designing, manufacturing and testing of advanced materials. Moving on, Midani, under the aegis of Atmanirbhar Bharat, is ready to take up new challenges to achieve self-reliance in strategic and critical technologies for our country.
Thank you. So, as you have already seen, Midani is basically a Government of India undertaking under Ministry of Defence. So, we have 49 years of metallurgical manufacturing experience in superalloys, titanium alloys and special steels. And you can see our growth chart. We have been incorporated in 1973. And we have over our journey of 49 years, we have established titanium plant, and then we have bioimplants. We have done it aeronautical testing laboratories. We have developed hafnium alloys. And last year we had a turnover of 865 crores. So we are a growing company, and recently we have set up a white lead mill, and we are targeting a turnover of 2,000 crores in maybe a couple of years. So we have huge potential with respect to working with Kerala PSUs. So our footprint in India, we have right now two facilities, two working facilities. One is at Rohtak, basically catering to armor products, and that has only composite components manufactured there. And in Hyderabad, it is all our headquarters, and all metallic parts are manufactured over here. And we are setting up one aluminum alloy plant in Nellore, so that would be commissioned in maybe 3 to 4 years. So that would be like a third facility in India. So our product portfolio, as I said, we are super alloys manufacturer, titanium alloys manufacturer, and special steel. In super alloys, we manufacture iron-based, nickel-based, cobalt-based alloys. And titanium, we can manufacture titanium, commercially pure titanium, and then titanium alloys as per AMS or GTC or any custom specification titanium alloys. In special steels, we manufacture ferritic, austenitic, martensic, pH steels, and also we are the only manufacturer of maraging steel in India. So we have around 500 plus grades with Midani. So we have a rich experience in all mentioned grades. And product profile, right from slugs to wire, we are everywhere. So we manufacture forged products, we do rolled products, we have drawn products, and we have castings and other armor products. So this is a usual process flow chart for special steels. It basically is, the cycle followed is electric arc furnace with LF, VD, VOD, and followed by ESR remelting, and then forge, and whatever based on the process, based on the form, the further process will be followed. And when it comes to titanium, it is basically titanium sponge. We procure it from KMML, or we import it from Ukraine, Russia, and other CIS countries. So Right now, due to this Ukraine war, I think there will be a huge opportunity for KMML to step up for supply of titanium sponge in India. So, titanium sponge followed by remelting in wire furnace, then further processing will be done for titanium alloys. So, as is shown in the video, we are the largest, we are the only manufacturer of titanium alloys in India. And this is process flowchart for super alloys. In super alloys, we have the flexibility of either going through arc furnace or VAM, followed by VAR or ESR, and then further processes based on the form requirement. So our melting furnace facilities, we have 20-ton arc furnace, we have 5-ton arc furnace, we have air induction furnace of 1.35 tons, 2.2 tons, we have vacuum induction refining, vacuum induction melting, VAR, ESRs, and electron beam melting. So nowhere in India any manufacturer has such a complex wide spectrum of melting furnaces. So because of such wide range of melting facilities, Midani can manufacture any grade be it super alloys, titanium alloys, any ferrous alloys. So in that, so Midani has that advantage of manufacturing any difficult grades as per customer specifications. So I have this we have shown in our video. I just run through. This is our manufacturing facilities, 20-ton arc furnace. This is a new plant setup for super alloys. This is 8-ton VM melting furnace, and these are VAR furnaces. Forge facilities, we have one 6,000-ton press and 1,500-ton press. We have ring rolling facilities and also extrusion. So we can manufacture extruded product in the tube form, seamless tubes also. And this is our white plate mill, which has been commissioned today by Honorable President today at Midani, Hyderabad. So this can manufacture up to 3-meter width and up to thickness of 4 mm. So this will give you advantage to many manufacturers who are manufacturing say tanks and large tanks or any other products where welding of plates is required. So this will this 3-meter width plates will substitute that welding and would help in reduction of time and cost basically for the manufacturers. So we can manufacture we can manufacture special steels, titanium alloys, as well as commercial grade SS304, 316, all type of plates in this white plate mill. So we have all the major equipments for white plate mill: walking hearth furnace, 4-high mill, crop shear, roller hearth furnace, cooling bed, leveler. So this is a state-of-art plant set up very recently. So quality assurance and control. So we have all quality control facilities, NABL approved, NABL mechanical testing. We have tensile fatigue hardness. In metallography we have macro. In physical, in chemical we can do wet analysis, OES gas analysis, and non-destructive radiography, ultrasonic dye penetration magnetic particle, and also we can do immersion duty for in non-destructive tests. So these are the quality control facilities at Midani. So quality assurance, we are ISO 901:2015, 9001:2016. We have all the certifications required for manufacturing of these special steels. We are NABL accredited for our testing facilities. And we have recently applied for the NADCAP approval for this heat treatment facility. So it is very expected to be obtained very soon, maybe in 4-5 months time. And Midani's quality systems are approved by DGQA, DGAQA, Director General of Civil Aviation, Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy. So I want to show what our contribution to various strategic applications and what form we are supplying. So for land systems, we are supplying breech rings, breech blocks, titanium castings, armor products. As for Arjun Mk1A, we are supplying Kanchan armor with a TOT from DRDO. So we have a lot of So this is the portfolio of Midani in tank systems. So DMR 1700 for hull fabrication, MDN 172 for breech block artillery systems, and 431 for small arms, and rolled homogeneous armor plates for turret, and DMR 45 or MDN 45 for chassis. We also procured road wheel arms from SAFL. So basically we have supplied the material, and closed die forging has been done by SAFL in this case. And for land systems, we supply bullet resistant jackets, bullet resistant vests, bullet resistant helmets, and up armored vehicles like a bus, some personal vehicles, and also we have done armoring for Mi-17 helicopters as well. For naval systems, we do supply forgings, tubes, seawater filters, online fittings, nav valves, welding electrodes. So these are the castings we have supplied to various nuclear submarines. So for air systems, again we supply in forging form, plates, sheets, castings form. So you can see this is a Adore disc, basically developed first time in India. This is for aero engine disc. It is done manufactured through high isostatic temperature, static temperature, and also we have this aluminum alloy castings for Tejas aircraft, and we manufacture this bomb shells for Indian Air Force as well. And products for space. So we have various grades being supplied to PSLV, GSLVs, starting from 15 CDV6, MDN 250, and then we have titanium alloys, Superco 604 super alloy, and several other special steels like Tolex, MDN 202, MDN 301, 16 NCD 13. So we supply in wide plates, castings, gas bottles, rings, rods, bar form. So these are the products for space we have supplied: titanium gas bottles, spider casting, thruster cone. So for key space programs, we have supplied components for Moon Impact Probe, Vikram Lander, Pragyan rovers, structural components in Chandrayaan 2. For this Gaganyaan program, we are supplying high strength steel and cobalt alloy for Gaganyaan program. So in energy sector, we have materials in form of tubes, end fittings, pH steel rods, fuel reprocessing components, and superheater tubes, white plates, rings. So these are some components which we supplied for AUSC project. This is body forging, dish ends, and then forging components for steam generator, stepped forgings for the power plants. So for oil and gas, we supply in form of forgings, flanges, rings, fasteners, tubes. So way ahead for Kerala SOEs, where we can work together. One is the titanium sponge being procured by Midani from KMML, and due to this Ukraine war, there is a scarcity of titanium sponge all over the world, and there is a large lead time for procurement of titanium sponge. So wherein KMML can take this opportunity to step up and then supply titanium sponge to Midani, so that even my customers would be able to, I will be able to meet my deadlines to my customers. And already, as I said, we are already procuring closed die forgings from SAFL. And our transaction with SAFL is two ways. We have, okay. 2 minutes. Yeah. So we are supplying material to SAFL, and SAFL is also procuring material from us. So the advantage of Midani is we have so many 500 plus grades, and if someone want to develop any components, I can supply you material with MOQ as low as 300 kgs. Or further, if I have the stock, I can give you say 50 kgs and all that, so that it will jumpstart your development cycle. So any aeronautical grades which will be very difficult to procure, you can approach Midani and can supply components to the end customer, HAL and GTRE, DRDO, with Midani's test certificates. So that is accepted. So that advantage this Kerala PSUs can get using Midani's material. And there are a lot of opportunities. Midani herself is procuring a lot of castings, small die forgings, closed die forgings, and wherein Kerala SOS can step up for supply for this strategic applications. And our procurement policy, as said by many other PSUs, is similar to them as well. We have emphasis on procurement from MSMEs and startups, and procurement being done right now from through Midani's portal as well as GEM portal. And GEM portal is being made mandatory by Ministry of Defense, and hence in future most of the procurement will be carried out through GEM portal. So this is what we are striving for: made in India, made for the world. So we can in future add another line made in Kerala as well, right? Thank you.
Thank you. We are approaching the final session. So you can put the chairs.
Mr. Hari Kumar, he is the Managing Director of Travancore Cochin Chemicals and Malabar Cements under the Government of Kerala. Has very long experience in the central PSC sector also. I invite him for 2 words as concluding remarks.
Mr. K. Harikumar is the Managing Director of TCC and Malabar Cements. I was formerly the Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Insecticides Limited and IDPL. Please.
Thank you. I was asked to speak because Anish Saab thought that I can give a ringside view because I was working in the CPSE for more than 34 years. I was the CMD of a CPSE for more than 10 years. I was a director for more than 2 years. So I'm more of a CPSU man rather than a state-owned enterprise person because I have only an experience of only 6 years in the state sector. Okay, having said that, let me first compliment Riab for the wonderful initiative they have taken to bring the central public sector and the state-owned enterprises together, because there are a lot of matching that can be done, because the competencies can be matched and we'll be able to work together. I can say it with confidence because I have worked in both the sectors. And let me also tell you, the Principal Secretary in the morning was talking about a marriage, but I don't think marriage has happened. At least the photos have been exchanged. Now probably we'll have to take through the horoscope, and there is a lot of other formalities also to be done. So let me say that it is, the process has started, I will put it that way. We have a lot to catch up with. See, now let me talk about one thing. This exercise of bringing in both the state sector and the CPSU together has helped to bring in an awareness among the state public sector as well as the central public sector about the existence of companies and the magnitude of operation. That is a very good thing that has happened, because probably many of the state sector may not be knowing the size and magnitude of the central public sector, which could make a lot of presentation here, as well as the central public sector also probably must not have had the competence levels and the expertise the state sector has in delivering many of the things. And it is here that the people at the hem have to take it forward, then only things will really happen. 2-3 things which got into discussion here is, BPCL was talking about a 40,000 crore investment that has happened in the state. the ED of BPCL also made a comment that the contribution from the state was much lesser, wherein we have a lot of engineering companies who have the expertise and who have the wherewithal to do that. That is something which definitely our engineering companies will definitely be able to take it forward. He also said that almost around 4,000 crores inventory he has. Probably he was, I assume that he was not talking about the material inventory, about the raw material inventory, but about the stores and spares and things like that which he has in stock. That again throws open a lot of opportunity for the engineering companies. So what I would suggest is, all these companies should keep a watch on what exactly is happening around. Once you know what is happening around, we'll be able to plan and we'll be able to even adjust, we'll be able to develop the skill sets required, we'll be able to even hire the skill sets required, we'll be able to procure the right machinery and we'll be able to move forward. Because that is a very key element. First of all, let us understand what is happening around, what is happening in the market nearby would definitely enable us to cater to the market at a cheaper cost. Another thing we should understand is we should develop the design capability. Because in any company, probably we buy, see even in my company, the companies which I am running now, we need lot of stores, spares and all that. But probably because the main machine was bought little while ago, we may not have the drawings for that spares. We may not have the spares, the details. We may not even have the metallurgy of that spares. So the company should develop, number one, they should develop the design capability so that the amount, we can get into design of that equipment. Probably you also should have the capability to do the metallurgical analysis, because the company which requires the product may not exactly be knowing the metallurgy of that particular product. That is one area we should develop the competence on, so that again we'll be able to cater to. Understand one thing very clearly, we will not, as a public sector enterprise, we will not be able to get into areas where entry barriers are low. We need to get into areas where the definite skill sets are required. We need to get into areas where the entry barriers are high, where the skills required are high, where the precision activities are to be done. That competence our public sector has. Once we know that that competence we have to take it forward. Then only we'll be able to develop the confidence that we'll be able to match with the requirements. Understand one thing very clearly, every company has a goal to achieve. Every company has commitments to be met. So the failure of one company, just because it is a PSU, whether it is Cpse-Soe or a state-owned enterprise, to deliver in time will not stand in good stead. We will have to honor the commitments. The SOEs will have to, number one, honor the time commitments, number two, honor the cost commitments. Because our inefficiency or our working capital constraints or our problems in procuring our raw material will not be accepted by anybody. Every company, whether it is a state public sector or a central public sector, has their own procurement mechanism. That mechanism nobody will be able to change. So we will have to understand, we will have to work within a system, and once we start working within the system, understanding the requirement. Because one thing what we have to understand, we have to keep in mind is their requirement. So today morning somebody was talking about the pain areas. Understand what are the pain areas. Try to soothe that. Try to address that pain. Once we try to address that pain, then it will be comfortable for the CPSUs also to deal with SOEs, because ultimately they also want to be in the comfort zone. So once that we are able to bridge, definitely this alliance will go forward. That is the best way to move forward. And I once again compliment Riab for taking this initiative. I also thank Principal Secretary, because without his direction, this would not have moved forward. And I also reassure, because basically the very fact that the Minister himself was here and Principal Secretary spent the whole day here shows the commitment of the Government of Kerala also in taking this forward. So I wish this initiative all success, and let this take forward, let this alliance move forward, and wish you all the very best and a happy new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Amir.
Dear friends, we have kept a small festival gift as of our token of appreciation and regards to you, the Central PSU executives, who have positively responded to our invitations and participated in it with wholehearted thoughts and actions. Thank you very much. I invite Sri Mohammed Hanish IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Industries, to give away the festival gifts to all our dear Central PSU brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. HVF.
A small announcement here. In fact, this gift is not the end of anything. We'll have the question and answer session, which continues after that. Then we have as much time as possible for the networking as well. So kindly stay back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. HVF, Shri Prasanna Kumar. BrahMos Aerospace, Shri Mudit Garg. HAL, Shri Subramanya Shastri. Golden Rock Workshop, Shri Nandakumar. Shri Suresh Babu. BHEL, Trichy, Shri Simeon. HPCL, Shri Narayan Rao, Amjad Mohammed, Naksat TN. HPCL. Shri Narayan Rao, Shri Amjad, Shri Bemel Palgad, Shri Ashok Ram. Bemel Palgad. MTPF, Shri SL Pakare. Midani, Shri Avnish Kota. Cochin Shipyard, Shri Hari Krishnan, Shri Seena. Instrumentation Limited, Shri Vinod Chandran, Shri Pramod. Shipyard. Instrumentation Limited. This instrumentation, sir. Mazgon Dock, Shri Manoj Pai, Nageshwar Rao, Santosh Mangare. Bark, Shri Abhishek. Bark, Shri Abhishek Mishra. BPCL Cochin, Shri Tikam Singh, Kanabiraman, Arun Mohan, Manoj, Chandrasekharan, Sri Hari. BPCL Cochin. And last but not the least, Indian Oil Corporation, IOC. Shri Sanjeev Behera. Thank you, sir.
In any case, we haven't started a dance party in any case. Okay, so after having gone through the absolute, highbrow discussion all through the day, and the pleasantries and the compliments being already made, I would request all of you to just open up all the questions which you had been keeping with you as a treasure, and try to find solutions for it, answers to it. That's one. Second is, after the closure, then we'll have the networking going on as well. So quite a lot of our friends who had come in right from the morning had actually left. Some of us, Garden Reach, they have all left, I believe. But at the same time, quite a lot of our CPSEs have stayed back. Thank you very much for that. And all our Kerala PSEs are also there. Therefore, how do we structure it? Padma will moderate? No, but then leave it open. But at the same time, what I would state is that instead of making statements, let's seek queries and clarifications. That would be better. So that should be precise and absolutely, concise as well in terms of whatever you would like to speak. Now, they need not even come over here. They can speak from the. So who would ask the first question? It can be a CPSE or a Kerala PSU as well, whichever. We had excellent participation from the central PSCs. I think the last count was 18 or 16? 17. 17 CPSCs took part from institutions as diverse as Garden Reach and Mazagon Dock and Mithani and Trishnapalli, Golden Rock. Everyone took part in it. Questions from here? Yeah, please. Commander Suresh. And by the way, one second. A feedback form was provided to you. I would request all of you to fill in the feedback form and hand it over to our officials who would come in. Roy Kurin has also come back. Please, Roy Kurin. Yeah, one second. Feedback form may be returned duly filled in. Please complete it. Suresh, you may kindly start.
Sir, speaking for all the PSCs and from my practical experience, sir, my request to all the central PSUs, the entry barriers, although they have put it very simply on slides, it's pretty high, sir. It is not just linking on one side. So I would request, to probably handhold our PSUs. And in that connection, a personal question for SIFL, we are already registered with railways, but we don't receive any inquiries from Southern Railway. So we are registered for the same items in DLW Banaras. It's just a request.
Various central public sector units were explaining about the level of the category of the tenders, limited as well as open tenders. As such, there are around, I can say, 5,000 items which are stocked, and then thousands of tenders are being issued at various levels. So we are issuing open tenders which is valued more than 10 lakh rupees. So as such, it is an open invitation for those kind of items. And then the inquiries, sir, what is referring to from DLW, actually those are all diesel logo items which may have winded up. So those activities, sir. As such, most of the tenders are all open tenders. So in case, I'll get your contact details later, sir. In case, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why don't you give a mic?
No, actually, our system has been designed in such a manner that, as such, limited tender, we select a list of maximum 5 to 10 participants.
I'll come to you personally, and then Thanks
so
a lot.
it's not a pan-India registration. If
Okay,
you're
okay.
registered with, like we have 17 railway zones. If you're registered with Southern Railway, yes.
But you're also through GEM.
We are also doing through GEM also.
Also?
Yeah, we have two, parallelly we have, before the advent of GEM, we had DGS&D.
Yeah.
So we have been, we had our own platform called Indian Railway E-Procurement System where we do our mass procurement. So after advent of GEM, so we are switching over to GEM, but not to an extent.
I am asking because you are the only person running diesel locos probably in the country.
Yeah.
So we were experts in diesel.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
Any further questions? Can I ask about the procurement process, the quality assurance, any scope for capacity building in the form of vendor development, so on and so forth?
Good evening to all. I have got a small question. Whether we will get the development order for 20%, like what Railway is doing. Suppose we are developing a product, whether 20% of that one will be getting from the CPSUs. That provision is there or not? We would like to know. CPSEs. I mean, not specific. It is generally. I mean, CPSEs whether having the provision or not. Development order provision. It is not specific to, I mean, it is a general question to all CPSUs.
Actually, there is no such this one for development order, no provision like that. But if it's a special MSME, this one we central PSUs will give 10% for MSME. MSME is 10%. If it is a special category only, not a general. If it is a woman entrepreneur or SC/ST entrepreneur, in the central PSU, this one, 10% will be, provision will be there. If you are accepting all the terms and conditions and the target rate.
No, that is for all, that's as per MSME Act. That is
Yes.
applicable to all the, I mean,
That's all. Otherwise, there is no other special this one. There is no special this one for development orders.
there is no provision for development order.
Not there, not there.
The officials from SOEs can also ask. In addition to the managing directors.
Just repeat my question, sir. The payment terms for central PSCs, is it same across the board or is it different from PSU to PSU? And is there any advance? Because working, especially for raw material, working capital is a must.
The payment terms actually I don't know generally other this one, but public sector under defense this one is for MSME is the 45 days. Advance, there is no advance actually, that is the discretion of the board of the company. They will decide, it has to go to board approval for development orders, any advance has to be given. No, that is no issue in that actually, no issue.
So our officers from SOEs kindly come forward, because basically the idea is for us, for our companies to get more business. So kindly come forward and ask your questions, whatever it is. Every day you don't get all the CPSE officers in front of you to ask questions. You can of course have one-to-ones late in the pre-session. After that we are going to give that. But in the open session, if you ask something, it will be a benefit to the others also.
Sir, I have a question related to KMML, who is not present here.
Okay.
So, still can I ask now?
Please introduce yourself.
I am from Midani, so I am from
Midani.
marketing division. Yeah. So actually, this is regarding the scarcity of titanium sponge in the country and elsewhere. So this presents a big opportunity for Kerala state government to expand its facility at KMML, and there will be like you will be able to tap complete Indian market as well as you can export. So are there any plans from Kerala government side to expand existing facilities at KMML?
Yeah, there are some plans, but KMML is presently focusing more on its core product, that is titanium dioxide. Titanium sponge is not to that high priority, but still there are some plans. We can discuss it.
Okay.
So we can, I think then we can let them free to have the, networking session. By the way, all the feedback is collected. Gifts are given. Gifts are also. So I think even though many questions are not coming in the open, I find that several people are sitting and discussing in groups, small groups. That's good, no issue. So you can please continue that. And I hope everyone has given back the feedback forms, which is basically a starting point only for further interactions, you see. Get your forms. If nothing is coming forward from SOEs, we would like to ask the CPSEs present here, for the CPSEs to take the best advantage of the Kerala SOE situation, SOEs present here and their capabilities. Would you have any suggestion or any advice for the government to look into, for instance?
So I'd like to know if there is any SOE is capable of doing open die forgings greater than 500 kg.
So I am from SAFL. Actually, we have near future, within 6 to 7 months, we will commission on 6-ton open die forging hammer. Definitely up to 5-ton we can open for that is a set hammer. Most probably August or September we will commission that open die forging hammer. Up to the capacity 6-ton open forging hammer we have been commissioned. It will be open forge up to 5-ton capacity for it. Yeah.
Greater than 500, sir? Like 1 ton, 1.5 ton?
Yeah.
Forging, forging weight, I'm saying.
Yeah, forging weight. Up to 5-ton we can supply.
Then you can
up
supply.
to 5-ton.
Okay. Okay, sir. Any other SOEs?
Is it for titanium forgings as well?
The titanium also we can forge. Titanium open
up to
forging.
which weight, sir?
Yeah, up to around 2-ton we can do with the 6-ton open forging hammer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect technology.
What I would suggest is that, in fact, between A and B, A company and B company, for instance, if we have to have further clarifications, discussions, you're always free to do so. There need not be any kind of, moderation from our side also. So what I would suggest is carry on. We have all these talks over there, but before then, a formal, whatever, from your side, both the Mr. Roy Green as well as
So we'll just conclude and then leave them. So, good evening to all. So we have come to the end of a very fruitful session, we hope, for both SOEs as well as the CPSEs present here. And once again, on behalf of the government, on behalf of Riab, on behalf of all the SOEs here, may I express our sincere thanks to all of you who have come here. And there is no other formal concluding ceremony. So we would request you to use the remaining time available for open networking. You can walk around, you can go around the stalls and meet, in person, one-to-one, collect your visiting cards each other, and please ensure that all the feedback forms are returned, and that's all about it. And after that, it's you can free to move. That is what it is. So thank you once again. Thank you very much. Please make use of the opportunity.
We could start walking around.